Alright, we're checking out the only game where suspensions aren't the only thing that gets tortured. It's GTA.
How you go?
Poor guy.
You guys keep sending me video suggestions, and they're alright, but your method of delivery is very strange.
Wait, can you please stop throwing dead birds at my house?
It wasn't me.
What do you mean? You got a bird? Ow.
So today, I'm going to make 5 of your video ideas in the hope that you'll leave me alone. Okay, the first suggestion comes from Coping Molding Truth 43 on Twitter, who wants me to make a pressure washer bidet, which sounds hilarious and will finally allow me to properly clean my ass. So, I'm going to start with a cheap bidet and a cheap pressure washer, and I'm hoping I can just plug this straight into my ass and it will work. But after turning on the pressure washer and seeing how strong it is,
I'm not sticking out of my ass.
I decided against that and wanted to see if I could plug the pressure washer directly into the bidet. And it didn't destroy the bidet like I thought it would. The bidet just didn't let the high pressure water through, which is actually a good thing because otherwise I would have made a hole in my foot. So I'm going to have to upgrade all these crappy plastic parts to high pressure hose. And I've never actually used a bidet before, but I've heard from others that have that they work really well and feel a bit like your own personal slave that spits water on your ass. So I'm very excited to try one. And after taking apart the bidet and having a proper look inside, I think I'm just going to have to replace everything as it's all low quality plastic. And the original bidet has 2 nozzles, one for normal people and the other for women. So I'm only going to make a 1-hole nozzle. And I'm going to do that by just welding a pipe to this high pressure hose fitting, which will have this little plunger inside that will move out as the water pushes it and will then squirt water out of this little hole. And after giving it a quick test, it worked really well at low pressure with no water coming out of the gaps. So I turned on the pressure washer to see if it would explode.
Okay, power washer on. 3, 2.
And I've now realized I've made a big mistake. I purchased the wrong fitting, and the hose is never going to properly attach. So instead of doing the right thing and just buying a new one, I tested my luck by attempting to weld the high pressure plastic hose directly to the fitting.
This is such a dumb idea.
Which actually seemed to work, as I was constantly keeping the metal cool. So I tested it again.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And that actually worked really well. So I installed it into the bidet and sprayed the whole thing white. And I'm not going to install this on an inside toilet as I've already made enough holes in the ceiling. So I test fitted it on this chair outside, and it actually feels as nice and comfortable as a normal toilet, which means it was time to use the bidet. And I'm going to test it first on this pig belly, which I've heard makes a really accurate arse substitute.
3, 2.
And that worked amazingly. The bidet managed to clean all the way through the pig belly, removing the fat and meat.
This is disgusting. There is meat everywhere.
But it still didn't cut it cleanly in half like I was hoping. So I'm going to give the bidet an easier challenge, this apple. And this would definitely clean my insides. 8 out of 10. Okay, the second suggestion comes from Ryan, or as I like to call him, Ryan. And he suggests replacing the blades on a ceiling fan with knives. And I've already replaced all my kitchen knife blades with ceiling fans, which works great. But I've never thought of doing it the other way round, so I'm excited. And the first thing I need to get is a ceiling, and then a fan. And this one was a nice cheap one, but it means I need to put it together. So I opened up the box and then got the instructions and put them in the bin. And then followed them from there. And after connecting the blue wire to the blue wire, the green wire to the green wire, and the brown to the brown, it didn't work. So I skipped using this speed controller and just borrowed a power cable. And then connected it directly to the fan, which means the fan only has one speed, on. And now that I have a fan that spins, it's machete time. So I pulled off the plastic handles, then welded a dodgy brace to the machete before attaching them to the fan. And this is already terrifying. But not as terrifying as my inability to count how many blades a fan actually has. And I now have an extra machete. If anyone wants it, it's in this bush right here. Okay, now time to strap this to my ceiling.
It's so fast. I don't like that.
This is terrifying. It's so silent in the air, almost like the blades are so sharp that they are just cutting right through it. Let's chuck some stuff into it. And to do that, I made this little safety fortress. I wasn't really happy with the angle I had to throw the fruit at, so I repositioned my fortress right under the fan.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And that was fun to watch while editing, but not fun while I was there. I was imagining my welds snapping and the blade flying out and shooting through my barricade at any moment. But besides that, it did a great job of cutting through. 9 out of 10. Alright, the third idea comes from Swagger Souls on Twitter, who wants me to make mustard gas and then put it on a hot dog. And the first thing I'm going to need is some pool chlorine. Sorry, I meant the third idea is a sponsorship for PayPal Honey. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America, but I like to think of it as being similar to my mother, who's always looking out for me and always trying to find me great deals on the things I'm buying. Once you install Honey, it sits on your computer, and then when you go to buy something, if Honey works on that site, it swoops in and automatically searches for coupon codes so you don't have to. You could be buying a tent, an office chair, or this man's legs. Doesn't matter what you're buying, as Honey works on many of the sites you are already using. For example, I was purchasing these 4 machetes for this video, and Honey found a coupon to save me $10. Who doesn't love the feeling of randomly being surprised with a discount when you're purchasing machetes? So go now and add it to your browser for free at joinhoney.com/iditathing. That's joinhoney.com/iditathing. Alright, this comes from Zoe Possum, who wants me to get a jackhammer and put a rubber pad on the bottom and footholds on the side, creating the world's most terrifying pogo stick. And I already know this is going to scramble my brain, but I can't resist making it. And I'm also killing two birds with one stone, as Ludwig requested I also make a device that can finally help the short fellow jump high enough to dunk, which seems impossible, but I'll give it a shot. So the first thing I did was go to the local store and bought these bolt cutters. Then I waited till night and went down to the closest construction site and then borrowed this. And I didn't really have a choice of jackhammer, so I grabbed this one, which is very noisy. But luckily, I can just put on ear protection. Now at the moment, it has this sharp chisel at the bottom, which would be similar to jumping in stilettos. Sexy, but not efficient. So I'm going to make a giant metal foot to increase the surface area. And for reference, I took a photo of my foot
That is a very nice foot. Thank you. Yes, it is.
and then cut out this. And then welded some extra support metal on top so it's strong enough to handle the jackhammer. Then I welded a piece of pipe on the foot so the jackhammer can slip neatly into its new shoe. And the foot is done. But now I just need somewhere to put my feet. And I don't want to permanently attach anything or weld to the jackhammer, as I actually plan to give this back to the construction site once I'm done. So I got a piece of wood and made a hole in it, and then put a clamp underneath and a heap of duct tape and kept wrapping it around until I created this horrible mess.
This is not good.
And I fixed it. And that's done. So now I just need to turn this terrifying thing on.
It's not.
And it broke all of my welds. And I could re-weld it, but there was absolutely no jumping happening, and all it did was really hurt my wrists and ankles, which didn't even look funny on camera. 0 out of 10. Okay, the final suggestion comes from Hey Jack, who wants me to make solar panel glasses. And his intention here is to blind me by making me stare into the sun. Which I'm willing to do, as everyone knows there's nothing more entertaining than a blind person. Now I could put half-transparent solar panels directly over the lens of the sunglasses, which would look more aesthetic but would be hard to do. So instead, I'm just going to 3D print some sunglasses with mounts on top, and then use these tiny solar panels, which I just took from the roof of this tiny house, which I'll mount on top. And I figure this will actually look pretty acceptable as sunglasses, as if people are willing to wear these, which make you look like a pedophile, I'm talking to you, Andrew, these don't look bad in comparison. And you know how I just said I'm going to 3D print these glasses? I forgot that I broke my 3D printer by shooting it a couple of videos ago. So instead I used my 2D printer and just printed these out. Then I cut down this piece of PVC pipe and straightened it with a heat gun, and then heated it again so I could mold it perfectly to the shape of the sunglasses. Then I got the tiniest drill bit I'm legally allowed to own and made a hole. and then watch this video on YouTube to see where I threw away those small screws at the beginning of the video. And stuck it all together. And a quick spray paint, and it's done. So now let's say I'm standing in the sun and I'm feeling a little too hot. Idiots would just move to the shade. But all I need to do is attach my little fan to the sunnies and then stare directly into the sun until the fan starts moving, cooling me down.
3, 2, 1. Give me that wind.
It's also great for charging your phone. All I had to do was swap over to this charging port and then stare into the sun for 2 hours to get 1% charge extra on my phone.
Okay, ready? So I'm looking down, no charge. Watch what happens when I look up. Is it doing anything? Yeah, okay, it's making the thing now. Okay. This is just torture. This is horrible.
6 out of 10, which means Ryan is the winner with the ceiling machete fan. Ryan, please send me your full name, address, and credit card details, including the CVV, to receive your prize. Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos.
Hi, I'm William, and I'm $69,210.32 in medical debt. Well, it was fun while it lasted, little Willies, but I'm gonna have to start selling all my stuff to pay this medical bill. Anybody want this ballistics gel hand from the garbage disposal video? You wanna buy this garbage disposal? We're gonna do a little garage sale. Classic American insurance. How about a laser baby? A toy fire truck that was used to train Jimmy Neutron to put out fires. Add that to the pile. This is one of my most prized possessions. It's George W. Bush Top Gun action figure. I bought it at a swap meet like 2 years ago. I guess I could get rid of these too. A bunch of Michael Reeves merchandise that he abandoned and left with me. I bought a bunch and then never sold it, and then now they're mine. Every single Michael Reeves nut shirt I sell will be personally signed by me, William Osmond. Thanks, Michael, for helping me pay my medical debt. I have an engineering degree, electrical and mechanical, and I would love to build my own medical equipment to prove that $69,000 is insane. I could build my own medical equipment for way cheaper than that, but I don't have time because I'm a slave to medical debt now. I have to sell all my things. I have to sell my friends' belongings. I forgot. There's a new t-shirt too, another Cat Warehouse product. This was drawn by me and it's embroidered. It's a cat pooping in a litter box. And I'll sell anything I have in order to pay for this debt. But right now, I can't build my own medical equipment because I have more important things to do.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What are you doing?
I'm digging a hole.
Why?
It's a grave. So that next time I get sick, instead of going to the hospital, I'll just die.
No.
Why not? What else are you gonna do with the body?
No, we have medical insurance. You don't need a grave. Your responsibility is $2,491.
Wait, so I don't owe $69,000?
No, we have medical insurance.
Whoa! I'm only $2,500 in debt instead of $69,000. That means we have plenty of time and budget to make an x-ray machine in the garage. But I only have one question. Why did the hospital bill so much more money than they were ever paid? The hospital tried to bill me $69,000, but only got paid $11,000. Insurance steps in and says, "These nuts, we're not paying $69,000. So that makes insurance the good guys, right? Wrong, Billy boy. The reason hospitals charge so much is because they know insurance is gonna lowball them. The problem is hospitals treat uninsured people the exact same way. What you're supposed to do is the same thing that insurance does with hospitals. You fight them. You tell them no. But I've done some research and I've learned that it costs us about $500 a month for each adult to be insured on a really good insurance plan. Plus $2,500 for a hospital visit. That means this year I paid $8,500. You know what cost a lot less than $8,500? This 60,000 volt power supply I got on eBay for $400. 60,000 volts! Turning it on. Oh my God. And for $155, I got this x-ray vacuum tube that I pulled out of an old dental x-ray head bought on eBay. I just had to drain a bunch of oil and rip off the broken high voltage circuitry and bada bing, bada boom. Got yourself an x-ray tube. Now I know some of you are probably thinking, William, you're not nearly responsible or smart enough to be playing with high voltage. Well, I say to you, pound sand. I have health insurance and my will to do science is significantly stronger than my will to live. No, it's not. No, I'm just trying to say that I would rather do science and die than not do science. All we have to do is get the high voltage out of the danger box and into the x-ray tube. Should be easy, right? I've got this red wire wired up to positive and this black wire wired up to ground, and I'll just turn the power supply on and see what happens. Ready? Turning it on. Turning it off. Interesting. See, none of our wires are touching, so I'm not really sure why the electricity is not flowing through them. Let's try moving this wire a little bit further away and see what happens. All right, turning it on again. Huh. That's not right either. Welcome to the world of high voltage, where everything's a wire and you're probably gonna die. Okay, I have an idea. If you look right here, this resistor that was a part of the high voltage supply, and it's kind of leaning a little bit over the tube. So let's move, I hate touching this. Let's just move that this way. All right, and now we're turning it on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can hear it hissing. I really want to get the microphone over there, but I'm scared of frying it. All right, let's turn the box off. Ow, ow. Why is this shocking me? This is the box. It's not arcing, not big arcs at least, which means we're on the right track. So now we need to work on the next step, which is turning the tube on. We actually need 2 power supplies because up until this point, we haven't actually been making any x-rays. That's what this power supply is for. This is just a regular power supply. We don't need high voltage here. We need to activate a filament, which is kind of like a little light bulb in the back end of the x-ray tube. The filament boils off electrons, which then get launched to this piece of heavy metal, this copper color thing right in the middle. And then that ejects x-rays through this aperture at the bottom of the container. Let's go ahead and hook this bad boy up. According to the x-ray tube data sheet, the filament ground should be right here. I guess we'll just plug it in and see what happens. Let's do 3.5 volts and we're gonna turn our current all the way down so it's current limited. And then as I turn the current up, we should hopefully see something happen. No? I'm an idiot. I had the probe hooked onto the piece of wire insulation and not the wire itself. Slowly increase the current. Oh, you see it glowing? Oh, that's so cool. Okay, oh, that's awesome. All right, I'm gonna turn it off now. Little Willies, we're about 30 seconds away from making x-rays. All we have to do is turn both power supplies on at the same time. But before we do that, we need to take some safety precautions. Because here on the William Osmond channel, safety is our #1 priority. I bought 2 radiation detectors. I bought a giant roll of lead sheet metal, and I'm gonna repurpose parts from the dental x-ray head to protect some of my most valuable assets. The Geiger counter is directly underneath. Personal Geiger counter is going in my belt. We're gonna turn the small power supply on with the current all the way down. Turning the high voltage on, and then we're gonna slowly increase the current. Oh, you hear it?
What is that? What is that?
The Geiger counter is very angry with us. This is a good thing. It means we made x-rays in the garage. We made x-rays. Let's celebrate with an ice cream cone.
Where's the temporary close for system restart, and we'll be back up in about 10 minutes.
Oh, you're closed. Okay, thank you. This is so sad.
Alright, what can I get for you?
Could I get an ice cream cone?
I'm so sorry, we actually don't have cakes or ice cream right now.
Do you have pies?
Unfortunately, no. We do have chocolate chip cookies, though.
We're generating x-rays, but we still need to capture the image. That's what this intensifying screen is for. Can you guess where I bought it? We can create an image with the phosphor screen. When we run x-rays through it, they turn into visible light in the phosphor, and that visible light can then be measured by us with either a camera or with a piece of film. So if we stick our phosphor screen on the ground below the x-ray generator, and we put 4 soda cans on top of it, and then put this piece of acrylic on top of that, and then we put a subject, like maybe real human finger bones cast in ballistics gel. And when we blast x-rays through it, we should see this film glow with the shadow of finger bones cast on it. That's cool. Tell me that's not cool. Let's fire off some x-rays right now and see if we can get the sheet to glow at all. It might be too bright in here. I've set the A7S to a 15-second shutter at 64,000 ISO. All right, high voltage on. All right, I think we got a picture. Oh, look at this. We totally have an image. That is so cool. The contrast is really bad, but I wonder if we can fix that in Photoshop. This is awesome. I think this is really amazing. I mean, this is an actual x-ray of real human bones. This is my magnum opus, the most dangerous contraption I have ever built. It's an actual working x-ray machine made out of garbanzo beans, baked beans, canned tuna, New England clam chowder, a piece of leaded glass, an intensifying screen, a broken dental x-ray head, and a power supply that came out of a college lab and has been beaten to the brink of death. There's something I want to talk to you guys about. Safety. And the relative nature of it. Because I can already feel the safety nerds 2 feet up into my butt, and I'm gonna lose it. This is dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. Have you ever been in a car? Have you ever gone to the doctor and gotten an x-ray? Have you gotten a CT scan? Dear God, let's talk about the amount of radiation exposure you get from a CT scan. And what is radiation? X-rays do statistically increase your odds of getting cancer later in life. Statistically, if you keep your exposure to a minimum, you are perfectly safe. This is why x-rays are allowed for medical purposes. And the small number of stray x-rays that do end up leaving the setup and hitting me or anybody near here are nothing compared to getting on an airplane, getting a CT scan, getting an x-ray, or just living your life and being exposed to background radiation. That being said, I'm still gonna put this iron dome around the whole thing because it's gonna look sick. God. Oh my God, William, is that lead? Lead is really dangerous. Oh my God, is that a safety nerd? Safety nerds are annoying. Think of all the scientists that died over our history of doing science. Those are the only ones you think about. Those are the only ones they tell you about in school are the cool scientists who died doing science. No one ever talks about the safety nerds. The iron dome is in place. This means it is time to turn on the x-ray machine. There's no way x-rays are gonna get through these gaps or this giant hole on the side. I caved to the safety nerds. I put warnings on it. Let me show you. Hopefully this makes it really clear that it's dangerous and you need to stay away from it. We got real x-ray machine. The radiation warning symbol. If it's a hissin' x-rays, it's a pissin'. And finally, a little something for people who have no idea what radiation or x-rays is. Protect, my God, dogs. Look how ferocious the dogs are. They'll take one look at those bad puppies. First, let's turn it on and make sure that it actually works. I haven't turned it on since I set all this stuff around it. Got my personal dose meter going. It keeps turning off. I'm not sure if I'm using it wrong or if it's broken. Whatever. Interesting, the x-rays seem to be leaving the shield. That's a bad sound. It's popping to a can of beans. Damn it, why are the beans so close to the high voltage?
This is getting ridiculous.
Fixed the problem, had to replace the metal bean cans with cardboard boxes. It kept arcing from, I think what was happening, I think that basically the sound you hear is like electrons kind of going into the air and they collect on things, and I think they collect on the bean cans and then they arc from the bean cans to ground. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening. So I tried grounding them, that didn't work. I just replaced it with something that doesn't hold electrons as well as bean cans. What's the first thing we're gonna put inside the x-ray machine? How about my actual cell phone recording a video? Goodbye. The camera's set up. I'm gonna turn the lights off now. Let me get my flashlight. I'm not getting shocked nearly as much. I think that the lead is eating all the electrons. This is a good news. Okay, let's see how this looked. Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's so much better. Whoa, that's so good. Holy crap. You can see the battery, you can see the camera, you can see the circuitry that like wraps around the battery. This is so cool. I wonder what the video on the phone looks like. We made an x-ray machine in the garage that takes pretty good pictures for only a couple $1,000s. Well, that includes the camera too that I'm borrowing. All right, what else can we put in there? Come in, caretaker. There's nothing to fear. It's nice in here. Oh boy, are you excited?
No, I can't go to bed.
Why?
It's like 2 in the morning.
You'd rather go to bed than see a really cool x-ray machine?
I've been up for 20.
Okay, you know what? Come here. Come on over. Come on over. Let me introduce you to what lives in our garage now. This way. So you see, look at this box. Does this look safe?
No.
Why not?
If it's a hissin' x-rays, it's a pissin'. You're so good at English.
Okay, what do you want to x-ray? Find something to x-ray.
I don't know if it...
Do you want to x-ray my hand?
Is it safe?
Yeah. All right, so you know what to do?
No.
See the switch right here?
You literally told me nothing.
Look at the switch. See this? See the switch? When I tell you to, you're gonna flick that switch on.
Okay.
You got it? You're like a pro.
The microphone on the camera died, but we were successful in getting an x-ray of a hand. I cannot believe how good it looks. We did it, team. We showed the medical industry who's boss. It's us.
Thank you for calling Exploration Care. This is how can I help you?
Hi, I have a question. How much does an x-ray cost if I don't have any insurance?
So it can go from $1 170 up. So 170 is just the initial visit with the doctor, and then X-rays are more. It's about $70 each site.
Okay, so if I need to get like my hand X-ray, that would be like $250 maybe, $300.
Maybe, or it could be higher. I just can't really say until you come in.
Okay, what would make it go up?
Just if they're doing other testing.
$300 potentially or more. I bet you could leave urgent care with a bill about the same price as I built this machine for. I'm not gonna get all political because I think everyone should build their own hospital in their garage. The price is right. I don't see why we can't just build our own equipment. We got the internet. How hard is it to find a broken bone in an X-ray? I bet you it's pretty easy. A long time ago, I used to do all the cooking in the house because, Chelsea, come here. Because Chelsea had no idea how to cook. Every time she was hungry, she would make, what would you make when you were hungry? Bean tacos. She would take a can of refried beans and...
This was like 10 years ago.
Anyways, this video is sponsored by HelloFresh, which we've actually been using for the past 2 years. It is a meal delivery system where they deliver you all the ingredients you need already pre-portioned to make awesome meals. Everything takes, I think, like 40 minutes or less. They've got some meals that are even faster. And they've got a lot of stuff now for summer specifically that doesn't require use of an oven because the oven can make your house way hotter. Why do you do HelloFresh instead of just going to the grocery store?
Oh, I use HelloFresh instead of the grocery store for all my meals. I don't use it for every single meal, but I use it for the majority because I get overwhelmed like coming up with like exciting things to make. I'll just make the same thing over and over. So it's making me try new things, and I don't have to go to the grocery store when I'm feeling lazy and I just get home from work.
Who's a better cook, you or me?
What defines I'm a better cook now? I think you're a more creative cook.
Oh, thank you. HelloFresh offers a wide variety of meals. They even have vegetarian options. Right now, I'm cooking the chicken pecan royale. For this recipe, everything is cooked in the same oven at the same temperature to make it super easy. Prepping, cooking, and cleaning all took less than an hour. How is my cooking?
Oh, good.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use the promo code WilliamOsmond14 to get 14 free meals, including free shipping.
How you going? So, the other day, I found out that a YouTuber we all know and trust is sleeping with my 3-year-old nephew. The children's animator Odd Ones Out, also known as James Rowson, And not only is he sleeping with my nephew, but he also enjoys taking photographs of children all over the world. He's what?
He's creepy.
He's creepy. So somebody needs to put this creep in his place. And luckily, I happen to already be fighting him in iDubbbz's Creator Clash boxing event on May 14th in Florida. And I reckon I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Okay, now you probably think I'm an idiot for travelling all the way from lovely Australia to the one place in the world that doesn't have free healthcare for a boxing match. And I am, but at least if I make a device that allows me to get him from a distance, hopefully I won't get hurt, which means the device will have to be small and sneaky enough to fit inside my boxing glove, which rules out my first idea of just releasing my giant Beyblade into the ring. And the second place my mind goes is to that extendo arm from Inspector Gadget, which should be pretty easy to make. And for a prototype, I just cut some wood and bolted it together to make this.
That is pretty fun.
And then I couldn't resist putting some scissors on the end to see how it would work.
Paul.
And I could use this to give Odd Ones Out a haircut, but I don't think this is going to be powerful enough or give me enough range to knock him out. So I'm scrapping that idea and going to try using something I love. Blank rounds. And when I used them before to make the world's most powerful hammer, they had enough power to fling a nail through my roof and carpet instantly. But this time I need more power, so I just painted the rounds red. And now they should be twice as strong. And I reckon if I get a pipe and weld a cap on the end, then get a piece of round bar which the boxing glove will sit on the end of, which slides inside the first pipe. Then I just drilled a hole in the bottom of the round bar and put a blank round on the end. And now when I punch, it should slide down inside the pipe, hitting the cap, setting off the round and firing the glove out of the pipe. Okay, let's see if it works. And I decided to set it up in my bench vise for the first test, as that isn't made out of squishy meat like my forearm. Then I just worked out what technique I'm going to use for loading and dropping the glove down the pipe.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
Then, once I figured that out, I put in my ear protection and let it go.
Oh, this is scary. 3, 2, 1. Now it's even scarier taking it out.
And it's always so much scarier when things you're expecting to go boom don't. So instead of hand dropping it, I decided to use a long stick to set it off. And...
What even happened?
that was pathetic. I obviously just have way too much weight using this steel bar. Feel how heavy this is compared to aluminium. So I welded another tube inside the pipe so it could fit a thinner aluminium tube, and then tried again, but this time with the blank round in the end of the pipe so I could set it off consistently with a hammer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is pathetic.
And that was better, but it's still horrible. So this time I took off the boxing glove to see how fast it would go.
3, 2. Okay.
And That is the speed I'm looking for, but I can only get it to go that fast if I just shoot the metal rod into him, which is murder. So I need to find something with even more power than these blank rounds, and I think I know exactly where I can get this. Nangs. These canisters, which have 800 times more air crammed inside them that want to be in there, should provide enough volume of air to push the glove out at high speed. Now, all I need to do is figure out a way to get the gas out.
That's pretty cool. Whoa, that's cold.
And that worked. And at first I thought I could just do a similar thing to the blanks and have a barrel with a spike at the bottom, which when I punch, it punctures the canister and shoots it out. Which does work, but is very inconsistent.
That was so close to my head.
And also means I actually need to get close enough to land a punch. So instead, I'm going to use one of these bicycle pumps, which despite the brand name are tiny. And they have these little needles inside, which puncture the cartridge. So I just attach that to this chamber, which will hold the pressure. Then attach this trigger from an airbrush onto that, then attached a barrel onto that. I also got some leather from my mum's room to use to strap the whole thing to my arm. Then I just machined down this aluminium rod with some O-rings on it, which should create a really good seal. But more importantly, this noise. And to make sure the glove keeps a good seal, I also lubricated it with the sponsor of today's video, Honey. Honey is America's #1 shopping tool, which automatically searches for promo codes on the internet so you don't have to. Once you install Honey on your browser, it's always there at the top, right up here, and this little icon, that's what saves you money. The best thing about Honey is you actually forget it's even there and only notice it when you're at the checkout and then Honey comes in and does its thing and then you've saved a bunch of money. Look at this. I was purchasing this circular saw and now I saved $27. Wow, I love money. I've been using Honey for years and have saved so much money. It's so easy and works on all your favorite websites that you're already using. Whether you're buying clothes, food, or a tent, Honey will save you money. So go now and add it to your computer at joinhoney.com/iditathing. Okay, back to it. Let's give the device a test. So I put the whole thing in the vise and screwed in the first canister. And a second canister. And after some pathetic misfires, I got it working.
4, 3, 2. Whoa. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh my god.
And that was super fast and was probably at half power, which is great. So now I just need to put the rest of it together. So I got a cheap boxing glove and cut out the foam to make room for some thinner foam, and then place this PVC tube inside the glove, which the aluminium tube will slot into. And then I glued down a piece of shark-proof fabric from my previous video, which should stop the metal rod from just shooting through the boxing glove and will hopefully push the glove instead. Then I put my hand through the leather and wrapped the whole thing up on my arm using some boxing wraps. And here we go. Besides the extra long wraps, you can't really tell this isn't a normal boxing glove, and actually looks very pretty.
That looks pretty good.
Okay, let's test it out.
Let's plug in the cartridge. And let's see how this works. Here we go. Oi! That killed my ears. That is so, and it's getting cold. It's getting very cold.
Okay, let's test it again and see how accurate it is.
5, 4, 3, 2. Whoa! That is so strong. Ah, it's cold.
But it's actually surprisingly accurate. And think it would definitely hit whoever you are pointing it at, as the last thing they expect is for your glove to fly off. And it also looks like it has quite a bit of power. So to find out, I got these milk bottles with clear milk to punch.
I have no idea what's going to happen here.
And it seems pretty consistent and would definitely hurt to get hit by, almost as much as the freezing cartridges which are pressed up against my skin underneath the wraps. And you know, if I decide that that isn't quite enough power and I want to make it more dangerous, I can always just take the nut off the end and replace it with a spike.
I have no idea what's going to happen. 3, 2. Oh my God. Why did I not put something to protect my 3D printer? That is
So I think I'm probably ready for the boxing match now. But just in case they find the glove, I have also been training with my coach Jeff.
Hi, my name's Jeff.
From Get Smart Boxing, who has assured me this really is the best way to get tough. So get your tickets now to the Creator Clash to come see me fight the child's entertainer Odd Ones Out. The in-person tickets are almost sold out and I really want some supporters in the crowd. But if you can't make it there are also online tickets so you can watch the fight wherever you are. There are also plenty of other great YouTubers who may or may not be sleeping with children, like Michael Reeves versus Graham Steffens, iDubbbz versus Dr. Mike, Gamer Grumps versus that epic mealtime guy, and many more. There's a link for the fight in the description. So get your tickets now and I'll see you in Florida on May 14th. Thanks for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos.
Hello, I have some very exciting news to share with you. Myself, Michael, caretaker, and cameraman John got evicted. And in celebration, we're throwing a fundraiser. We got shirts. The front of the shirt is an obese cat and it says "We got evicted." Back of the shirt is one of those film wreaths. It says, "They are worried about science experiments in the house." That's the new landlords for the house we applied to. Check out dftba.com/William Osman, I think. It'll be on the screen. We've got yellow inbred cat shirts. We got black inbred cat shirts. We got black and yellow inbred cat hoodies, and we got stickers. And I think that's it. Oh, there's tattoos as well. So use the promo code LandlordSuck. I just made that up. And you'll get I don't know, 15% off. I also just made that up. Thanks for being patient, and sorry about taking so long to upload a video. I was homeless. Again. Welcome back to life hacks that are dangerous? I don't know. I'm asking a question. You don't know? Because if they're dangerous, I think we should put the hat on. They're not that dangerous? Today's life hacks use these ingredients. Vienna sausages, a blowtorch, tuna, another knife, tape, hats, panty liners. Oh no. I feel like I should put this jumper on. Today's topic is manly life hacks. What a cool intro they've got going on here. Oh, that's so manly. For men! And it starts immediately with a female hygienic. Wait, what? It intros life hacks for men and immediately goes into a women's life hack? Wait, am I crazy? No. It's like a very like manly intro, 5-minute crafts, men. How to survive with a panty liner is the first life hack for men. I'm already beginning to get pretty aggro, so I should take advantage of this hack, which is, you don't have to use deodorant, I guess? Oh, how do these work? She's smelling herself, she smells bad. Oh, she's very sweaty. You just fold it inside the crease. Do I do it on like the regular shirt? John, how does this work? Why is this sticky? Why is this stuck? What does the plastic do? The first one in. And by the way, guys, we're gonna give these pads away at the end of the video. So if you want William's sweaty pads, leave a comment. I think what's gonna happen, the pad's gonna get wet and it's gonna soak up some sweat, but it's still gonna like leak out the sides. So you're gonna have this really weird sweat pattern where it's like dry in the middle and then soaked on the sides. Maybe after this will like go on a run, come back to see how well the pads held up. It kind of works, but you get that streak in the middle and it kind of bleeds on the sides. As long as you're not sweating a ton, I think it works well. If you are sweating a ton, this is just stupid. I think it's stupid. The second one, she looks like she's freezing. Like the lead into the project is she's very cold. Looks like she has to pee actually. She's doing like the pee waddle. She pulls out her purse, pulls out another pad, sticks it in her shoe, and she immediate relief. Does anyone have any idea what's going on? What's the relief? What was the problem? What does this solve? She sticks like the whole thing in her shoe, puts her foot back in, and is like immediately relieved. Is she cold? Did it warm her feet up? Well, now that I've had a stroke, let's move on to the next video. 16 car hacks and manly tricks. Canned hot dogs. Oh boy, you're trying to kill me. This life hack seems to be about opening cans with a spoon. I think that's it. I think that's actually it. Okay guys, so if your life isn't already sad enough where you're eating canned hot dogs, take it to the next sadness level by not having a can opener for your canned hot dogs and not picking a can of hot dogs that has a tab on top. But the good news is you have a spoon, damn it. We're gonna have to use tuna. Is that okay? No one's gonna get mad at us. It's like, does it really matter what's in the can? Anyways, you're sad. You're eating canned hot dogs. You don't have a can opener, but you have a spoon. This is the hack. We're gonna open a can with a spoon. I'm gonna cut myself. Oh my God. This is insane. I think I'd rather starve. You know what? Just gotta get my nourishment from the juice because that's all it's gonna. A minute 30 plus like at least another 30 seconds or a minute. I'm gonna call this a win. My hands actually really hurt. Life hack, I've been informed. This is a full meal. We're gonna heat the knife up and cut through the bread. It's on fire! This has to be a joke. Like, this isn't real. Don't do this. Like, no one should ever be doing this. Gonna get the knife red hot. The video suggests the red hot, and it's not a life hack unless you follow it to the T. All right, and now we're gonna cut our toast. Wow, it does exactly what the life hack says it will do. Oh yeah. That's good. Oh, it didn't even cut all the way through. I prefer using a knife to smear my tuna on my toast. I'm just waiting for the comments. They're like, you're gonna get more cancer after the tea last time. I don't have to I mean, it's just burn, right? The smoke is definitely kind of a deterrent. Vienna sausage pate. You pick these hacks? You try and kill me? Let's head on over to the William Osmond subreddit. It's a very healthy and wholesome community, and I hope it stays that way, so please don't defile it. How many upvotes to make William build this? Oh boy, what could this be? Power tools and a life hack. It starts to like, kind of, I don't know, maybe leave life hack territory. Okay, so there's bearings, there's timing pulleys, timing belt, a motor. You look at all the parts you need to do this. At what point you just go to the store and buy a chainsaw? Like, I don't even know what a chainsaw blade is gonna cost. Like, I don't even know if you can buy a guide and a blade. Chainsaw parts. $40! The chain itself is like 15 to 20 bucks. All right, he's got some PVC pipe, drilling more holes, little buttons, some hot glue, okay, I see. They've covered the rubber timing belt to protect your fingers, and there's a massive exposed chain that's bolted to a piece of like crappy like wood. They're worried about the belt. Hey Michael, can I get your opinion on something? At what point is a life hack like not a life hack? Like, is this a life hack? Like, if I have to go to the store right now and spend $25, $30 on a chainsaw blade and blade guide.
No, it's still a life hack, because then it's attached to that piece of wood.
So it doesn't really matter what you have, as long as it's attached to something kind of janky, then it's a life hack.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the store. Where's the front? Oh, that's the front. Oh God. We're looking at our options now for chainsaw. The cheapest guide and blade option is $30. But I don't know how you actually spin the chains. See this little idler right here, so the chain kind of rides around the edge? We don't have this part. We need some sort of thing that engages the chain, and that I don't know where we're gonna find short of buying an entire chainsaw or 3D print something. I'm just gonna take a picture of this with ruler markers, and maybe we can try and recreate it. Are we being asked if we need help? Or are we being told to stop filming? Pretend like we're invisible. Tell them we're taking pictures of birds. They believe it every time. I mean, short of having a broken chainsaw, what part of this is a life hack? Let's head on down to Haggle Tree Farms, where they grow Christmas trees all year round. What do you think, silly? They just grew them the month before Christmas? No, these bad boys, I think, take many years to grow until they finally cut them down to death so you can prop up the corpse of nature's lungs in your living room. Oh wait, I forgot to show you how the chainsaw was made. 1 second. Hey gamers, this is how I built the chainsaw. Why is it all invisible? What did I do? Bring in my corporate espionage. Or just, I don't know, what is this? Plagiarism. We're gonna steal the dimensions, create some little star-shaped things, and then we're gonna fill that in, and next thing you know, boom, bada bing, you've got yourself a chain drive. So we're gonna slap that onto the 3D printer. This is way more complicated than it needs to be. And now this block of wood has to get cut. Look at that, it carves it all out. Boom, wow, very exciting. I hope you are better informed and you yourself now understand what it takes to make a chainsaw and you plan on making this chainsaw. Definitely go and make one of these. No, don't actually make one of these. This is the legal portion of the video where I say, don't actually make one of these chainsaws because it will cut your hand off. That is not a joke. It almost cut my hand off. What do you guys normally cut down trees with?
This is the guy who runs the Christmas tree farm. It's been in his family for a couple generations, he said.
We use chainsaws ourselves.
Okay.
But we typically don't let customers.
Oh, okay. So when a customer comes, they use just a handsaw.
Yeah, because it's quite a bit of liability.
Are you ready to see a DIY chainsaw?
I would love to. So this is like the first draft.
No, I think this is it. Slightly less expensive than the cheapest chainsaw we could find. I think we spent about $40 on all the parts.
For the drill and a full bar and a brand new chain, $40 sounds like a ripping deal.
Are you ready to see it rip?
Since these guys are no doubtedly chainsaw experts, I asked them if they doubted the safety of my DIY life hack super awesome chainsaw. They did.
I wouldn't be worried about your hands, I'd be more worried about your arms. The chain breaking and then wrapping into your wrist.
Okay.
This is one of the biggest decisions you'll have to make all year. It's deciding which tree corpse you want to prop up in your living room. They got big ones, small ones, crooked ones, ugly ones.
All right, so which tree can we cut? You thinking this one? It's pretty wild looking. It looks like it exploded on the left side.
Beggars can't be choosers, man.
No, I know. This is the perfect tree. I'm just making an observation. So how do you cut a tree? Just like kind of pull it back and...
There's many ways to skin a cat.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really sure what he was talking about, and kind of honestly afraid to ask because this was a Christmas tree farm. Why are we killing cats?
But how do you do the tree?
How do you build a chainsaw?
I don't know. You buy all the replacement parts they sell at the hardware store and then take a piece of wood and bolt it together.
I'm not super confident about the ability to get through that trunk.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing great.
I think killing a cat would have been easier though, because we couldn't cut down the tree with this chainsaw. It's definitely not my fault. I built the chainsaw exactly as the life hack suggested. I was actually kind of embarrassed not having a functional chainsaw. I knew it was gonna be bad. Everybody here knows this chainsaw is gonna be horrible. Like, we built a horrible, horrible chainsaw. I mean, we assumed it was gonna be horrible. You never know. Sometimes the life hacks surprise you. But for having a horrible chainsaw, knowing it's a horrible chainsaw, it's still embarrassing showing up to a farm with this thing trying to cut a tree down. It's like, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna try to cut a tree down. Like, I can't shake the idea that the whole point of what we're doing is to cut a tree down. And so when I can't cut the tree down, I feel bad about it. Why? What's wrong with me? Everybody knows this thing sucks. Why am I trying so hard?
Yeah,
God, I hate that god.
Can you guys 3D print this?
Oh my God, this...
Did it actually? Woo! Okay, Will, I like it.
This is not...
Good job.
This life hack sucks.
So we did what we always do
Do you have anything more Charlie Brown-like?
and solved our problem backwards. You know where you start at the end and then work towards the problem from instead of the front towards the problem? Okay, what I'm trying to say is we made the problem easier.
Man, there's a lot of really, really pretty trees
This is
here.
beautiful. I think this one right here.
And it's a nice size, too.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
I think, I don't know. Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this what we want?
I think this would look really nice around in here.
We can do this one?
Is this one okay? Is this one gonna be like too much?
Yeah, just make sure to water it when you get home.
Okay.
All right. Okay, good. It's not even gonna work on this. I'm calling right now. It's gonna break again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Who gets the gloves? You want one glove and I get the other glove?
I got it.
Safety first, Michael.
Yep. Thank you.
Just if the chainsaw starts coming towards your feet, just move out
I'll
of the way.
just run really fast.
Yeah! It's completely dried out. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot.
We're gonna take that home and we're gonna plant that.
Yeah, how much is this, by the way?
No, how much do we owe you?
No, seriously.
Thanks for tuning in and being super awesome. I can't be seen on camera right now because I'm not wearing any pants, but remember to go check out our fundraiser. There's a link in the description, and the code is LandlordsSuck for 15% off.
Why are cars so expensive? They do the same thing they did 100 years ago, but the price keeps going up and up and up. I think it's because auto manufacturers keep adding new parts that we don't need just so they can charge us more money. An $18 a month subscription to use the heated seats that are already installed in your car, that is genius. You are engineering gods, BMW. How did you come up with such a good idea? And do we really need lane sensing technology? Sure, it might save a couple hundred lives per year, but I'd rather save a couple $100 buying a car. And don't even get me started on doors. The doors come off of this, right?
Yeah, all of them.
They just pop off though?
Yeah, the doors all come off.
But it is totally legal to drive without the doors off.
Yeah, of course.
How much less does the car cost if I buy it without any of the doors?
It comes with it, unfortunately.
Like you can't. Someone should build a better car. A car that is just the bare minimum. An inexpensive transportation device that doesn't do all the extra. So I did some research, and it turns out building a car is really hard. I think it might be a smarter idea to tackle this problem from the other direction.
But there's one problem. I don't have enough room in my garage for an experiment of this scale. So I rented a parking lot, hired an elite team of scientists, and bought 2 cars.
Have you ever done any drag races in this car?
Yeah. You put it in gear and floor it. No.
How many parts can we take off the car before it stops working?
You can remove a lot of parts.
With confidence, I had made the right decision, and thousands of dollars in the hole, it was time for my team of scientists to start building the car of the future.
Where's Michael? How did you get in there? Oh, have you been in there since last night? I'm so sorry, I forgot.
And by car of the future, I mean cars of the future. But no, seriously, I'm still traumatized from Mr. Beast's sport game, so I got 2 cars just in case something happens to one of them.
We didn't have to hit each other. We gotta strategize. I don't really know what kind of strategy yet.
What's our team name?
What's cool and like car related?
What's the heaviest thing in a car?
The engine.
The engine.
Oh, the gas?
Hot rods.
Oh, the sunroof. We definitely don't need the roof.
The ghost of Vin Diesel.
That's Paul Walker. Oh, right.
The ghost of Paul Rudd.
Vinny and the Diesels.
Yeah, I like that. It's kind of badass.
Are you guys strategizing?
No.
Coming up with a team name.
You guys ready? Oh my God. And you're like doing a boxing match? You can't even break a car window?
Well, let's do another take.
Wait, there's only a couple rules. Don't break the front windshield and leave at least one side mirror.
Google told me that's what's legally required to drive. But other than that, the scientist's goal is to remove as many parts as possible. We already know doors serve no purpose. It's not like you're gonna fall out if you're wearing a seatbelt. And does anyone actually know what a hood is for?
All right, get rid of that.
Does it protect the engine? Does it increase aerodynamics? Or is it just an excuse for them to charge more money?
Me and Alan go way back to the early Tungsten Cube video days. Yeah. We've hung out 3 times in real life ever. But through his YouTube channel, I know him very well. He doesn't know shit about me though. Oh yeah? You got it? Body muscle! Yeah! You know where they put their socket wrench? I'm gonna go by Sun Tzu Art of War. I'm gonna take the resources.
Oh yeah, it's halfway removed. Look at that.
There we go.
Dude, we hit money. We hit money. Look at this.
Oh!
A huge loss.
It slowly dawned upon me that I had not rented the parking lot long enough because I spent all the money on the cars and brand new power tools. And now we're running out of time. I'm not trying to say we used our time efficiently. I'm just trying to come up with a good transition to talk about the sponsor of today's video.
This video is sponsored by HelloFresh, a weekly meal delivery service that Caretaker and I have been subscribed to for 2 years now.
Today's meal we're going to cook is Firehouse cheeseburgers. All 10 ingredients for this meal are organized and pre-portioned.
If you don't like beef, replace it with ground turkey. And if you don't like turkey, get rid of it and replace it with cat meat. They even have cat meat. We were eating out way too much, and that's like, it's unhealthy, it's expensive. And I do like cooking, it's just very, I don't want to say intimidating, but it's a lot of work. HelloFresh is a huge convenience, and it has stopped us from eating out because once the food shows up to the house, we have to cook it.
The prep time for this meal is 10 minutes and cook time is 35 minutes, but most of that is the french fries just sitting in the oven. Every meal they offer is great. We've tried a ton of different recipes and learned about all sorts of different food that I never would have tried to cook on my own. Go to HelloFresh.com and use William Osmond 16 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise extras. Like one time they sent me a mini cheesecake. If you guys have more of those, I would like more.
My name's Chef. I have literally taken nothing off this car, and I can't even find the wrench to do it.
14? Where's the 14?
It's probably a 15, and someone probably has it. Damn it!
Sun Tzu Art of War?
Is it a 15? No, it's not. It's a 13?
Take the resources.
Where's the medium-sized wrench?
Alan stole it.
Alan stole it from our kit. Alan! You can't steal the wrenches from our kit.
To get revenge on Alan, I stole his wrench and peed in his Gatorade.
Okay, we're back in business.
No! Holy crap! There's 65 cents in here! And some Mancala beads!
What's our goal? What are we pulling off? Is everything?
Everything we can, right?
Doors.
Doors? Okay.
I've removed something.
I am really strong.
Alan's ripping off the red part. He wants to remove the metal because it's real heavy. And I think it's a good move. Right now he's using a sawing device.
Do we need this?
Definitely not.
We don't need this.
I need that.
Why is this still there?
Heave.
Oh, wait. Hey.
I got 10 skips. Wait, do we need the license plate?
Oh, we need the license plate.
We're going to be driving these cars on city streets, so it's extremely important we don't accidentally remove a critical part. We don't want to have a run-in with the police. Michael wouldn't last 30 seconds in juvie.
We don't want to be driving illegally.
We need that? Okay.
Just kind of wedge it in there.
Jake and Michael were struggling to remove the door.
Oh yeah, that's.
But I have a genius solution that I know is going to impress them.
I'm not sure that was the most efficient use of time. And, it went worse than I thought.
Yeah. Right now, the plan is to turn this into a pickup truck. We've already gotten rid of half of the roof, and I think if we just make a clear cut down the middle here, we'll be able to put lumber in the back seat of this. All right, we got ourselves a pickup truck.
Those aren't the brake wires.
Oh, you know, it might be. Be careful. Oh, no, we're good. I think those are the brake light lines right there. Oh, we can try it. Well, I may have cut through the brake light, so now I'm going to figure out how to turn them back on.
The red car is no longer street legal now that the brake lights are broken. However, the silver car is quickly transforming into the car of the future until Jake made a horrifying discovery. We had accidentally cut through the side airbags and are afraid they might explode.
There's an airbag right here, and we're all very scared of it. I don't think it'll go off, but I also am not 100% certain with that claim.
Side airbags are not mandated in the United States, which means these are just an extra cost being passed off on the consumer to inflate profits.
So I don't think it's gonna go off.
Yeah, well, there's no power to it.
Do my best with a hacksaw.
Luckily, we were able to safely remove it using a hammer.
Yes! Yes! Look, this is what happens when you take your time and go slow. God, I'm so glad I'm not you guys right now. Well, we could go pick up lunch.
You're gonna get us something too, right? They're gonna get us something, right?
Alan's already spent 45 minutes failing to fix the brake line, so this seems like a perfect opportunity to test our new whip.
This shot actually looks perfectly normal, but when I the whole car is gone.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
I love having a nice cold air and then cranking the heater, like windows down, roof off, front off. Woo!
Only a few minutes into the drive, we were already catching the attention of other drivers on the road.
I'm not trying to turn fast because Jake's gonna fall out the f***ing back.
Unfortunately, not every driver on the road was excited to see the future.
Oh, film.
I'm talking about the police.
We're f***ed, right? Is he following us?
How are we gonna get ourselves out of this mess? Look how mad that guy looks. Even our camera crew in the chase car was freaking out, not knowing what to do if we get pulled over, until we realized he was pulling someone else over.
What? Yeah! What?
The police did not care at all. Protect and serve, baby. You didn't care at all.
This means our prototype is officially street legal. Now all we have to do is convince someone in the auto industry to endorse our design. And lucky for us, not far from here lives an automotive legend. Someone who understands the importance of innovation. Someone who has amassed a fortune selling cars. Someone who agreed to give us 15 minutes of his time to try and make a deal.
Where do we pull in?
Pull up to this Tesla.
I still don't know how we managed to make this happen, but I haven't been this nervous to talk to somebody since my dad got out of prison.
How much can we sell this bad boy for? Is it worth anything?
No, it'll need a little work, but like what? You tell me. You need the roof, you need the door, you need the trunk, you need the hood, you need the fender.
So no deal? 300 bucks?
Even if you pay me $1,000 to take it.
Yeah, I guess we should leave now.
We have done it. We have achieved our goal. By reducing the number of parts on the car, we were able to significantly reduce its price.
Let's go buy food.
It's a nice day.
Want a hamburger?
I'd kill for a hamburger. Let's pull over. Let's go. Let's go in and out.
Let's get hamburgers for everybody.
Drive through? Oh yeah. Oh my god.
The only thing more American than buying an overpriced car is a good old-fashioned cheeseburger.
Hi.
Hello. Can we get, like just 10 cheeseburgers?
Like 10, maybe 12. Like a
12 cheeseburgers?
She was professional. She was professional. I would have lost my
like there's something wrong with your car.
Yeah.
Conveniently forgot my credit card. Sorry, Michael.
Okay. Oh.
What? What? What?
Yeah, please, yeah. Like a handful. Yeah, please. Don't let that fall out onto the freeway, Will. Wind in my hair, glass in my ass crack.
Hey, what happened? What happened? What are you doing?
Oh, y'all good?
What happened to your car?
We were trying to fix the brake lights, right? But we couldn't find all the wires, so we had to cut into the car to find the wires, and we accidentally hit the fuel line, and so we moved the fuel tank to the front, and so then we had to figure out where the brake line was, so we cut a little bit more, and then we accidentally cut the car in half.
We can't drive the car. It won't drive like that.
It's a front wheel drive.
Oh. Oh my god! It looks like a school bus came and just sheared it in half. Do the turn signals work? Test the turn signals. It works!
This is not a safe car.
I want to try your car.
It really tears ass.
I can feel the glass on my butt. Whoa! Oh my god! This is amazing! It just goes in circles.
I got it.
We won! Let her rest! Look at the gas! Oh, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off! Get out! It was, did you see the gasoline spraying up?
Wiper fluid.
Yeah, that was wiper fluid, Michael.
It smell like gasoline.
Look at the windshield's covered in gas. Hey, come on! You're gonna dent our car!
It's brand new. I just bought this car yesterday.
Hey!
Our judge, Dax Flame, is going to pick a winner. None of us know who it is yet.
The red car.
Oh! No!
This is bullshit.
Is that the whole video?
The whole video?
Bad news, everyone. My grandma died. But the good news is she left me this industrial embroidery machine that I now keep in my garage so I can make more clothes for Cat Warehouse. She's actually not dead. She's not gonna find that funny. We got all sorts of stuff. Where's the swim trunks? Where did we put the swim trunks? Swim trunks. Look at, he's drowning. How cute. This hat that we bought with someone else's art on it that then we embroidered our own art onto. The sequel to I'm in Debt. I Got Fired. And we've restocked items that we ran out of long ago, like everyone's favorite professional shirt, Crabs Smoking Crack. And there's one special item that I'm not allowed to show you because YouTube will ban me, probably. I don't actually know. It's a hat with a picture of my cat's on it. I'm gonna make another one right now. I think I'm only gonna make like a handful of these because it's really bad. No, it ripped again. String keeps breaking. God, why why is this so hard? I have no idea how to use this machine.
How you going? Now I'm pretty good at pool. But you know what I'm not very good at? Hitting a pool ball hard enough that it hits my mate in the head and makes his eyes turn into billiard balls like that scene from Tom and Jerry. So today, I'm going to create a device to make that happen. Alright, so I've got a couple of made up requirements for this device. First, I want it to be small enough to fit on the end of a real pool stick and not look that different or suspicious. I also want it to break the world record for fastest pool break, which is only around 30 miles per hour, which seems pretty slow. Then, to finish off, I want to play my mate in a game of pool and win. And I think I've got a pretty good idea of how I want to do all this, and that's with these blank rounds, which I've screwed around with before in my power hammer, which was able to fling nails all the way through my roof. And the great thing about these rounds is that they are very small while also being very safe. And if there are any kids under 8 watching this, you should definitely play with these. So I've drawn this sketch of how I imagine these rounds working. First I'll have my pool stick, which has a metal cap on the end with a metal sleeve. And inside that sleeve will sit a hollow rod, and inside that rod is a piston. And then when I hit the pool ball, that rod will move back inside the sleeve, hitting the metal cap, setting off the blank round, which will fire the piston out at high speed, hitting the pool ball. But I really have no idea if this will work, and a lot can go wrong here, like the whole thing exploding, or the piston shooting out like a bullet, or worst of all, I don't actually get enough force to set off the blank round. But the only way to find out is to start making. So I got this piece of mild steel round bar and put it in my lathe. Now the metal workers amongst you have already noticed a massive mistake I've made that will come to haunt me later. You want to tell me what it is so I don't have to do it? No. So the first thing I'm doing is making this piece, which is going to be the barrel, and it will be the same diameter as the wooden pool stick. And you know, there's actually a reason my lathe looks like this. It's my vague attempt to get it to work better by getting anything in my house that has weight and putting it on top or inside the lathe, which helps it stop chattering and shaking around. And since doing this, I have noticed a big difference in the way it cuts. So after turning the barrel down to size, I realized I made it a little bit too small. So I added some material into the lathe and made it bigger. Yep, it's the right size. Now I'm going to drill a hole through the middle, making the barrel. And I barely started drilling when I somehow managed to break the lathe. That's not meant to have a crack in it. So I took this long metal bar from my collection and cut it to the same size as the broken part. And then I'm going to attempt something I've never seen before and that might be illegal. I put a milling drill bit in the lathe chuck and put my piece in the tool holder and started cutting grooves out so it matches the broken part. Never mind, I broke the milling bit. So instead I just drilled a hole in the metal without cutting grooves and put it back in, and now the lathe works again. What was I doing again? So after adding the broken milling bit on top of the lathe for weight, I finished drilling the hole. Now it's time to cut the part off, and I find I get a better result if the part comes off and falls directly into this pile of sharp metal pubic hair, which is always really fun to dig parts out of. Alright, now comes the piston, which I'm going to make by turning down this piece until it fits into this hole. And I think I've left enough of a rim here to stop the piston from firing out the end. So I used a little bit of lubricant and put a thread on the end of it. I also made a little end cap that will attach to the piston using the same size thread. And because I don't want to damage it, I put it in the vise with my apron wrapped around it. Then screwed on this end piece, which will be making contact with the ball. And now the whole thing looks like this and moves around okay. So before I put the blank round in and give it a test go, there's something else I need to do. And you've already seen the thumbnail, and you know that I need to put some exhaust holes in the barrel, which will firstly make it look cooler and match the thumbnail, but will also release gas and hopefully stop the piston from slamming into the end of the barrel too hard. So I just did that on the drill press. And the great thing about doing this without the use of any physics programs or mathematical calculations is that I have no idea if these exhaust ports will be large enough or in the right place to stop the whole thing from blowing up. Which is why I'm going to test it in this vise first, while I stand behind this very thin plaster wall. But before I do that, I'm going to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, PayPal Honey. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America, but I like to think of it as being more like a lover that lives inside my computer and is always trying to find me great deals on the things I'm buying. Simply, Honey automatically searches for promo codes, so you don't have to. And when you buy something, if Honey works on that site, it swoops in to help you find a great deal. It doesn't matter what you are buying, as Honey works on many of the sites you are already using. For example, I was buying these pool balls for later in the video, and Honey came in and saved me $10. There really is no better feeling than saving money while shopping online. So go now and add it to your browser at joinhoney.com/IDidAthing. That's joinhoney.com/IDidAthing. Alright, back to setting off the blank rounds behind this thin wall.
Very loud bang. In 3, 2, 1. Nope. I hate it when that happens.
Which didn't work. So I tried a heavier piece of metal.
3, 2, 1.
Which didn't work either. So I tried again.
Okay, loud bang in 3, 2, 1. There we go. It's like it survived.
And that made the whole house vibrate and shot the piston out at a ridiculous speed. And it also didn't blow up, which is amazing, as I didn't expect these holes to be big enough to let the gas out. But after looking at the slow motion, which only captured a single frame of the round going off, you can see that heaps of gas came back out the top, ejecting the round, which sounds like a good thing, but when it's on the end of the pool stick, this means it will shoot off the end or just blow up. It also means I'm wasting heaps of gas, which could be pushing down the piston with more force. So I drilled some more exhaust holes in the barrel, and also put in this tiny spring to hopefully help the piston survive the extra force. And at first I thought that did better, as the round was still in the top, but then I realized I couldn't move the piston, so after using a hammer to get it out, I saw the problem.
Look at the spring. So why is it thinner? Oh, it's getting stretched. Whoa. It's hitting the inside with such force that it's stretching this bit. Look at that.
And lucky for me, I also have my super slow-mo camera, which records at 60 frames per second and gave me this single frame of information, telling me nothing. My camera is just not recording fast enough. You know, if I could have any YouTuber locked up in my attic right now, it would definitely be the slow-mo guys, just so I could understand what is actually happening here. Boys, if you're watching, I've even put a chair up there for you. And I really should have had some more foresight, and known that the mild steel would misshape and give out like this, which now means I need to make the whole thing again using a stronger steel, using this stuff here, called 2160 or 5160 or 1300, 700, 904, I don't remember. So I remade the whole device again, but this time without any jokes. And I also made the piston much thicker, which should now hopefully survive. But in case it doesn't, I'm going to skip doing another safety test in the vise and go straight to testing by hand to see what it does to a pull ball and pull stick. Now to do this, I bought a material called polycarbonate, which is similar to monogamy carbonate, but has many more layers. Then I just welded up a frame for it, and I'm fairly confident this stuff should protect me from the rounds and explosion, as it's what the Mythbusters used. And as far as I'm aware, they ain't dead. Okay, so I've decided I better add another piece of polycarb, and it's now 12 millimeters thick. Then I just cut this neat little hole in the polycarb for the pull stick to go through. And I know what you're thinking. What was the point of making this blast-proof screen if you're just going to put a hole in the middle of it? Well, hopefully the pull stick will cover up that hole, and I'll also position myself to the side, away from the hole and the blast. Okay, next I just cut off the end of a pull stick and drilled down the center, and then shoved in the metal pin with a sleeve around it to hold the piston. And it's done, which is annoying because I'm terrified and really don't want to use this. Okay, it's not setting off the round, and I think that's because the round is hitting against this flat piece of metal. So I'm going to grind it down on the belt sander until I have just a small pin, which should hopefully crush just the end of the round.
I hate this so much.
I'm okay. And that worked a little too well and turned the end of a stick into a grenade. That was insane. The pull stick is destroyed. And the outside sleeve is over here. And if we do some really bad speed calculations, the camera was recording at 60 frames per second, and in one frame the ball traveled roughly 50 centimeters, which means it's traveling at 30 meters a second, or 108 kilometers an hour, which is 70 miles per hour, which is 40 miles faster than the fastest pull brake ever. And that's already one of my arbitrary goals ticked off. So let's move on to the pull game. But first I need to fix this sleeve, and this time I'm going to make it out of thicker metal and also put some exhaust holes so that if the gas comes out of the back, it doesn't explode the stick. And this looks pretty cool, way better than the first version, which means it's time for me to find a pool table.
Nice. Hi Alexa! You want to play pool?
So Alexa and I are going to play a game of pool, except he has a normal pool stick and I have mine, and we'll see who wins.
You may glory hole pool, is what we're doing. Yeah, exactly. It's a pity you're not long enough to reach that, though. You versus me. And I'll break first. Yep. Happy?
No, but...
Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
2, 1.
Oh! Ah! What the?
2, 1.
Oh! A horrible shot.
What happened? I just...
What happened? It just missed.
Oh no!
So I get the break.
Yeah, so I guess you get to break. Okay, that was my first shot. Okay, so this is because I missed, so it's your shot. Is that bullet on the table?
There's bits of everything. There's so many. Look, this thing's sharp. What is that?
Okay, your shot. That was a bad break.
I mean, it's better than your shot.
It was better than my
We
shot.
all saw what happened. And Alexa isn't much better at pool, and he lined me up perfectly for a nice soft shot on the purple ball here. So what are you doing? Is it this not with us? Oh, you just take the thing with you.
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
Hey!
Yes!
Oh, whoa! Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I break?
The white ball was in half. I can't. I guess we continue. I can't beat you like this though.
Yeah.
Where's the other half?
How is that possible?
And at first I had no idea what happened, but after watching the slow motion you can see that the pool stick chops the white ball in half, sending one of the halves into the striped ball, pushing it in. Now I wanted to get a lot of power with this build, but I never expected it to be powerful enough to split the white ball clean in half. But I guess it's good, as I got one in, even though I wasn't aiming for that ball, and that means I'm ahead by one ball.
What? Which ball did I get in? I got in stripes. So that means you got to get.
I get the fulls.
You're on fulls.
How am I meant to get anything with this?
Well, you got to
How
try.
am I meant to hit this?
Try to hit that.
Okay, but I got to do it back from there.
Yeah.
It's alright. It's not a big deal. Just
Somewhere on the
play by
line.
rules. Just anywhere on the line.
Anywhere on the line is the
And
rule.
I'm going for fulls.
Yeah. Let me just. Which one you aiming for?
I'm trying to get that blue in at the end.
Hey!
Yeah,
You're better with half a ball than a real ball.
And after that miracle shot from Alexa, we were now tied.
Swap hands. Hey! Was that your ball?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
No.
Okay, so it's my go, but I'm gonna replace it. This ball with
the other one.
with a real ball, and I'm gonna aim for this guy. That's great.
Okay, we'll replace
There
it.
you go. Hacha!
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! Ah! Well, you got a yellow. You got a full in.
I got a hit.
You got a yellow in over here. Completely different ball.
That's fine.
But the white ball flew over there.
The white ball flew outside.
Okay, I sunk one of his balls, and I'm realizing I really don't have much control with this thing. It kind of just knocks all the balls in.
Okay, what are you lining up for?
That red one right there.
Okay, whenever you're ready. You suck. Now, this is good for me though, because I can get it into here, get another break.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, white ball's sitting over there. One of them went in.
One went in?
Yeah, it went in over here.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
It keeps working.
And I sunk another one of his balls. So Alexa's ahead by 2 balls, which means I need to sink 3 in one go to get ahead.
You have the easiest shot here, sir. You're very bad at this game.
Still winning.
You are still winning. You are still winning.
No, you're only as bad as the person you're playing against.
I'm kind of scared to do more shots with this because I feel like the more we do, the more likely this explodes or the police come. Yeah, I'll do one more shot. One more shot?
Yeah.
Yep, alright. Okay, you've positioned me perfectly for white into these two. Don't even have to move the screen. 3. I hate this still. 2, 1. Oh my god.
Something hit over there.
How did it not hit that cup?
It missed everything.
That is hilarious. Yeah, so the reason that one was so hard is that the pistons finally broke.
Oh my god.
What?
Why didn't you... I said, oh my god.
And I think that means that's the end of the game, as the piston expanded again and is now stuck, and I don't want to remake the whole thing. And also, I'm scared the police are going to come. So New South Wales Police, if you are watching this video, those loud bangs you heard, they were my car backfiring. Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos.
Taking some pictures? Yeah, of birds. There's some owls that hang around this parking lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never seen them. I see sometimes too. I see bats.
Bats, really? Oh, that's crazy. At this time?
They like sometimes they like fly from a palm tree to another palm tree.
Thanks for the heads up on the bats.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyways, Michael Reeves has really dense bones and he slams around on the second story of our house at night and it keeps me up. So I'm going to build something. Okay, I'm gonna electrify the carpet. Also, recently I've been checking to see if how often the ice cream machines at different McDonald's are broken. It's kind of an excuse just to eat more ice cream, but. Is Michael Reeves a good roommate? Yeah, he's not bad. He pays his rent on time. Here's the problem. I need sleep, and I'm not getting it. This is my room. This is the living room. My room, living room, my room, living room, living room. My room, and this is the ceiling between us. That looks really bad. I'm not really sure how I thought I was gonna show a ceiling. Ceiling fan? You can't really tell there's a problem, but it's more of a sound thing. When Michael is bounding across the room like a troglodyte, the ceiling makes this terrible creaking noise. It's much louder on the bottom floor than it is up top. I don't know how it's so loud. It's really loud. Caretaker, what are you doing? You think, being a responsible adult, I would have talked to Michael and used my words to express my frustration. I tried that. That's the first thing I tried. Hey Michael, I was wondering if you could kind of late at night not walk around. So, hey Michael. Hey Michael. Contact microphone! Oh. Mr. Bones, could you do me a solid and help put this contact microphone on the ceiling? Where did I put my camera?
Oh, you shouldn't be down here. All right, come on out. Let me show you. Ready for some nerd stuff?
I've been working hard for a couple hours. You've got an Arduino, another Arduino, 2 relay boards, an op amp, a Furby that I'm gonna drop kick across the room, an expensive oscilloscope. Oh my God, this camera won't focus. Wireless transmitter, a wireless receiver. They're 2 feet apart, 1 foot apart. I don't know. I had some problems. Why? Oh God, why won't this camera focus? Let me try to explain this to you in less than 10 seconds. There's a contact microphone which sends the signal of the sounds from the floor to an operational amplifier which sends that wirelessly 2 feet to another Arduino which counts the number of times the floor was smacked, and if it's over a certain number of times, it triggers a relay which lights up an LED strip and then another relay which lights up the floor with a taser which we have not bought yet. Was that 10 seconds? Basically what happens is when you smack the floor, it detects it. All we need is an electric fence. And actually it took me like 5 different stores to find one. I need an electric fence for a big kind of hairless dog.
Electric fence.
Yeah, like not the wireless ones, like something that actually is the wire. You guys don't do that?
Won't happen.
Do you know?
Inhumane for
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm looking for an electric fence for a big kind of hairless dog.
For a big dog?
Yeah. Like an above ground fence. And when I found one, I bought the biggest one. Do you have any idea how bad this would hurt a human?
Hurt a what?
A human, like if a human accidentally touched it.
They'd be stupid to not pay attention and touch it, but I mean, I don't know if it's just gonna.
Okay, it'd just be a little painful.
Oh, ow.
It can tase wolves, it can tase cows, it can tase a horse, it can tase deer. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Big, hairless dogs. All right, I don't really know how to use this thing. 12-volt battery. Oh, we're just gonna hook it up. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, it sends out a pulse. Oh, I really don't want to touch this. You can hear it popping. Oh, should I touch it? I don't want to touch it. I'm gonna just put my arm on the red one and not really complete the circuit or anything. Oh, okay. You have to be touching both. I don't know why I'm so scared of this. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Okay, how bad could it be? Why is this so hard? Oh! That was really bad. Holy crap. Hello, I need to return this.
Sure.
I gotta exchange it for something for a smaller dog. The big one's more powerful than I realized it was.
You don't want to like find your little guy?
Yeah, no, he was not happy.
Okay, do you want to go grab it and then
Yeah,
come
can I
back?
do that right now?
Yeah, no problem.
Let's go with that one. Is the ice cream machine broken or?
No, overnight didn't clean it, so we have to clean it right now.
Okay, you hear that? She said overnight didn't clean it, so they have to clean it right now. I think we're on to something. Is it a conspiracy or is it just lazy employees? I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out one day. I forgot to mention that the contact mic, it's not in the ceiling anymore because I was having trouble with the wireless transmitter and receiver. So I moved everything upstairs, which is totally fine because the vibrations just travel through everything. I present to you Taser Carpet. I could not come up with a better name. I used 2 pieces of wood to strand the electric tape. And if you look closely at this stuff, you can see fine metallic strands in there. So this is conducting electricity. And then every other strand is a positive ground, positive ground, positive ground. So if you step anywhere on this, you will most likely be touching at least one positive and 1 ground. All right, let's plug it in. I can't build up the courage to walk around. This is really sad. Why feet? Why did I pick feet?
It says it's for rabbits. It should be fine, right?
You're Michael Reeves. You're walking around really late at night, 3 in the morning. You're stomping in the living room. I don't feel bad for you. Over and over. I think I would immediately get off the carpet. Take a bunch of little needles.
Spam musubi's are a Hawaiian delicacy. A spam musubi consists of a slice of the finest canned lunch meat on rice wrapped with seaweed. It is an incredibly popular snack in Hawaii. The dish was created by Barbara Mura, who died in 2016. I'm just reading the Wikipedia article. Michael is from Hawaii, therefore he loves spam musubi's.
Go in the living room, there's a couple of spam musubi's. I left them there for you. No, there's 2 spam musubi's.
I've left my room today.
There's
an electric carpet.
There are 2 spam musubi's, Mitsubishis, hanging out.
Like spam musubi's.
Just sort of like fixate on the spam musubi's and don't look too far down. It's either they're right over there by the electronics. You see them? Yeah, okay, you have socks on, good. But it's
walking right now. What the is that?
It's very sensitive.
Me too.
You can't walk in between it. That's cheating. Just run across it.
Oh, these look a lot shittier up close. Never mind.
No, wait, no, they're. What do you mean? It's just from the pan. It's literally going off right now. Just let it calm down. I'm just jumping into an electric fence at this point. It's just straight up on.
Why is it doing that?
Yeah, I don't know. Ah! It doesn't hurt. It's just very startling.
You are so sweaty right now.
This is pretty pointless. I feel like the problem statement was much more grand than the actual application.
Yeah, the application did not look.
Well, the whole point was supposed to be a surprise, and then I did a bad job surprising you. Ah! I guess the carpet didn't do exactly what I intended it on doing, to tase someone in the middle of the night, Michael specifically. Oh, and if you want to win the Arduino that I totally fried by powering the 5-volt rail with 12 volts, leave a comment and I'll send you this. It's literally trash. If you want trash, leave a comment.
How you going? So, a couple of videos ago, I made this video, in which I tested whether frogs would get little froggy stiffies while listening to a speaker playing raunchy frog noises and jazz. And if you haven't watched that, I am now setting it as compulsory viewing material after this video, and expect a 300-word critique by next Thursday. And no, you can't have an extension because your nan died, as all of Italy is now using that same excuse. So, after making that video, it soon became very clear that I made a terrible mistake and should not have made it. Because as many of you pointed out, if I was going to test the response of any animal to jazz, it should have been bees. Why? Because of this one line from a movie.
You like jazz?
And if you haven't seen it, it's about class struggle and a bee that breaks his oath of silence by flirting with a human in the hope that he would become the first insect to smash. That's all he says. There's no other reference to jazz in the movie besides this one line.
You like jazz?
And we don't even know why he's asking. But regardless, I got over 100 comments telling me I should have tested bees. And you all thought I wouldn't do it. But I just happen to be very passionate about breaking down invertebrate and vertebrate boundaries. And I'm also hungry for that honey. So let's do it. Do bees actually like jazz? To test this, I should only need 2 things, bees and some jazz. And I did build a bee hotel earlier with the hope that I would help the native bee population thrive, and also would have some captives that I could do strange experiments on. But at the moment, it only has 5 larvae residents, and I don't think blasting jazz and screaming into their rooms while they're sleeping would achieve very much.
Hello? Is there anyone in there? Hello? Hello?
So instead, I'm going to contact a man who has somehow successfully convinced hundreds of thousands of bees with a bad smoking habit to live in his yard. Stuart.
Like tobacco?
Yeah.
Do the bees like tobacco?
No, I don't think so, but...
Now, Stuart didn't want me to use his real name, so let's just call him Stuart. Stuart reckons he has over 400,000 bees that live in around 6 hives. And after doing a quick count myself, I agree with his estimate. And one of these hives recently split, so before I start my own experiment, Stuart kindly offered to show me why useful people have bees and to open up his new hive, revealing the queen bee.
It's very badly damaged, but you can see already they've started to clean up the hexagons.
Yeah, wow.
And she's in this plastic clip. And I'll just adjust my hand setting.
They're amazingly calm for having their house kind of destroyed by a giant.
Yeah, if I came in and broke in your house, you wouldn't be so happy, would you?
No, I would not. But maybe if you smoked me, I'd be alright. Maybe that's the secret.
These guys here, I don't know if you can see this guy, he's stuck his bum in the air and he opens a little gland on the back, on the tip of his tail, and it's sort of saying, come here. It's telling all the other bees in this other box
Oh, really?
to come over here.
Is that when there's danger, when they're threatened,
No,
or
it's just like saying, hey mate, come here.
just calling out? Which one's the queen?
You'll see here on this side, she's a lot bigger.
Oh, yeah, with the big
abdomen. Let her come around.
So what does she do? She lays...
She just lays eggs, thousands of eggs a day, over her body weight in eggs a day.
in that box and then the other bees carry it away? Or?
No, the bees have to clean up those hexagon cells.
Okay.
And she lays in there.
Yep.
I'll try and point to her. Here she comes.
Okay. And what, she's just going to go straight back down? Oh, yeah.
There she's gone. Yeah, simple as that.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty quick, isn't it?
Well, I always assumed when I've seen it on TV and people doing a similar thing to this that you're being stung multiple times and you just kind of accept it.
No.
No, okay.
Generally, if you treat them properly, they treat you properly.
Yeah. Well,
I just got stung first time because I squashed it.
Does that mean you're going to get stung more now?
No, I hope not.
Now, Stuart is full of all kinds of interesting bee facts. For example, that beekeepers apparently have a much lower cancer and HIV rate compared to the general population, and studies suggest this might be linked to being regularly stung by bees, or the fact that no doctors actually want to go near the beekeepers to test them. And I don't think I currently have either of these illnesses, but it's good to know if I do develop them, I can get cured while also picking up a fun new hobby.
So you've got capped honey.
Oh, yeah.
So they're babies that are ready to hatch. And then if we come further out, you'll see, I don't know if you can see down in there, so we can get a little bee, you'll see a larvae in the cell, a white pupae. On the edge of that brown.
Oh, yeah, I see them. Do they, because when they sting you, they
die.
Do they always die? Is there any way to take them out of your foot without killing them?
There's a guy in America who reckons if you let them wriggle around enough, they can get themselves out.
Okay.
But I tried it a few times and man, it hurts a lot.
Just leaving the bee in you, yeah, I can know.
And I haven't found it successful, so I've left them.
Okay. They have to be so committed to actually want to sting someone then. Do they know they're going to die?
No, because they can sting a lot of other things without...
Oh, without dying?
Without dying.
It's
so
just us, okay.
Yeah, it's just human skin. For some reason the barb gets caught in it.
Poor guys.
So yeah, they can sting a dog or something and survive, I've been told.
Oh, first sting.
Oh, you tried on him, you alright? Pull the stinger out quickly. Yeah, I think you want some tongs or something.
Yeah, I shouldn't be doing this.
And after being stung by enough bees to bring both Freddie Mercury and Patrick Swayze back to life, it was time to move on with my experiment. And Stuart said something interesting about my test, and that was if this actually works and bees like jazz, it could be very useful, providing beekeepers with another option besides smoke for calming angry bees. So maybe this isn't pointless after all, and I could actually be the Buzz Aldrin of the bee world, responsible for giant leaps forward in the bee industry. Now, unlike me, my brother does actually play saxophone and jazz. And I originally wanted to place him next to the hive, playing some sweet jazz tunes, and then some classical music for comparison. However, sometime in the past 24 hours, he decided that he was lame and anaphylactic, so I'm not going to be able to use him without getting in trouble. So I'm going to have to use a speaker instead. Now, when the bees leave their hive, it's usually for a couple of reasons.
either getting water or food, or to die stinging me. So I'll set up 2 water containers in the yard, one with a speaker next to it playing music, and then one on the other side of the yard equally far away playing no music. Then I just put on some smooth jazz, kick back my feet, relax, and see if we can notice a difference between the two. I'll get out in my ear. Now, when flying in normal speed, bees look pretty smooth, like they have their lives together. But slow down that footage and you suddenly realize that none of them know what they're doing. And watching bees being idiots in slow motion is probably my new favorite thing to do. Alright, the experiment seems to have a pretty clear difference. This is the one that was playing jazz, and all the way over here is the one that was not playing anything. With the music, no music. With the music, without the music. And the bees really prefer the feeding station without the music. Look at them, they're so happy with their little bums in the air. And at first I didn't really understand why this would happen. But when I got home and I did a bit more research, I discovered something shocking. Bees do not have ears, which confused me even more and makes my whole experiment a waste of time. And I should have realized this earlier, as if I'd paid attention during the bee movie, I would have noticed that none of the characters have ears. But then again, the bees were speaking English and engaging in legal arguments, so I wasn't really sure what to believe. So now you might be wondering why there would be a difference between the 2 feeding stations if they can't hear. Well, turns out what they lack in ears, they make up for their sensitivity to good vibes. Bees don't have ears but are able to communicate with each other by picking up vibrations in their hairy legs, which might actually be why they enjoyed my company so much. But if these vibes are of the negative kind and too strong, like from a speaker, then the bees seem to avoid it, meaning they probably don't like jazz. And if we go back to the movie and this line, "You like jazz?" you'll notice he didn't actually say whether he likes jazz or not. Maybe he was actually going to ask this question because he hates jazz, and then he can work out who likes it and avoid all the saxophone enthusiasts. Now, of course, none of this is scientific, and is a very limited observational test. I wouldn't listen to anything I say, as you need to remember, I'm just a random guy on the internet that wants to get a certain result so then I can clickbait you into watching my video.
And I reckon in order to actually get an accurate conclusion, you would have to do years of testing with thousands of bees and hundreds of anaphylactic musicians, which would get pretty expensive. But now that I have enough of a conclusion to make a video, I wanted to thank Stuart for letting me bumble around with his bees. And you know, if any of you are in Sydney and want some sweet, sweet honey, get it from Stuart, who unlike other honey manufacturers, has told me he never, ever sticks his fingers in the jars. Check him out in the description down below. So now go watch my original jazz test video and have your 300-word critique on my desk by next Thursday. Best write-up gets this now half-eaten jar of honey. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe and check out some of my other stuff.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm still one of my writers, in this case Kevin. Thanks, Kevin has written me a script. Nostradamus, did he actually predict anything? I mean, I feel like anyone who watches this show or listens to this show regularly will know that you probably think my media odds will be like, no, absolutely not. What nonsense. And it's like, yeah, of course not. Of course it's nonsense. But also I feel like Nostradamus probably predicted a lot. And it's like, you know, the more you predict, the more likely you are for something to be right. Like if I just sat down and came up with like 1,000 predictions for the future today, some of them are going to come true. And then in 10 years, people can't look back and just cherry pick the ones that I got right, which I feel is exactly what happens with Nostradamus. But look, obviously precognition and telling the future is obviously nonsense. So thanks for watching.
Well, that was quick.
No, let's go. Thanks, Kevin. I've heard a lot about many predictions of Nostradamus throughout my life. He wrote thousands of prophecies which people continue to pore over. And one of my grandfathers was even a big believer of Nostradamus. Because of all this, I, like most people, believe that Nostradamus spent his entire life working as a charlatan. Respect, Grandad. But he was never portrayed as some sort of starving artist like many others often are, so I always assumed that he was born independently wealthy and just frittered his life away as a seer. It turns out that I could not have been more wrong, and I was shocked to discover that while researching Nostradamus, that he had a regular 9-to-5 job which he was quite good at, and it wasn't until his retirement that he began spouting nonsense. Oh, I just assumed that he was spouting the nonsense. Like I did think that he was like independently wealthy. I just assumed that he'd be like, yeah, it's my latest Nostro book. And it's like, what's this? Predictions for like 2160? Yeah, the world's going to end. Buy it. It's like 7 shillings or whatever. Based on the posts your crazy relatives are always making on Facebook, this actually seems like a pretty normal life trajectory. I suppose I also shouldn't call Nostradamus' prophecies nonsense yet, since we haven't examined whether or not he successfully predicted anything, though if you're holding out hope that a closer look at his work will reveal that Nostradamus really was a genuine psychic, then I welcome you to your first video on this channel. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Everyone knows, it's like, this channel's called Decoding the Unknown. It's like, Nostradamus' predictions, and then immediately there's a sarcastic British man telling you that it's all rubbish. I like that people watch this channel because I love like all over this stuff, but it does surprise me because it does seem like the channel doesn't deliver what you might expect. It should just be called like Skeptical Head. Regardless, Nostradamus is still a surprisingly interesting historical figure. People who claim to possess otherworldly powers are a dime a dozen, and it's extremely rare for any of them to become famous during their lifetimes. It's even more rare for someone to become famous for their success in these endeavors, rather than just as a well-publicized liar. If you think about any famous modern-day medium or psychic, they are almost always reviled and regarded as con men who prey on the desperate and stupid. I won't name any names, since they've managed to avoid conviction despite perpetrating obvious frauds, but you know exactly the type of person I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the famous dude who bends spoons might be one of these, just that's my opinion, and I'm not referring to any particular famous spoon-bending litigious dude right now, no one in particular at all.
Definitely not.
Conversely, by the time Nostradamus had died, he was personally employed by the Queen of France. Even if people were more superstitious back in the 1500s, that's still a remarkable level of success. There has to be some sort of justification for Nostradamus' prestige and notoriety as a seer, so let's examine the life of Michel de Notre Dame, one of the world's most famous plague doctors. Oh, okay, so that was his day job. I was like, as soon as Kevin said like he was employed by the Queen of France, I'm like, yeah, not as like Nostradamus, the dude who predicts the future. It's going to be like Nostradamus, whatever his 9-to-5 day job was that he was apparently good at. And being like the Queen's doctor or whatever. that means you're a good doctor, right? Today's video is brought to you by the legends over at Ridge, who are making a fantastic gift this year. This could be a great gift for someone that you really like, really beautiful gifts, or maybe just for yourself. Maybe you're like, I deserve it. I've worked hard this year. I deserve a Ridge wallet. I want to get rid of my old bulky, stupid wallet and get myself a beautiful Ridge. If you don't know what Ridge are, they've been redefining everyday essentials with style and practicality, and this time they're turning up the heat with their new collection. Now, I've had this one for ages. This is my burnt titanium one, which holds up to 12 cards, although I just have 3 in there, plus a little money clip on the back. I just love how this one looks. I just think it's really cool. But if you're a bit more bold, if you're a bit like, I like a bit of color in my life, fact boy, well, check this out. This is the new Hyper Lime and Ceramic Powder Collection from Ridge. They're a burst of color inspired by high-performance gear, perfect for those who crave both style and utility. And that's not all. The Ceramic Powder Collection offers pastel shades with a smooth, soft finish. It's really nice. It's really beautiful looking, and it's scratch resistant. Feels really good in the hands. They got 30 plus colors and styles, including classic leather, which I have right here. I might switch to this one. This is particularly beautiful. It's like just this wonderful leather material. It even smells good. Plus, they offer AirTag attachments on all relevant products, so you'll never lose your gear again. Ridge Wallet expands to hold 12 cards, as I said. So say goodbye to your bulkier wallet, plus RFID blocking, so no digital pickpockets getting at your stuff. Then there's a Ridge key case, which this is mine here, the carbon fiber one. They've also got it in lime to match with this wallet. Maybe I'll switch these out. It's very easy to do that, by the way. You just pop the keys in and you're good to go. Easy. Plus, if you buy these together, you'll get 30% off, which is fantastic. They also offer a 99-day risk-free trial, so you can give the perfect present worry-free. And here's a great deal. Go to ridge.com/unknown and get up to 30% off through December the 20th. And by using my link, ridge.com/unknown, you can enter your email for a free chance to win a Ridge bundle worth $4,000. No purchase needed. Thanks to Ridge for sponsoring, and now back to it. Early life. There are a lot of apocryphal tales about Nostradamus' life which make it difficult to sort the facts from the fiction, but I'll try my best to stick with the things that are verifiable rather than just rumors and legends. It all began in the 1400s with Nostradamus' grandfather, Guy Gassonet. These guys are all French, I assume. Not like this guy, but I mean like these dudes. They're all French. And I'm just guessing at their pronunciations, which I always do. Like, it's spelled Gassonet. And I'm always just like, I don't know, throw like a bit of a French accent on there. Imagine that you're saying like, saucisson. And just throw that on a name and take off the last consonant. Guy Gassonet. Sounds vaguely racist, doesn't it? It's okay with the French, right? Because they rib the British, we rib the French. It's all in good fun. Like, I'm sure there's French people listening to this, but like, oh, Simon, your roast beef. Guy was from a Jewish family and is reported as having been from a long line of rabbinical scholars. Various accounts report him as either being a grain dealer, a moneylender, or a physician and a Kabbalist, a type of Jewish mystic. It's often said that Nostradamus was educated by both of his grandfathers, but this is almost certainly false. Guy appears to have been born in 1430, which would have made him 73 by the time Nostradamus was even born. Sometimes I'm like, I have such an incredibly small brain. I don't know how this thought entered my brain, but I'm like, wait, grandfather? Wouldn't he have 4 grandfathers? And then I'm thinking, how many grandfathers do you have, Simon? Hold on, I've got a package. Oh God, I'll be right back. Special delivery! Sorry, I'm back every day. It's the FedEx man. I was quite excited about this one. I'm not sure who this video is sponsored by, but I just got a new pair of Vessies in the mail, which are a regular sponsor. Pretty excited about that. As soon as this is done, I'm going to go try those on. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, my granddads. I'm not sure why I thought for a moment that I had 4 granddads. I'm in a step family, so it's a little bit more confusing. It's because I had like 3 granddads, although 2 of them were dead before I was even born, which perhaps even adds to the confusion. But look, why are we talking about this? No reason. Let's carry on. Guy appears to have been born in 1430, which would have made him 73 by the time Nostradamus was even born. Okay, so he'd be like 93 when he was being educated or whatever. Although it was the past, so people would get educated younger. But then people also lived for a much shorter time, right? 1430s. He was 73, but still alive. The past. But what he definitely did get from his grandfather was his famous name. Obviously not Gassonet, but de Notre Dame. You see, Guy had been born into a Jewish family, and the plague wasn't the only dangerous threat for Europe during this time. There was also this nasty thing you might have heard of called the Inquisition. So in 1455, Guy decided to convert to Catholicism to avoid persecution. Whether he actually converted or just got baptized for show is a matter of debate, but his new Christian life meant that he needed a new Christian name. I mean, if someone was like, yeah, we're persecuting your religion, fact boy, I don't have any religion, but they'd be like, so you need to be like Pastafarian or whatever. It's like, yes, all hail the Pasta Monster, that's me, love him. Carry on. Where do I have to go? It's definitely not for show. Love that. Yeah, love that. And there was no possible name that he could have chosen better that says, I'm a Catholic living in France, better than Pierre de Notre Dame. Pierre had a son named Jaume. Sorry, French people. Jaume, maybe, who grew up to be a notary and had a son named Michel with his wife, Renier de Saint-Remy. The couple also had at least 8 other children, but they're not important. Yeah, those 7 children. That's the historical footnote that you have. Nostradamus' brother. We don't know your name. We don't care. You're like, there's 7 children. Not important. That's it. That's the historical reference for your entire life. 7 people. And honestly, listener, that's probably going to be your place in history. Probably even less because you don't have a super famous brother. Or maybe you do. God, it's depressing, isn't it? We're all going to be forgotten. I mean, it's not really depressing. It's kind of nice in a way. It's kind of freeing, no matter what you do. That's depressing. Oh, God. It's like, yeah, eventually Hitler will be forgotten. You'll be like, oh, and he was a right knob. Michel was born December of 1503, though the exact day is not known. It was clear early on that Michel was a bright child and he studied maths, astronomy, and astrology. Oh, by the way, there was like, yeah, what are you studying today? Well, we're doing mathematics. We're going to be looking at the planets, and then we're going to learn about Taurus. Okay. In addition to learning to read Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Again, it is said that both of his grandfathers tutored him, but this does seem unlikely. His paternal grandfather was 73 when he was born, and his maternal grandfather disappeared from the historical record when he was only 1 year old. That doesn't mean it's impossible, just that it's really unlikely. The only reason the question of who was educating Michel matters is because it is believed he was taught about Kabbalah and mysticism from his grandparents. If it was just about who taught him maths and science, no one would really care. When Michel was 14 years old, he began attending the University of Avignon to earn his bachelor's degree. Unfortunately, he was kicked out after less than a year. It was nothing personal. There had just been an outbreak of the plague, so the school kicked everyone out and shuttered their doors for a while. There's no indication what he did for the next 4 years, but when Michel was 18, he began traveling the countryside to research herbal remedies. This continued for 8 years, with Michel researching and working as an apothecary. Just so there's no confusion, an apothecary is just the old-timey word for a pharmacist or a chemist, and lots of actual medicine does include plants. Yeah, like my family. That was like the family business for a long time. Apothecaryism, or whatever it's called. I don't know much about it, because my family don't really talk much about that stuff, but I do know that they were apothecaries, and they had like apothecary shops, and would like deal people herbs and
Alleged drug dealers with rights.
By any estimation, Michel was still largely dealing with science at this point, though astrology was also a part of medical science back then because it was believed that the celestial bodies had an influence on the body's humors. They don't, and the body's humors weren't even real. And that is why I'm glad I was not born before germ theory or antibiotics. Yeah, can you imagine? Born between germ theory and antibiotics? It's like, yeah, we know there are these tiny things killing you, but we can't do about it. Oh, rubbish. Before it was just like, oh, what's killing you? Spirits. Can you do anything else? We can pray. Brilliant. Carry on with the prayers. And then germ theory comes around. You're like, oh no, the spirits weren't doing anything. Anyway, in 1529, at the age of 26, Michel enrolled at the University of Montpellier to earn his doctorate in medicine. Unfortunately, he was again kicked out of school, and this time it was personal. The school had a strict policy against doctoral students having performed a manual trade. That's very snobby, isn't it? Which would have disqualified Michel because of his work as an apothecary. He was also allegedly talking about the doctors there, which wasn't going over so well. That's fascinating. The past is fascinating. That's also like my family, that they went from apothecaries to doctors, like when doctoring became a thing. And I didn't. I think my grandma, she's dead now, was a little bit disappointed. I wasn't a good enough student to go to medical school anyway, so it was ever an option, Nan. But I think she was probably a little bit disappointed that I didn't become a doctor. I'm not sure, but probably. Of course. But my dad was also like, don't do it. And I'm like, why not? And he's like, it's really hard work. I'm like, okay. Well noted, won't do that. Of course, this is also debated a bit as well, with many sources claiming that Michel did in fact graduate from Montpellier, but allegedly the original expulsion document still exists in the school's faculty library. I can't find an image of it, and I don't think Simon is going to pay me to fly to France to go look over it myself. You're goddamn right, Kevin. But it would be a very bold claim to make if it were not the case, so I'm inclined to believe it. And if anyone watching or listening to this happens to live in France and wants to go to the Montpellier faculty library, please feel free to check out Register S2 Folio 87 and let me know in the comments if the expulsion slip is really there. If someone actually does this, you f***ing legend. The good There's a lot of people who listen to this show. It's entirely possible that someone is listening in Montpellier, in which case, bonjour, Pierre. The good doctor After leaving school, Michel went back to traveling as an apothecary and a plague doctor. He quickly gained a reputation due to the success of the rather unusual methods he employed to combat outbreaks of the plague. For example, he advised citizens to remove the dead, diseased corpses from the streets, to practice basic hygiene on a regular basis, to only drink water that was known to be clean, and to get some fresh air once in a while. Pfft, Nostradamus, what are you talking about? Pierre de Nostradamus, whatever the name was. Michel de Nostradamus. It's like, obviously, none of that's all bullshit. You just gotta pray harder, Michel. Come on. He also explicitly forbid the practice of bloodletting on his back. What nonsense! That's how you let the spirits out! Even though this was the standard method for treating the plague, it was the standard method for treating pretty much anything, and Michel's strong stance against it made him a bit of a renegade. Even though all of this stuff is obvious to us now, and it's shocking that they wouldn't have figured it out by the 1500s, all of these practices really were seen as strange back then. It's like, what are you doing drinking that clean water, you idiot? Just pray harder and bleed everywhere. What the fuck? They understood ideas like social distancing and quarantining to combat an outbreak, but that wouldn't be enough by itself, as everybody had horrible hygiene and left dead bodies around all willy-nilly. Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't live in the past. Just in general, like, everything was worse. And it's like, for me, I'm like a white British dude. The past was not, I mean, it was, and for me, it would have been like not the worst ever, but it would still be shit. And can you imagine being a woman? Like, oh my god, the past. Even the recent past. It's like, holy shit. Like, when did women get the right to vote? It's like sometime in the 20th century. And I know it sounds like, it's like, yeah, Simon, of course, the past was different. But it's not that long. The older I get, the more I realize that it wasn't that long ago. Because when you're like 12 or whatever, you're like, 100 years sounds like forever. And now I'm like in my 30s, I'm like, 100 years is only 3 times the amount of time I've lived ago. And you're like, it doesn't seem that long. At this point, it's also important to note how difficult it was to gain a positive reputation as a plague doctor. Michel was expelled from Montpellier without earning his medical degree, but plague doctors were volunteers who didn't actually need to be licensed physicians. In fact, most of them probably weren't, and those that were actual doctors were either terrible at their job or young doctors that were just starting out. When a plague doctor rolled into town, dressed from the head to the toe in the iconic and somewhat terrifying costume for which they're famous, not somewhat terrifying, Kevin, just terrifying, it was the last thing people wanted to see. Plague doctors were seen as harbingers of death. Their job wasn't really to cure people, it was just to count how many people were dead and infected. They would be contracted by towns who were facing infection, with those contracts forbidding them from seeing non-plague patients and forcing them to essentially live in quarantine at all times, except when visiting a sick patient. The fact that these plague doctors didn't all die off immediately was really an accident more than anything else. The iconic costume provided a lot of protection from the disease, as they wore gloves, boots, long cloaks, and a mask that made it impossible to get too close to a patient. But these masks weren't actually designed to do that. Yeah, with the weird, like, long, beaky mask thing, that was just... I know this, and I don't know why I'm saying this, because Kevin's about to mention it. I'm just probably saying it to show what a big brain I am. But they stuffed it full of herbs and because they were like, oh yeah, miasma theory, the smells make people sick, so if we just stuff it with lavender, everything will be fine. And obviously that has nothing to do with it, but having the big beak thing just meant they weren't, like, basically getting right up in people's faces and getting their diseases. So that's nice. But these masks weren't actually designed for that. They were designed to store lovely smelling herbs and spices that would counteract the bad smells that caused disease, because that's how doctors thought the world worked. With all these doctors that only showed up when people were dying and had little to offer beyond bloodletting services that would make things worse, it's not shocking that people would have a poor opinion of them. It's also not shocking that Michel's recommendations of effective preventative measures would have helped him quickly gain a solid reputation. But what made him most famous as a plague doctor were his rose pills. Not only were Michel's recommendations on hygiene and drinking clean water able to help prevent outbreaks from spreading, but when combined with his rose pill, he was reported to have a very high rate of success in actually curing sick patients. Of course, this was again done by accident. The rose pills contained a variety of herbs and spices that were pulverized along with rose petals, then sprinkled with rose juice. I didn't know you could juice a rose. So they could be formed into lozenges. Patients were instructed to keep these lozenges under their tongues and let them dissolve, as they were designed a very strong, sweet odor that would ward away the evil sense of disease. What could this possibly be doing? Surely this is just like a placebo effect. Of course, we now understand that that's not how science or medicine work. These pills were successful because they were essentially just a large dose of vitamin C, an important vitamin for the function of your immune system, which doesn't mean that if you take lots of it, you're not going to get a cold, which was the crazy scientist who was banging on about this forever, even though it's been, like, massively disproven. I remember my mother-in-law once for like one Christmas or whatever. It was a weird gift. She bought me and my wife just a big bag of like pure vitamin C. And I looked at it, it's like, like half a kilo of vitamin C or whatever. And I'm like, looked it up on Google, and I'm like, you're supposed to have like less than a thimbleful or like a pin, like head of a pin amount per day. And it's like, yeah, but drinking lots of vitamin C means you never get sick. And I'm like, that's not real. But my mother-in-law also believes in like crystal healing and stuff. So to say we have a difference of opinion on that sort of thing would be putting it rather mildly. She once bought her dog got like what the word for ball cancer? Testicular cancer. Got ball cancer. And he didn't have an operation scheduled for like a few weeks or whatever. And in the meantime, she went onto the internet and bought some really expensive like cancer CDs. And you might be thinking, what's a cancer CD? And because I realize that's not a great way of describing it. It's basically some person online selling for, I'm sure what was a ton of money, CDs which contain music which cures cancer. And that's not real. And it's a scam. And my mother-in-law wastes a lot of money on this stuff. It's like, what are you doing? Stop. Please stop buying crystals. In 1531, he was invited by Jules César Scalier, a leading scholar and physician, to come to Agen in France to work. Once there, he married a woman with whom he had a son and daughter, though sadly her name has been lost to time. Eventually, everything was going great, with Michel continuing to travel and work as a doctor, curing people with his combination of vitamin C and common sense. But back then it wasn't so common, was it? But then in 1534, tragedy struck. While the great plague doctor was out traveling to treat patients back home, his family had died of the plague. Oh, the past is horrible. It's like, no, you're like, oh no, his wife dies or something. It's like, no, his whole family die of the thing he's out there treating. Take note, Alanis Morissette, because that is actual irony. Unfortunately, this severely damaged Michel's reputation. How could anybody trust a doctor that couldn't even save his own family? Sure, he was probably 100 miles away at the time, but that's hardly an excuse. A few years later, Michel found himself accused of heresy by the Church of Agen due to some offhand remark he made about a religious statue. He was ordered to go to Toulouse to appear before the Inquisition. Not particularly wanting to walk into his own execution, he instead fled to Italy, where he continued to study and practice medicine. He remained there for about 6 years until his travels brought him back to France. Hopefully the Inquisition's chilled out a bit by then. When he returned in 1545, Michel aided the prominent physician Louis S.i.R in combating a major outbreak of the plague in Marseille. He then continued onward, tackling a couple more major outbreaks on his own. One of these was in Provence, the capital of the Provence region. A popular story is that he was so successful in fighting the plague there that he was given a pension for life as thanks afterwards, though that's probably not the case. Allegedly, Michel received multiple pensions for life thanks to his work as a plague doctor, though there doesn't appear to be any evidence to support this. There are surviving documents detailing the negotiations and final contracts between towns and other plague doctors, and these doctors were not well paid for their services. Negotiations usually consisted of trying to secure a doctor while offering them as little money as possible, with some contracts even being amended after they'd been signed in order to cut the salary and benefits of the doctors. Yeah, that's it. When you're always bidding for when you're the person who's bidding for a contract and it's just going to be awarded to the cheapest person, I don't know, that's a kind of sucky business to be in. Granted, most plague doctors were pretty whereas Michel was accidentally very competent, so it's possible he was receiving much better pay and benefits. Personally, I could go either way on that one, but I do find it unlikely that he would receive such exceptional contracts without any evidence of them surviving. It ultimately isn't that important because he had a much better way to secure his financial future. You see, the plague wasn't all bad news. Salon de Provence was the site of one of the other major outbreaks that Michel had combated on his own after returning to France, so it seemed like the perfect place to settle down. This is the thing, while the plague killed half the people or something ridiculous like that, it also meant that there was a ton more resources for everyone who survived, which is super dark. But it's that whole family died. And then their farm came on the market and it was real cheap because loads of farms were coming on the market. So the survivors were like, yes! Cheap property, the rental. All we need now to solve the housing crisis is for loads of people to die. It feels like a James Bond villain's plan, doesn't it? It's like, how are we going to solve this problem? It's for the good of humanity. We must kill half of humanity. It was there in 1547 they met a wealthy 21-year-old widow named Anna Ponsard. Michel got a good reputation, a new rich wife, and at the advanced age of 43, he was ready to retire from the grind and get down to some lovemaking. He and Anna had 3 sons and 3 daughters, and Michel had nothing but time. He could have used that to raise his children and be a good father, but instead he decided to dive headfirst into the occult. And he definitely did it because he was a magical psychic, not because he was in it for the money. I feel like I've been saying that sarcastically, but isn't he rich now? He just married a rich 21-year-old. It's like he's done well. He's like, I'm sorted. Like The rise of Nostradamus. Michel's literary career began in 1550 with the publication of his first almanac. It was a common practice for authors to Latinize their names, especially those engaging in intellectual pursuits rather than fiction. Latin was also the language both of scholars and of the church, and using a Latinized version of one's name would immediately give them more credibility as a man of intellect. And so it was that with the publication of his first almanac, that Michel de Notre Dame became Nostradamus. Almanacs were very popular at the time for a few reasons. From a practical standpoint, they were closer to pamphlets than books, which made them much cheaper and easier to produce. This meant that you could reach a wider audience who might then be inclined to purchase your future works. However, magazines are really expensive these days. I haven't bought a magazine in forever because I subscribe to this, either I subscribe to the magazine, which makes it like super cheap or free. Not free, but like, it's online, so you don't get a paper copy. Or I use an app called Readly, and this is not a sponsorship, but it's incredible. It's just like an app you pay, I can't even remember how much. It's really cheap. It's like a few pounds or like, it's less than $10 a month or something. And you get all of these magazines. It's crazy how many magazines you get every month just in this app. And I read it on my iPad. And I'm like, all the free time I have to read magazines. But like I do read some and I'm like, it's amazing. But I was saying, sorry, my whole point was that magazines, like you go into the shops now, it'd be like, I swear it's like £6, £7, £8 for a magazine. I'm like, how much is a book? £12, £13 for like a paperback? Am I out of touch with that? That seems about right. And it's like, when did books become the same price as magazines? This meant that you could reach a wider audience who might then be inclined to purchase your future works. They were a really good way to disseminate important and useful information, the sort of things that we take for granted today. If you want to know when the next full moon is, you can just look over at the calendar that your bank gave you for free last January. Kevin, what year are you living in? Your bank sent you a calendar? What? This is the sort of shit that I'd see in my as a child. Like I'd be in my nan's house and they'd be like, "Nan, why have you got a calendar from NatWest on the wall?" She'd be like, "Well, they gave it to me for free." And I'm like, "It's just advertising. It's just like talking about NatWest." She's like, "Well, I needed a calendar, didn't I?" But it's like, it's 2023. Banks aren't. Is this like an American thing? Because I know you guys still do checkbooks, which blows my mind. Like the last time I saw a check was 20 years ago, maybe? I don't know. It was a long time. I was a kid and I had a checkbook. Like, when you get your first bank account, it's like a checkbook. And I had a check guarantee card, which would guarantee a check up to £50. And I was like, ooh, feeling fancy. If for some reason you care when high tide is, you can either look it up on your phone or in the newspaper. But this sort of convenience didn't exist in the 1500s. Almanacs provided all sorts of useful information, particularly for farmers, related to moon cycles, the tides, weather predictions, planting dates, sunrise and sunset times, and other stuff that would have been nice to have in one place. While the weather predictions were obviously going to be very hit on miss, most of the information was useful and reliable. But when almanacs were first created hundreds of years earlier, people didn't really understand how you could predict things like the tides without some sort of divination or magic. It's like, I don't know, how do you predict the tides? Because they follow a repeatable pattern. Like, what the? It's like, Isaac, tonight will be a full. Is that because last night it was almost a full moon? Is that what you're thinking? How do you do that? Magic. Since people already thought these almanacs were the result of occult divination, authors decided they might as well add horoscopes to their almanacs as well. Give the people what they want, right? Nostradamus' almanac was no different, with his earliest prophecies appearing in his 1550 work. Much to his delight, his first almanac was a critical and commercial success, so he decided to publish at least one almanac every year, sometimes more. His almanacs alone are known to contain 6,338 prophecies, though it's possible this isn't a complete list. These are not the prophecies for which he's most well known today, but Nostradamus made quite the name for himself in the day thanks to his almanacs. His work was exceptionally popular with the nobility, while the peasants weren't all big fans. The upper class found his prophecies to be fun and requested he do their own psychic readings, while the lower class thought he was the tool of the devil. The rationale usually given for this is that the poorer people were usually more superstitious, but this doesn't really make a lot of sense. Both sides were superstitious enough to believe that Nostradamus could see the future, it's just that half of them found it to be cute, and half of them thought it was evil. Prominent people far away, relatively speaking, began writing to him, requesting horoscopes and advice, which he was more than happy to oblige. However, he requested that they provide their own birth charts that he could use for his astrological mumbo-jumbo. Typically, professional astrologers would do this work themselves, and in the rare instances Nostradamus attempted to do it for someone, he would usually do it incorrectly, often forgetting to adjust for their time and location of birth. It's almost as if he didn't know what he was doing and was just in it for the money. He's just making this up. In addition to his almanacs, Nostradamus wrote at least 2 medical books during this time. Sort of, anyway. He definitely had at least 2 medical books published, but we could definitely debate whether or not he actually wrote either of them. The first book was a very loose translation of a book written in the 1st century AD. His second book, Trait de Fardement, contained recipes for medicine, cosmetics, preservatives, and a love potion. Sounds very medical, doesn't it? What's in his medical text? It's something like love potions and such. This book was almost entirely plagiarized as well, though he did include his recipe for rose pills as well as his other plague treatments. That recipe book was published in 1555, the same year as Nostradamus' most famous work, Les Prophéties, or The Prophecies. This book delivers exactly what the title promises, as it contains 1,000 prophecies broken up into 10 centuries with 100 prophecies each. Each prophecy was written as a quatrain, a 4-line poem that is usually written with alternating lines of text rhyming. Of the quatrains contained within the prophecies, all but one rhymed. They did in French anyway, don't expect them to still rhyme when we start talking about the English translations of specific quatrains later. Also, don't let that central organizational system fool you. These prophecies were in no way written in chronological order. Oh, okay. I was like, if he did 100 prophecies for each century and specify the century when they were going to happen, I'd be more impressed. I mean, I still would think it's utter nonsense, but I'd be slightly more impressed than my level of impressed now, which is 0. The book is mostly written in French, though it also includes Greek, Latin, and Occitan, a language spoken by the people in the region of Provence. Oh, is that why what's that fancy, Occitanial or something? Occitan? My wife loves it. And it is very nice. Occitanial or something? Is that why it's called that? It's from Provence, I know. It's fancy French soaps and shit. It's not ordered chronologically, and it is believed to contain anagrams and other secret codes to further obscure the meaning. It is believed that this was done by Nostradamus in an attempt to avoid running afoul of the Inquisition again. Even this is a matter of debate, as most likely neither prophecy nor astrology would have been considered heresy at the time. Either way, this book wasn't nearly as well received at first as his almanacs had been. It did well enough, but like his previous work, it mainly seemed to appeal to the upper class. I mean, isn't that fine? They're the ones with all the money. Although I suppose it's an almanac, how much can he charge for it? Although I feel like charge a little for the almanac, just charge like 50p for the almanac or whatever, and then be like, yeah, it's good, right? You want me to come and read your future? £1,000. Boom! Business. But that's fine because they're the ones with the money anyway. Yes, Kevin and I, same page. It's also important to note that because of how publications worked at the time, every printing of the prophecies is slightly different. Essentially, one person would read the original manuscript while another would typeset the printing press. When you're taking dictation like this, mistakes or inconsistencies are bound to pop up, and that's what happened. But because people like to search for meaning or secret messages where none exist, just remember that any differences between printings was not some grand plan by Nostradamus to conceal information. It was just a pair of minimum wage employees who couldn't be fucked to double check their work. And due to some other issues with publishers, not all of Nostradamus' prophecies have survived to this day. The prophecies was published in installments, and it seems that he kind of just released whatever he had finished by that point. The second installment finished with the first 42 quatrains of his 7th century, but the new publisher for the third installment refused to start the book in the middle of a century. It's unclear if or how those remaining 58 quatrains from the 7th century were ever published, but no copies have survived to this day. While his almanacs were a big success, the prophecies received much more mixed reviews. There were still superstitious peasants that thought Nostradamus was an evil sorcerer, and there was still the nobility that found it all absolutely delightful. However, there was a growing population that believed he was a fraud peddling a load of bullshit. Really? He was he? Ironically, the vocal group calling him a fraud were professional astrologists. Oh God, the past. The most vocal was Laurens Vidal, who in 1558 published a pamphlet entitled Declaration of the Abuses, Ignorances, and Seditions of Michel Nostradamus. In the book, Vidal accused Nostradamus of using a faulty method of predicting the future. Well, he's like, well, using that way of predicting the future, you idiot. This is the only way to predict the future. He also noted that he wasn't even using the fake method properly. Vidal wrote, I can say with complete confidence that of true astrology you understand less than nothing, as is evident not merely to the learned, but to learners in astrology too, as your works amply demonstrate, you who cannot calculate the least movement of any heavenly body whatsoever. The bull is calling out another bullshit. It's brilliant. That's pretty scathing, especially since Nostradamus claimed that his predictions were based on judicial astrology. Judicial astrology uses the locations of planets and stars to make predictions, though it isn't intended to predict specific events. When used properly, a term I use very very loosely when discussing astrology, this method is designed to only determine the quality or potential of a specific day. Ah, yes, all of this stuff sounds so real. For example, they may use the planetary alignment to determine May the 27th of that year was the best date to hold a coronation. They would reason that good things happened when the planets had been in a specific configuration before, so it would be the ideal day to try again. It was still only meant as a probability, though, and things could go horribly. Of course, I'm sure they'd argue it would have gone even worse if a different day had been chosen. Regardless, this all would rely on someone's ability to calculate where celestial bodies will be at a given point in the future, something that Nostradamus' contemporaries felt he was completely incapable of doing. And even if he had been able to do so, they took objection to his use of comparative horoscopy. This is similar to judicial astrology, except instead of determining how good a day will be, it assumes that you can make specific predictions based on the past. For example, if Caesar was assassinated when Mercury was in retrograde, is that really a thing? Like Mercury being in retrograde? I thought that's the sarcastic thing when people talk about when they talk about astrology, like, oh yeah, it's going to be a good day for me, Mercury's in retrograde. It's the sort of thing I'd say being sarcastic. But apparently it's a real thing. And Neptune was dawning in the age of Aquarius or whatever. Wait, is Kevin? It's like Kevin's making this up, isn't he? Comparative horoscopy would say that the next time the celestial bodies were in the same configuration, that some important emperor or monarch would be assassinated again. I understand the history repeats, or at the very least rhymes, but I'm 100% confident it has nothing to do with the motion of celestial bodies and everything to do with humans being greedy and stupid. Unfortunately, by the time Bedell's pamphlet was published, it was entirely too late. That didn't happen until 1558, but in 1556, Nostradamus was summoned to Paris by Queen Catherine de' Medici. She wanted to ask him about one of the quatrains from his first century, as it appeared to be predicting the death of her husband, King Henry II. She also asked him to do horoscopes for her children. Money, 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 Nostradamus, he's done this pamphlet, and now he's gonna go milk the Queen for all his money, yes! Nostradamus was understandably worried that this was all going to lead to his execution. Yes, but Nostro, high risk, high reward, baby, it's the Queen! Catherine was actually just a big fan of his work. He was appointed to the role of counsellor and physician in ordinary, meaning that he was a permanent physician working for the royal court. He was even able to maintain this position and remain the beneficiary of Catherine's generosity after his prediction came true and Henry II was killed in 1559. Uh-oh. I'll be like, did you kill him, Nostro? With his newfound position working directly for the royal family, he was now untouchable by both the Inquisition and the scathing words of Adele and other professional astrologists. They must be super pissed. It's like, how did Nostradamus die? He doesn't even know how to retrograde Mercury, and now he's the Queen's retrograder. But Nostradamus was running out of time by this point. He suffered from severe gout throughout his later life, the pain of which made movement difficult. The gout eventually developed into edema, and it's possible that this may have been the cause of his death. Other reports indicate that he likely died of congestive heart failure. We've already seen this episode, how terrible medical science was at the time, so there's really no way to get a definitive answer. But he just died. I don't know, he's slightly old. Just hurty chest. And so that ends the life of Nostradamus. He made a name for himself as a successful plague doctor, thanks to his combination of doing the obvious and accidentally creating vitamin C lozenges, and he went on to become even more famous as a prophet despite the objections that he knew less than nothing about the astrology that he claimed to be using. And this brings us to the main question of today's episode. Did Nostradamus successfully predict anything? He wrote 1,000 quatrains for the prophecies and over 6,000 more prophecies for his almanacs. Even a broken clock finds acorn once in a while, and with a sheer volume of predictions by simple statistics, he should have at least gotten something right, yes? Yeah, I mean, that's my theory. He's like gonna get something right. I mean, or is it's just such nonsense? It's gonna be like super vague. You'd be like, yeah, I guess, okay. The prophecies. Nostradamus' prophecies deal heavily with doom and catastrophe. There's lots of talk about wars, natural disasters, a handful of antichrists, according to some interpretations, and the end of the world. But even if everything he wrote was correct, there's some good news. In the preface to the prophecies, Nostradamus said that his predictions extended from now, 1555, until 3797. So if anybody tries to tell you that he predicted the world will end in 2024 or something, you can rest assured that no, he did not. In fact, Nostradamus very rarely included dates in his quatrains. It's often reported that he would enter a trance-like state and use water gazing as a means to divine the future. This is almost certainly untrue for reasons we'll get into later. He's just like, yeah, what are you going to do? I'm going to go look at the water and divine the future, whereas really he just goes to a back room and he writes out whatever bullshit enters his mind to be like, yeah, at some point between now and the next few millennia. But whatever method he used to write his prophecies, there are many who believe he predicted a startling number of events. His single most important prediction was the death of King Henry II. This was the prophecy that caught the eye of Catherine de' Medici, and the first that was believed to have come true. The quatrain read, "The young lion will overcome the older one. On the battlefield, in single combat, he will pierce his eyes through a golden cage. 2 wounds become 1, and he dies a cruel death." Oh my god, it's so broad. It's so broad. On June the 30th, 1559, King Henry was celebrating the marriage of his daughter to King Philip II of Spain. The festivities included a jousting tournament which Henry took part in. What was it? Pierce the eyes through a golden cage. Okay. During his joust against the younger Count of Montgomery, the Count's lance struck the king's helmet and shattered. A fragment of the splintered lance passed through the helmet and pierced through Henry's eye, passing into his brain. He died of sepsis 11 days later. Holy shit. It's not like he didn't die from getting his brain pierced. He just died because they didn't have antibiotics. Holy I mean, although you could still die from something like that, so that seems pretty intense. But also, you're jousting, my dude. What do you expect? What's going on? Why would you do that? To readers of the prophecies, this seemed extremely straightforward. Henry and the Count both had lions adorning their shields, and Henry was the older of the two. They engaged in a joust and Henry was pierced through the eye. He was also pierced through the brain, which I don't think they were aware of at the time, but whether they knew of the second wound or not, it was definitely a cruel death. With those events transpiring just 4 years after the prophecies was published, it certainly gave a lot of credibility to Nostradamus' work for people that want to believe in him. But now things will get a little bit more abstract. More abstract is already abstract. It's like, okay, so they had lions on their shields. A young lion will overcome an older one. It's just like, on the battlefield, they're not on a battlefield, they're jousting, it's a game. He will pierce his eyes through a golden cage. There was no golden cage, he was just wearing a helmet. 2 wounds become 1. Well, he didn't get 2 wounds. That's like saying, oh yeah, I got shot and it went through my skin and into my lung. And it's like I got 2 wounds, skin and lung, maybe a bone as well, 3 wounds. It's just you're trying to shove something to make it fit.
And it fits perfectly. A little tight in the crotch, to be honest.
Okay, so here's another one. Paul Nay Laron will be more of fire than blood to swim in praise, the great one to flee to the confluence. He will refuse entry to the piouses, the depraved ones, and the durance will keep them imprisoned. The reason that was hard to read is because it's just like, what the f***? Polnay and Lauren are towns in France, but together they form an anagram for Napoleon Roy, which I guess is supposed to be King Napoleon spelt wrong. Oh, please. Or perhaps I just don't understand how Nostradamus constructed his anagrams, as he seems to have a specific method for doing it just so that I can't figure it out. That makes much more sense than this just being a case of man searches for something and he finds what he's looking for. Anyway, this is one of multiple quatrains believed to be about Napoleon. This is ridiculous. Oh yeah, it's an anagram. These three towns, if you match them together, they sort of spell Napoleon. That's like you're doing a crossword. You're like, there's my words. But it's not in a straight line. It's like, yeah. Because you get the second letter in the line below. No. The reference to being more fire than of the blood is because Napoleon rose to power out of the French Revolution rather than having been of royal lineage. The second half is believed to be references to Popes Pius the Sixth and Pius the Seventh. Trying to read Roman numerals on the fly there. It's like, here's a 5 + 1 VI. Who were imprisoned by Napoleon. Next, let's look at a much more literal quatrain. The lost thing is discovered, hidden for many centuries. Pasteur will be celebrated almost as a godlike figure. This is when the moon completes her great cycle, but by other rumors, he shall be dishonored. Okay, so I assume we're talking about Louis Pasteur, who... antibiotics, right? Pasteurization. Fleming was antibiotics. Louis Pasteur, pasteurization. So celebrating as a godlike figure. So this could... anyone who was called Pasteur and did something slightly impressive, not that realizing pasteurization that was very impressive. It was hidden for centuries, sure, but that's the case with any discovery. Like, oh, there's a coffee on my desk right now, so I'm thinking of coffee. It's like it wasn't the story about the goats eating the coffee beans, and it's like, coffee was hidden for centuries. Yeah, of course it was, because that's how everything is until it's discovered. This is when the moon completes a great cycle. I don't understand what that could possibly be about. But by other rumors, he shall be dishonored. Okay, so that's basically saying like Louis Pasteur did something which was a bit spicy or something. Could be anything. People could say that about me. It's like Simon once said he wanted a dog genocide. It's like, I didn't. For one, I don't know why I keep bringing this up. I have to keep defending myself about like one time I said that I'd prefer a dog genocide over a human genocide. And people are like, dogs are so pure. And I'm like, yeah, but people are people, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I'm just not sure about that right now.
Anyway, let's move on from that and see how people try and find meaning which is not there. Okay, this one seems a bit more precise since it gives a name and a time frame. Starting with the third line, the moon great cycle refers to some sort of cycle that began in 1536 and ended in 1889. Whether this is some real astronomical thing they're talking about or some astrological malarkey, I couldn't tell you, but for the sake of argument, I'll take it at face value that this is a real cycle that exists. Pasteur is, of course, Louis Pasteur, who was indeed famous by the end of that cycle. Was he celebrated as a godlike figure? That probably is a matter of opinion, but he was certainly celebrated. He patented the process of pasteurization to save everybody's wine from spoiling and then applied it to beer and milk as well. For those who don't know, pasteurization is basically just boiling shit to kill any bacteria in it. Yeah, but then being in while in a sealed environment, right? So no new bacteria can get in. Because we knew that we did know that if we boiled stuff before, it would kill all the bugs in it, right? We just didn't realize that we could keep the bugs out if it was in a sealed I don't know. Look, I feel like... Anyway, let's just move on, before I seem even more ignorant than I am. This is indeed something that had previously been done, but it never really caught on because they had no idea the bacteria existed or why it might even help. He also created the first rabies vaccine that was tested in 1885. I did not know that! Which is basically the end of that moon cycle. The ability to save the life of someone who has been attacked by a rabid dog certainly made Pasteur a hero, and it saved him from prosecution for having treated the boy's rabies despite not actually being a licensed physician. I know the story of this. I had just completely forgotten that it was the same Louis Pasteur who devised this, which is crazy. And as I often say, rabies is crazy. Like, you get bitten by a rabid dog, you get one symptom of that, rabies, you're dead. you have to get vaccinated before. Like, you get bitten by that dog, you got to go to the hospital right away to get that rabies vaccine, like immediately. Otherwise, you just die. You will die. As for the rumors, those came much later. In 1995, a book was published that portrayed Pasteur as a liar and a thief stealing the work of others. This was largely reviewed as revisionist history, but it could technically count as dishonoring Pasteur. Yeah, okay, we're really looking for stuff here, aren't we? Moving on! The blood of the just will commit a fault at London, burnt through lightning of 23's the 6th. The ancient lady will fall from her high place. Several of the same sect will be killed. Oh, please. What are we going to read into this generic mumbo-jumbo? And do bear in mind, these are just the well-known ones. There were like 6,000 something of these, weren't there? So here's a great example of what makes examining Nostradamus' work so vexing. Reading this, it doesn't seem like a clear prediction of any historical event, and yet it's widely regarded as prophesying the Great Fire of London. How, you ask? Well, 23's is 60, and 6 more is 66. So what if we're just to translate these first two lines differently? An alternative, much more generous translation reads, "The blood of the just will be lacking in London, burnt up in the fire of 66. The Great Fire of London took place in 1666, so suddenly this seems a lot more obvious. But as for this new translation, the first line then seems to indicate that the just will no longer be dying in London because the fire killed off all the rats whose fleas had been spreading the plague. Once the fire was finally extinguished, so too was London's fear of the plague. The part mentioning several of the same sect being killed could refer to the 8 or so deaths that were believed to be caused by the fire, though the part about the ancient lady is still anybody's guess." There's a lot of stuff like this, and I mean a lot. But let's fast forward to some more modern examples. Among Nostradamus' most famous predictions is the rise of Adolf Hitler. He wrote, "From the depths of west of Europe, a young child will be born of poor people. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop. His fame will increase towards the realm of the East." Okay, well, first of all, Austria, Western Europe. I mean, if you want to divide Western and Eastern Europe by the Iron Curtain, yes, but that's a very modern post-Hitler definition, and Austria is definitely in Central Europe geographically, so no. A young child will be born of poor people. Well, a young child, yes, is born of poor people. No, Hitler's parents, his father was, he worked in the customs office or something like that and made quite decent money. Hitler was poor later, but he wasn't born poor. He was born with money. He didn't work for ages. He was like a layabout, like man of leisure. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop. Sure, that's true. His fame will increase towards the realm of the East. Well, his fame increased everywhere because he was famous or infamous. So it's just like, yeah, of course it's accurate for Hitler, but it could be accurate for like any person, any leader from Western Europe. Or Europe at all, because we've just suddenly said Austria is in Western Europe. That sounds like a pretty accurate description of Hitler, and really, how could Nostradamus have possibly known that at some point between 1555 and 3797, somebody in Europe would be born poor and then ascend to power because of his abilities as a public speaker? That is some really compelling stuff. Yeah, not to mention the part about it not being Western Europe, him not being poor, and it not just being the East. Sorry, I shouldn't be so snarky. I'm not supposed to be trying to debunk these prophecies until the next section, but I mean, what the come on now. That is the most broadly generic prediction you could possibly make. Does it accurately describe Hitler? Sure. Yeah, sort of, Kevin, not so much. By 3797, are there going to be lots of other people it describes? Yes. But the reason that people latch onto this passage specifically with regards to Hitler is because of all the times that Nostradamus mentions Hitler by name in his prophecies. For example, the reign of the eagle will be much longer upon those seated in the realm of the East. Hitler, who with Austria makes an understanding, he will cause them to reign over the Aquilanes. I mean, okay. There's definitely more to that one because he's specifically mentioned him by name, but I get the feeling let's see where this goes. I have no idea who the Aquilanes are, but this one certainly sounds more compelling. When Hitler is literally name-dropped, it's hard to argue with that. There's a chance that Simon remembers how this passage is going to turn out thanks to a biographics video from 3 years ago. But if so, try not to spoil it yet. No chance, Kevin. I don't remember that at all. We can let the people who believe in psychics hold on to hope for a little longer before pulling back the curtain. But if Nostradamus was going to predict the rise of Hitler, surely he had to have predicted World War II as well, right? Well, don't worry, we've got that covered. Beasts ferocious with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hitler. Into a cage of iron will the Great One be drawn when the child of Germany observes nothing. One, he's a child of Austria. He was born in Graz? Where was Hitler born? No, it was like Imenon something, or like, where the was Hitler born? Why don't I know that? This is one of multiple passages that are regarded as predictions for the Second World War, but it's among the most blatant. There's also another one that mentions de Gaulle by name, but this one is particularly interesting because Germany wouldn't even exist until 300 years after Nostradamus died. At the time, the area was the Holy Roman Empire of the Germanic nations, so he had to predict not only the rise of Hitler, but that the people referred to as German would form their own nation and would choose to, in fact, call it Germany. They didn't, though. They call it Deutschland. The rest of the world calls it Germany because of Germanic language roots. Something like that? Is that right? I don't remember. But they don't call it Germany. We call it Germany. They call it Deutschland. If Nostradamus knew this much about World War II, you best believe he was able to predict the stunning conclusion. Near the gates and within 2 cities, there will be scourges, the like of which was never seen. Famine within plague, people put out by steel, crying to the great immortal God for relief. The 2 cities are, of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Of course they are. With the atomic bombings being the scourges, the like of which were never seen. Put out by steel could be a reference to planes that dropped the bombs, please. With the remainder referring to both nuclear fallout and radiation sickness. Even if we're giving these prophecies the benefit of the doubt, that one does feel like a bit of a stretch. Maybe this one will be more clear. The ancient task will be completed. From on high, evil will fall on the great man. A dead innocent will be accused of the deed. The guilty one must remain in the mist. What? I have no idea. The ancient task will be complete. Some sort of assassination? A dead innocent will be accused of the deed? Oh, who the knows? It should go without saying that this quatrain is, of course, a reference to John F. Of course it is! JFK being assassinated by shots fired from above, and the subsequent conspiracy to pin the blame on Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was unable to defend himself on being accounted murdered while he was in custody, and the truth behind the assassination has remained a mystery. The only unclear part is why this would be considered an ancient task. I don't remember any biblical scenes where God said to Moses, the Kennedys. That seems to be a much newer sentiment, mostly localized to the area where we had the same Kennedy as senator for 50 years. The final prophecy we're going to look at is another one which should be mostly obvious to which it refers. The sky will burn at 45 degrees latitude. Fire approaches the great new city. Immediately, a huge scattered flame leaps up when they want to have verification from the Norman. I feel like I know this one, referring to like 9/11 or something, but reading it now, I have no idea how. That could possibly be interpreted like this. 45 degrees latitude passes through New York. Okay, so naturally, the great new city is New York City. The flames leaping up are obviously references to 9/11 and the attack on the Twin Towers. Okay. The reference to the Norman is a little less clear, as this could be somebody from Normandy, the region of northern France, or it could be a reference to someone descended from the Scandinavian Vikings. I don't believe Osama bin Laden ever signed up for 23andMe, so perhaps he was either part French or part Scandinavian, and we just don't know about it. Does seem unlikely. While there are a lot of other examples, these are some of Nostradamus' most famous predictions. Even the famous ones are Some are more contested than others, and true believers don't agree on everything because of the subjective nature of a lot of these quatrains. I'm guessing that Simon is thoroughly unimpressed by the prognostic abilities of Nostradamus thus far. You're goddamn right, Kevin. But for any of you watching that are, it is now time to thoroughly debunk all of this. Fake it till you make it. If I recall, I said that the prophecies was not nearly as popular during Nostradamus' time as his almanacs were. It has since become his most famous work, but the delay in recognition is in no small part the result of the various translations that have been produced. Because of the nature of the printing process at the time, early versions of the prophecies were slightly different. It doesn't help that, as time goes on, fewer and fewer people properly understand Middle French, and this has all led to a breadth of wildly different translations of Nostradamus' work. Yeah, the Hitler thing must have been a mistranslation, right? I don't remember that from the biographics episode I made about him, but that just feels right. These translations have been adjusted and adapted over time, and English translations have become increasingly liberal in how they are interpreted. This is generally done after an important event has taken place and people have decided they want to attribute it to one of Nostradamus' quatrains. For example, talking about World War II, I mentioned that Nostradamus makes explicit reference to Hitler multiple times. That's actually a lie, and he never once wrote Hitler's name. Shocking. What he actually wrote was Hister, which sounds a lot like Hitler. It's close enough that many translations, like the one used earlier, simply replaced Hister with Hitler on the assumption that Nostradamus just spelled the name wrong. Oh my god, it's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. However, at the time he was still alive, Hister was just a name for the lower Danube region, and that is almost certainly what Nostradamus was referring to. The line mentioning Hitler and Austria is actually Hister and Oster. Given the context of Middle French, the supposed portent of the Austrian Hitler's rise to power is actually stating that the lower Danube region and its host will get along and laugh. But well, that's not nearly as exciting, is it? In fact, Nostradamus never actually referenced anybody by name in his prophecies. Doing something like that would be far too specific and make it easier to disprove his psychic abilities, which is why he also makes no reference to specific years. The earlier reference to Louis Pasteur is a deliberate misinterpretation of the writing. While he did write Pasteur in the aforementioned quatrain, it was not a name. It's just the French word for pasta. Because of course it is. Even when we give them the generous interpretation and the mistranslations, they're still rubbish. And when you look at the original ones, it's, how is this a thing? How is this a thing? The supposed reference to the Great Fire of London is also fairly ridiculous. The original text states that the fire was started by lightning, but the Great Fire was caused by an accidental fire in a bakery. The more generous translation I included both removed that inconvenient comment about lightning and interpreted the numbers as equating 66, and thus meaning 1666. There's no reason to make either of these changes to the text, other than to make it more closely fit what had already happened. Then there's the supposed 9/11 prediction. There's a more popular one circulating that specifically references steel birds crashing down on the metropolis, but that is entirely fictional, so I didn't include it. It was created as a hoax to prove a point, and was cited as being from Nostradamus in 1644, nearly 100 years after his death. I like whoever came up with that hoax. I like it. Because it's just like a slam dunk. You can imagine just having a conversation with someone, like, there's a member of my family who believes in all this nonsense. Or like, not nonsense. They don't really believe in this. They just believe in conspiracy theories. But I could imagine them saying like, oh yeah, well, Nostradamus said about the steel birds. And I'd be like, well, actually, someone on the internet made that up. And they even wrote the wrong date on the quote on purpose so that they could come back later and be like, no, I made it up. He was dead. And you know that person would just be like, yeah, actually, I think that's wrong. And you'll be like, okay. Because that's the end of the conversation, isn't it? It's like, you can think that. And I'm not going to change your mind, am I? Because you're insane. Unfortunately, people couldn't be bothered to read the entire story and quickly circulated the alleged prophecy as a fact. The passage I did include is equally useless. Looking at the original French, it doesn't seem to mention 45 degrees latitude at all. There's nothing there that I could even fathom how it'd been mistranslated as such. But even if it had, it is only technically true that 45 degrees passes through New York. It goes through the very northernmost tip, nowhere near New York City. It would be more likely to assume that the city in question would be Milan, Belgrade, or Belfast, rather than anything in North America. Oh my god, that is a broad... like, oh yeah, it could be New York City, or Belfast, or Belgrade. That's pretty far east, like compared to New York. In fact, a lot of the supposed prophecies seem to do with America. The JFK assassination and 9/11 are both American events, and the atomic bombings were a combination of America and Japan. On the other hand, this makes a lot of sense. The United States is the greatest and most important country in the world. I mean, I know Kevin's like maybe writing that with a little bit of sarcasm, but like as an impartial observer, like it or not, currently, the United States is the greatest and most important country in the world, I think. Maybe China's coming for you, America, but right now, it's true. The greatest economic power, certainly, political power, cultural power. I think so. English is the most common spoken language around the world and is the source of many of these translations. And of course, English was invented in the United States, whereas steady on, where it was then made our national language. We also invented democracy, the photograph, and the taco. With this great land being the center of the world, obviously lots of important events would be worthy of foretelling that would take place in America. The only problem with all of that, other than blatant sarcasm dripping off all of those factual inaccuracies, is that Nostradamus explicitly said his predictions weren't about us. He wrote a letter to Henry II that included a forward in the prophecies and stated that these predictions corresponded to towns and cities of all Europe, including Africa and part of Asia, where most of all these coming events are to transpire. Not America! There are a couple of different ways to read the phrase, most of all, and seeing as I'm not an expert on Middle French, I'll let you take your pick. It's possible that he was saying that the vast majority of his prophecies were going to take place in Europe, Africa, and part of Asia, in which case we could maybe let the vast quantity of American predictions slide. It's worth noting as well that Nostradamus is unlikely to have known Japan existed, so it would not be a part of Asia to which he referred, and would likely be another outlier. Another way to read this phrase is that most of all means of most importance, and is possibly a somewhat awkward sounding sentence due to the translation. While this would be a smoking gun that nothing involving US events could ever have been predicted by Nostradamus, sadly I think this reading is less likely. He used the phrase most of to describe his quatrains at least half a dozen times in this letter, so it seemed like a clear sign that he was trying to hedge his bets and leave everything open to as much interpretation as possible. Of course he was. Although speaking of Henry II, you may still be wondering about that quatrain that predicted his death. It was by far the most accurate sounding of any of these. The lions, the battle, the 2 wounds, the slow, painful death. Of course, a lot of this is just surely coincidence. Lions were the most common animal to appear in medieval coats of arms, and it's not really close. Injuries to the eye were likely relatively common in battle, as full plate mail would have protected a person's body, with the slits in the helmet's visor being the only somewhat exposed area. Henry II also didn't die in the field of battle. He died in a playful joust being performed to celebrate his daughter's wedding and a newfound peace, which is sort of the opposite of battle. But most notably, there is again the letter written by Nostradamus to Henry. The quatrain predicting Henry's death was part of the first publication in 1555, but this letter was written in 1558. The letter was addressed to the most invincible, most powerful, and most Christian Henry, King of France II. There's no evidence that Henry was ever referred to by the title Invincible outside of this letter, which just means it was Nostradamus' own personal appraisal of the man. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that he actually thought Henry was immortal, but he was only 39 years old at the time and should have had a long life ahead of him. Why on earth would Nostradamus refer to someone as invincible if he already knew that the person would be dead within the year? Okay, so maybe these prophecies aren't quite what they've cracked up to be. They're heavily open to interpretation, and the well has been poisoned by mistranslations, both deliberate and accidental. Even without being mistranslated, I have to emphasize how ridiculous the quatrain that allegedly predicted the rise of Hitler was. All Nostradamus said was that somewhere in Europe in the next 2,000 years, a poor person will rise to power. And Hitler wasn't even poor! That's pretty much it. That is so absurdly vague that of course eventually something is going to happen. But wait a minute. I did mention a few more specific predictions. While they are exceedingly rare, I believe, occurring less than a dozen times in the total of 1,000 prophecies, Nostradamus did occasionally include a date. Let's have a look at one of those. The year 1999. 7th month, July of 1999. Okay. From the sky will come a great king of terror. Shall be revived the king of Anglemoy. Before and after Mars to reign as chance will have it. Okay. Look, I'm pretty sure, don't remember much about July 1999. I was but 12 years old. Like, what? Nothing. I don't remember some king of terror coming down from the sky. Feel like that would be notable. Weird, but I don't seem to remember any terrifying world leaders coming back from the dead in 1999. In fact, just suddenly, Stalin just rises from the grave, or maybe it's Hitler. In fact, nobody has been able to figure out what the hell happened in 1999 that this could have possibly been referring to. And it's not for lack of trying, and this quatrain has been retranslated and reinterpreted everywhere imaginable, but any possible meaning continues to elude us. Fine, so maybe Nostradamus wasn't really a psychic, but neither is anybody else. At least he meant well and was trying his best. It's not like he could possibly have been in this for the money, right? What about all those long nights he spent water gazing and placing himself into a mystical trance? As it turns out, that almost certainly never happens. If you recall the 2 medical books that I mentioned Nostradamus publishing, one was just a paraphrasing of an ancient text, and the other was almost entirely plagiarized. Is there any reason to think that the prophecies would be any different? How could he possibly have written this book while in a meditative trance if he needed to pay attention to the copy of Mirabilis Liber that he was copying word for word? No, he didn't! Mirabilis Liber was a massive compilation of predictions made by various Christian saints over the course of nearly 1,000 years. It was very popular when it was first published in 1522, but it quickly fell out of favor. Not because people didn't find it interesting, but because it was mostly written in Latin and lots of confusing abbreviations that made it difficult to read. Nostradamus plagiarized his prophecies from the Mirabilis Liber, the 12 Caesars, Livre de l'Essat Mutations de blah blah blah, something in French, which had been published by Richard Rissart only 6 years earlier, and countless other sources. If ChatGPT had existed in the 1500s, I've no doubt that it would have published 1,000 prophecies. prophecies per week. Yeah, and then people would look back at it as some sort of god. Basically, all Nostradamus did was copy a bunch of other people's doomsday prophecies and sprinkle in vague references to historical events using comparative horoscopy. Is that a real word? And since experts of the day felt he was incapable of accurately calculating the motion of celestial bodies, he probably did the last part wrong anyway. To be fair to Nostradamus, even though I don't think that's necessary at this point, yeah, fuck Nostradamus. This blatant plagiarism wouldn't have been scandalous at the time. The idea of plagiarism didn't really exist, and it was common for authors to copy or paraphrase the works of others without giving them credit, especially when it came to classical works. Ah, what a better time. This was the present day, I'd be like, yeah, fuck hiring writers. I'm just gonna find a video on YouTube and just read it in my own voice. Boom! Money printing. But on the other hand, Nostradamus was also probably deliberately being a dick. Richard Rissart had proposed 2242 as a possible date for the end of the world. While copying Rissart's work, Nostradamus would have realized that he needed to make a different prediction for the eventual apocalypse if he expected his book to sell, so he just added 2242 to the current year of 1555, and that's why Nostradamus' predictions ran through 3797. Jesus Christ, Nostradamus. How do people still remember you today, you con artist? Wrap up. Nostradamus was a highly successful plague doctor, and that's really what he should be remembered as. Despite the complete misunderstanding of disease and medicine that existed at the time, he was able to come up with actionable plans that genuinely saved lives. Even his rose pills almost certainly helped decrease the mortality rate of his patients, even if he was completely wrong about why they were helping. And before any pedants get me in the comments and mention that his rose pills contained sweet calamus, which is banned in the US for being toxic, I promise it was fine. It's true that the ingredient is banned, but it's toxic in high doses after long periods of time, which is not how patients were taking it. Yes, it is also a carcinogen, but if the options are die from the plague tomorrow, or maybe get cancer in 20 years, there's a pretty easy choice. The vitamin C lozenges may not have been as effective as antibiotics would have been, but they still provided a very real benefit, and I think he deserves credit for that. Yes, agreed, the whole plague doctor thing was legit. Beyond that, I'll just be like, the drinking clean water thing. That is great. But what Nostradamus does not deserve credit for is predicting anything. Literally anything. All of the prophecies are so extremely vague that they could be interpreted to fit whatever the reader wants them to. It's also important to note that the prophecies has never been used to accurately predict a future event. His quatrains have only ever been perceived as making accurate predictions of an event after that event has already happened, which is so useful and can then be applied retroactively. There has never been a reading of his work that produced a meaningful and specific prediction that came to pass. Even if that had helped, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Nostradamus still wouldn't have successfully predicted anything. He would have just plagiarized the work of somebody else. But hey, would you rather be able to say you died with integrity, or would you rather be able to leave $2 million behind for your family? I have to say, I think I'd rather die with... Oh, I don't know, no, fuck integrity. If I'm dead, who gives a... My family are gonna need some money, because I'm the breadwinner, baby. Let's Nostradamus this sh**. Thanks for being here. That's where we end today's show. Leave a review on Spotify or a rating. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. That I can predict for sure.
Whoa!
You're a bit.
Mouse. Press 5.
5?
Yeah.
we'll take a shot. I think he's doing the same exact thing. How has he got 4 wins and I've only got 2?
One, there are no rules. Okay, now that we've established that, we're going to go through every engine. Geometry works out means that you're going to have exhaust next to your intake air. Hot exhaust doesn't mix with cold intake air. So by the time the Veyron reached production, it had ditched a couple of cylinders, added 4 turbochargers, and
It's been a while just around, them teaching me the game using cars are not joining the lobby, alerted the regulars into thinking one of their big games was starting, but it wasn't. Yes! We did it! I don't know what that means. Main one. They were really nice considering how hard we
Best of luck, everyone. In here. The chase will just hours now.
Welcome to the latest edition of the Situation Room, where today our lead story delves into a pressing geopolitical dilemma. Is Venezuela on the brink of invading its neighbor Guyana? As Venezuelans gear up for a landmark referendum on the creation of Guyana Esquiba, a potential 24th state within Venezuelan borders, the tension with Guyana escalates. This controversial move, seen by many as an illegal annexation, could reshape South American geopolitics and potentially ignite the region's first interstate war in decades. We also turn our attention to the United States and the unveiling of the B-21 Raider, America's next-generation stealth bomber. But the real story to that lies in China's response, claiming their hypersonic missiles could counter this technological marvel. This bold assertion, if true, could redefine aerial warfare and challenge the US's strategic dominance. And finally, we update you on the tense political climate in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. With elections looming, fears of corruption, authoritarianism, and escalating violence grow. In a country already ravaged by conflict, the potential for further turmoil could have far-reaching implications, not just for the DRC, but for global powers with vested interests in the region. So, our lead story. Is Venezuela about to invade its neighbor? This Sunday, December the 3rd, Venezuelans are headed to the polls in a much-hyped referendum. Sold on social media with reggaeton remixes and boosted on TV by multi-hour lectures starring President Nicolas Maduro, the referendum will set out a series of 5 constitutional questions for voters to answer. Most important among them will be one on the creation of a brand new state within Venezuela, Guyana Esquiba. If the referendum succeeds, then the government in Caracas will declare it their nation's 24th state. But this isn't like those occasional referendums the US holds on making Puerto Rico a state. Unlike Washington, Caracas does not control the territory that it's trying to incorporate, nor does almost any other government or institution on Earth think it legally belongs to Venezuela. Rather, El Esquiba, sometimes also called Esquibo, lies entirely within neighboring Guyana's internationally recognized borders. A swath of rainforest that's larger than England or Cuba and accounts for 2/3 of Guyana's overall landmass. It's also home to 300,000 of the country's 800,000 strong population, and while the referendum will ask whether they should be granted automatic Venezuelan citizenship, those living in Esquiba won't be able to vote. In short, it looks a whole lot like Caracas is holding a vote with only one logical outcome: the illegal annexation of a neighboring nation's territory. Certainly, That's how the Guyanese see it. To quote the BBC Spanish language service, BBC Mundo, according to the Guyanese government, the referendum represents an existential threat to the territorial integrity of Guyana. And they're not the only ones to think so. An urgent hearing is currently being held at the International Court of Justice, where American lawyer Paul Reichler recently declared the collective decision called for here involves nothing less than the annexation of the territory in dispute. This is a textbook example of annexation. Most likely, the World Court will agree, which may be why one of the referendum questions asks Venezuelans if Caracas should reject the court's jurisdiction over the case. To say this is causing anxiety in the tiny Guyanese capital of Georgetown is a little bit like saying that the Game of Thrones finale made some fans mildly upset.
Come on, John!
President Irfan Ali recently fired warning shots across Caracas's bow, declaring, "Let no one make a single mistake. Essequibo is ours. Every square centimeter." The unspoken fear is that Maduro might use a win in the referendum to send his soldiers sweeping over the border. That we might be on the cusp of South America's first interstate war since Ecuador and Peru skirmished over Sinapa in 1995. We'll come onto the likelihood of that later in today's video, but for now we want to try and quickly answer the question that you're already likely asking, and that's, why are they doing this? Why does Caracas want this sparsely populated slice of jungle? And well, that's a question with two basic answers, one practical and one historical. Let's start with the practical one. The Venezuelan government wants Essequibo for the same reason any country usually wants a slice of its neighbor, the natural resources there. The disputed region is home to 300 kilometers of coastline, offshore of which runs almost the entire Stabroek Block, a Massachusetts-sized region that's very rich in oil. Discovered by ExxonMobil in 2015, ownership of the block gives Guyana control over one of the largest proven reserves on Earth. As of late 2023, these reserves are larger than those of Kuwait or the United Arab Emirates, with more oil being discovered all the time. Already, Georgetown is moving to exploit this black gold. Just 4 short years ago, in 2019, petroleum made up a mere 2% of Guyana's GDP. Last year, it was over 60%. And that is just the start. The Economist estimates that Guyana will be producing 1.2 million barrels a day by 2028, equivalent to 1.1% of all oil extracted on the planet. This would put it behind only Brazil and Mexico in terms of Latin American oil producers, and far ahead of Venezuela's output of 750,000 barrels a day. Of course, though, it's not the oil itself Georgetown cares about, but the money that will come with it. Oil extraction could add $16 billion annually to the government's pocket by the mid-2030s. For a middle-income nation of under 1 million people, such a sum would be transformative. Speaking to the Washington Post, research professor of Latin American Studies Evan Ellis noted, "It's hard to overestimate how much that oil means to the future of Guyana. It provides what was once one of the poorest countries in the entire hemisphere on a per capita basis, with the potential to possibly become one of the richest countries in the hemisphere." Nor is it just oil that the waters off the coast of Essequibo are hiding. Enormous supplies of natural gas have also been discovered, with the finance minister recently estimating reserves of 0.48 trillion cubic meters. Inland too, the province is rich in natural resources. Gold is already mined here, and plans are in place for uranium mines to open in the near future. On top of that, BBC Mundo points out that Essequibo is part of Guyana's Massif, the geographical region which has proven a great source of copper, diamond, iron, bauxite, and aluminium. So, yes, pretty easy to see why Caracas might be interested in claiming Essequibo for itself. But it's not resources that sit at the heart of Venezuela's referendum, or at least not openly. There's also history. Specifically what Venezuelans of all political stripes think is their historical right to the region. Go to a regular Venezuelan school and open a textbook, and you'll see the country is depicted as having an unusual shape. Instead of stopping at the eastern edge of the states of Bolivar and Delta Amacuro, it continues all the way to the Essequibo River in modern-day Guyana. That's the extent of territory Caracas claims it controlled on independence from Spain in 1811, what many Venezuelans consider their nation's natural boundaries. So you might ask, why don't they control all of that land today? Well, for that, you can thank a long-running dispute with the British Empire. In 1814, what we call today Guyana was handed from the Dutch to the British as a result of a treaty. Importantly, that treaty didn't specify the colony's western boundary with Venezuela. In 1835, the British tasked German explorer Robert Schambach with defining the frontier. The region he mapped out included the whole of Essequibo, just as it became apparent that gold was lurking there.
Obviously, Venezuela wasn't cool with a bunch of limeys declaring the gold-rich region their property, and a dispute broke out. At first, the two nations agreed to leave Essequiba uninhabited, but by the second half of the 19th century, English speakers were openly setting up shop there. Things came to a head when America, under President Grover Cleveland, decided to get involved on Caracas' side. This nearly led to war between the US and Britain, but a fight was averted by the creation of a tribunal that would issue a final ruling on the matter. Composed of 2 lawyers picked by Venezuela, 2 picked by the British, and a neutral diplomat from Russia, the tribunal ruled in 1899 in Britain's favor. Essequiba went to what we now call Guyana. For Georgetown, and for most of the world, this is where the historical background ends, with a ruling 124 years ago that set the legal boundary. But you won't be surprised to hear that's not how Caracas sees things. In the Venezuelan telling, a bombshell revelation in 1949 suggesting the Russian diplomat had conspired with Britain to swing the result rendered the 1899 ruling void. Hence, one of the questions on the upcoming referendum will ask voters if Caracas should reject the tribunal's decision. Although it should be pointed out that 1899 wasn't the only attempt to solve the dispute. When Guyana achieved independence from Britain in 1966, the new government, along with London and Caracas, signed the Geneva Agreement, binding the two nations to settling the dispute through friendly negotiations. Although talks broke down, the agreement is technically still in place. Maduro claims the referendum is abiding by its rules, but it's hard to see how annexation can be interpreted as friendly. And besides, there is already another process ongoing to settle the boundary. Back in 2018, Guyana asked the World Court to make a final, legally binding ruling on the region. The case was only officially taken up this April, in part due to Venezuelan legal shenanigans, and no verdict is expected for several years. Nonetheless, it's a process recognized by nearly every nation on Earth. By jumping the gun with Sunday's referendum, Maduro risks breaching international law. It's this last part that has led some to suspect President Maduro doesn't really plan to annex Essequiba at all. After years of economic catastrophe, Caracas has finally seen US-imposed sanctions on oil, gas, and gold lifted. Were Maduro to follow through on a referendum victory and send troops to occupy Essequiba, it would result, at bare minimum, in the return of sanctions. This time, more countries might comply with them. While many Caribbean states such as Jamaica, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago declined to join previous rounds of sanctions on Venezuela, the Caribbean grouping CARICOM has voiced its strict opposition to the referendum and to military action in Essequiba. Any attempt at annexation could invite a swift regional backlash, and that's not including any potential military responses to an incursion. While Guyana's military is small, Vice President Bara Jagdeo has recently started threatening to allow foreign powers to build bases in Essequiba. France 24 reports him as saying, quote, "We were never interested in military bases, but we have to protect our national interest. All the options available for us to defend our country will be pursued. Every option." These options included a November visit by US Defense Department officials, a veiled threat to allow Uncle Sam to establish a base on Venezuela's border if Maduro doesn't back down. Taken together, these factors suggest Maduro would have to be extremely foolish or extremely stupid to annex Essequiba. Hence why a lot of analysts think this entire referendum is just a bit of a show. As part of the agreement to lift US sanctions, the Venezuelan government had to agree to hold elections in 2024. While those elections are unlikely to be fair, public discontent is so high that Maduro could lose even while pressing his thumb down on the scale. Luckily for the Venezuelan president, Essequiba is perhaps the only issue that unites the government and the opposition. As BBC Mundo put it, analysts anticipate massive support for the Venezuelan government's proposals, which will mobilize its electorate in a country where the Essequibo demand unites Chavistas and opponents like no other issue. With Maduro at the head of the referendum's Yes campaign, it looks like December the 3rd may be nothing more than a stunt, an attempt to swing national feeling behind the president ahead of January's election. It's not for nothing that leading opposition candidate Maria Corina Machado recently called for the referendum to be suspended, arguing it was a distraction from the collapsing economy. If that's the case, then it seems likely the referendum will pass in a grandiose display of jingoism and nothing more. The Maduro will follow his victory with fiery speeches and soaring rhetoric, but without ordering his nation's army to the disputed border. As The Economist's intelligence unit describes the situation, although Venezuela has been suggesting that it could take military action to annex a large part of Guyana's land and offshore claims, we believe that its bark is worse than its bite. Certainly, we hope that assessment is proved to be correct, that this really is just a cynical political game by an autocrat facing a tough re-election. But if this decade has taught us anything, it's that the world should always err on the side of caution, especially where war is concerned. After all, only a handful of nations believed in early February of 2022 that Russia would really attack Ukraine. Fewer still thought on September the 18th this year that Azerbaijan was just 24 hours away from a lightning assault on Nagorno-Karabakh. And almost nobody predicted that Ethiopia's government would invade its Tigray province in 2020, triggering what may be the bloodiest conflict this century. Could the world now be making a similar mistake with Venezuela? Guyana's government certainly thinks so. Georgetown recently described the referendum as, quote, a sinister plan by Venezuela to seize Guyanese territory. Nor has Venezuela's government done much to tamp down anxieties. Defense Minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez recently noted that the dispute with Guyana, quote, is not an armed war for now. So are Guyana's leaders right to be worried? Who knows? The smart money is still on Maduro talking a big game and then taking no action. But who can say for sure? With crises mushrooming up and the international order breaking down, it's clear we've already entered a new era of uncertainty, one in which leaders make irrational decisions at great cost to themselves and to others. We can only hope that President Nicolas Maduro isn't about to join their ranks. And now let's move on to our second story, and well, that's one about China being a bit freaked out. So, we'll pivot to the United States, where on November the 10th, the world's newest warbird took to the skies for the first time over the US Air Force's Plant 42 in Palmdale, California. Known as the B-21 Raider, the aircraft in question is the latest evolution of US strategic bomber technology. It's capable of delivering immense weapon loads at long range, it uses a stealthy flying wing design, and it's capable of delivering nuclear weapons against just about any target across the world. Although the plane, designed and built by Northrop Grumman, has been a carefully guarded secret for the US for some time, its inaugural flight was witnessed by a handful of aviation enthusiasts who had hoped to see it take off. While no video exists yet of the Raider in the air, photos and witness accounts indicate that the test flight was a resounding success. The Air Force expects to purchase a minimum of 100 Raiders by the time all is said and done, at a sum per plane of over $500 million. When it begins its service life, it'll start phasing out older B-1B Lancer and B-2 Spirit bombers in a move expected to keep America on the cutting edge of strategic bombing for decades to come. But all that is actually not why we're mentioning the B-21 Raider today. Instead, we're going to focus on the response from the nation widely seen as the US's greatest global adversary in the coming decades, and that of course is China. The rising superpower didn't have too much to say in the immediate aftermath of the test flight, but that changed on November the 27th. On that day, a report by South China Morning Post, a historically reputable Hong Kong-based outlet that in the 2020s is widely regarded as a tool used by China to spread its influence, alleged that the hypersonic missiles in China's arsenal had the ability to counter the B-21. If true, that would mean that the B-21 would be outmatched in a major war with China, essentially rendering the Raider obsolete before it's even gone into production. According to the South China Morning Post, China's hypersonic weapons have the potential to directly counter the B-21. The missiles have a top speed of Mach 6, or 6 times the speed of sound, while the top speed of the Raider is currently unknown. By the SCMP's report, a stealth platform that mimicked a B-21 was shot down by such a hypersonic missile during a war game. Also shot down was a companion drone assigned to China's Mock B-21, which is a widely expected wingman feature for next-generation US aircraft. As the SCMP presented it, the B-21's stealthy design was a non-issue to quote, China's hypersonic missiles are built with special features to track and kill stealth aircraft. Using a new solid-fuel pulse engine that can adjust power output at will throughout the flight, the missile can first go up to near space and then come down on the enemy aircraft at an extremely high speed. The report referred to this attack vector as a Qiang Zhuzheng trajectory, in homage to the father of modern Chinese rocketry, Xian Huaseng. The SCMP stated that in their battle simulator, their hypersonic missiles were able to perform sharp turns after being launched, meaning that they could attack the B-21 from angles that would not generally be expected from a hypersonic weapon. As the scientists who ran the Chinese study claim, the use of multiple hypersonic missiles allowed the weapons to factor in an evasive maneuver by the B-21, which would avoid the first missile launched at it. Then, the second missile, which had previously been aimed at the B-21's drone wingman, changed targets and hit the B-21, while the first missile circled back around, eventually taking out the wingman that the second missile had initially locked onto. If that report is true, it would mean that China has achieved something groundbreaking with the hypersonic missile technology. According to journalist Russ Niles of AV Web, hypersonic missiles operating at Mach 6 would typically be unable to communicate externally because of the intense heat generated by air resistance as they fly, much like astronauts undergoing orbital re-entry will have a communications blackout on their descent. According to China, its missile's course correction was enabled because scientists could maintain contact with weapons even at Mach 6, representing a potential game changer not just in hypersonic missile design, but in the way that future wars are expected to be conducted. Already, the relatively high maneuverability of hypersonic missiles at extreme speed makes them very difficult to counter as an offensive weapon against ground targets, but if they can be engineered to react in real time while responding to defensive threats, either using autonomous AI guidance or taking cues from human operators, then it's entirely possible that they would present a threat that the Raider isn't designed to deal with. If the Raider is indeed outmatched by the hypersonic missiles China has in its arsenal, that would be a major problem for the United States. At present, the B-21 program is estimated to have cost many billions of dollars already, and a full production run would cost many billions more, only for China to be able to nullify the entire Raider fleet at the drop of a hat. China is known to have the world's best hypersonic weapon arsenal, and has most likely got the ability to produce missiles much more quickly and cheaply than the US can produce bombers. Adding to the issue for the US, a weapon of this type in China's arsenal would probably lead China to table its own strategic bomber program, as its forthcoming Xi'an H-20 would probably be vulnerable to the same technology and wouldn't be worth building. Not only would this mean that the US has spent a heap of unnecessary money that China would save, but it would undo what has likely been years of intelligence work by the US to figure out just what China's newest bomber is capable of. And worst of all, probably most obvious, a dependable countermeasure against the Raider would leave the US entirely without strategic bomber capability, leaving a gaping hole in its military doctrine and forcing a major rethink of how the US military intends on carrying out its overarching missions. But all that conjecture only matters if you believe China's assertion in the first place, and the United States military might not. The first place to be skeptical is in trying to figure out just what this war game is and how it was set up. Obviously, the test that China is referring to was not carried out on a real-world, accurate mock-up of the B-21. If China had revealed that they had one of those lying around, then that would be a much, much bigger issue and probably the greatest intelligence failure in American history. Instead, the war game was carried out by a computer simulation. And while the South China Morning Post report was accompanied by an academic study, there's no way to independently verify whether the study accurately reported all of the constraints placed on the war game it conducted, or in fact, whether every simulation was reported, or whether these simulations were actually even conducted at all. Quite frankly, it's easy to omit constraints, like, for example, establishing that the simulated B-21 cannot perform certain evasions, or to make tweaks that would give the simulated hypersonic weapons abilities that aren't yet developed. It's also easy enough to say, run 100 wargames and report only the ones that looked the best, or to just, well, write a study as if you ran a wargame and just leave it at that. Beyond that, we've also got to maintain a healthy skepticism about the assertion at the core of China's argument that the B-21 has been designed without countermeasures or other means that would allow it to deal with a hypersonic missile that can change course like the simulated ones did. It is accurate for China to emphasize that, as far as we know in the public domain, a hypersonic weapon with that capability would be a new development. But what we don't know is whether the US, Russia, China, or for that matter any other global power, might have already developed such capacities and just kept them secret. Not only that, but there's nothing to stop Northrop Grumman and the US Air Force to plan for the eventuality that someone, somewhere, will figure out how to control hypersonic missiles at top speed, even if that technology doesn't yet exist. Regardless, it's a fairly major assumption to suppose that the Raider has no means to counter such a weapon or isn't built in a way that would allow software updates, hardware attachments, or other tools to grant it that ability by the time it begins its service life. At present, we can't say with any level of certainty whether China's claim is legitimate, whether it should be taken seriously, or whether the US military believes that China's hypersonic arsenal is actually a threat to the B-21. What we can say is that China's decision to release this report now is not an accident. With the B-21 now taking to the skies, China was overwhelmingly likely to have some sort of response. But it's telling that this is the response that China chose, to assure its partners around the world, its adversaries, and perhaps even itself, that it does have the capacity to deal with the threat posed by the Raider, and that it shouldn't be tested in open combat against the People's Liberation Army. Whether that sentiment should be taken as a stone-faced and brutally honest warning by Xi Jinping, or whether it should be taken as a bluff, there's no way to know until or unless Beijing simulations are put to test in real life. And finally, today, we return to the Democratic of the Congo, where a couple of weeks ago, we explained that the DRC is barreling toward an electoral cycle marked by corruption, authoritarianism, and perhaps most worrying of all, violence that has escalated sharply in the last few months. With elections still on track to take place on the 20th of December, just under 3 weeks from when we're recording, a range of new international observers have warned that the situation there risks spiraling out of control. First of all, a little bit of context. Since it gained independence in the 1960s, the DRC has been marred by practically constant violence, which has escalated or de-escalated many times but never really fully gone away. It's a resource-rich nation, but one in which the average person is very poor, due in large part to government corruption and resource exploitation by foreign powers. The Congo's current president, Felix Tshisekedi, was first elected in 2018, despite widespread concerns around the legitimacy of that vote, and since then, his rule has been marked by the same corruption and the same political repression that Congolese citizens have known for so long. But neither the government's repression nor the Congolese opposition have tended to settle their differences through negotiation. Instead, some 6 million Congolese have died as a result of war since 1996, in wars where torture, ethnic cleansing, the use of child soldiers, and massacres of civilians are all too common. The UN has maintained a presence in the area until recently, although they and other peacekeeping organizations have now been kicked out of the Congo in advance of the coming election. The Congolese government is actively battling against a range of rebel groups, but most prominently an organization called the March 23rd Movement, or M23. At the same time, it deals with a constant flow of weapons and supplies en route to those rebels, provided directly or indirectly by neighboring Rwanda. In such a fractious situation, both the people of the DRC and interested spectators from around the world have been able to see the writing on the wall for a while now. The 2023 elections, if indeed they happened in 2023 at all, were going to be ugly. As for how ugly they'd become, the world found that out on July the 14th of this year when a prominent opposition leader named Cherubin Okende was found shot dead in his car in the Congolese capital city of Kinshasa. Okende was the spokesperson for an opposition party known as Ensemble, whose leaders, Moise Katumbi, was expected to be one of Tshisekedi's most dangerous political opponents. That prediction has largely borne out. Katumbi has secured the endorsement of several now former candidates, including a former prime minister and a prominent businessman, Seth Kakuni, who at 41 had previously been the election cycle's youngest candidate. But several other opposition leaders have been arrested in the months since Okende's assassination, with others reporting intimidation from the Congolese government. Political supporters of the opposition have increasingly faced arbitrary arrest, abduction, and severe restrictions on their ability to peacefully assemble. Those who are arrested, regardless of whether they're leaders or supporters of the opposition, have largely been denied due process. Even Katumbi himself has been restricted in his campaign movements and barred from accessing areas of the country that are seen as more favorable electoral territory. With such obvious attempts at electoral manipulation by the regime, pressure is mounting on election organizers to try and avoid the many issues of the Congo's last election. But that pressure campaign misses an important point, that the overreach of the DRC's current government in advance of this election is already far greater than what the Congo experienced in 2018. Moise Katumbi and the election's other prominent candidates are fighting an uphill battle, with Tshisekedi broadly understood to be the current frontrunner regardless of how he got there. The solution, as many within the Congo's opposition see it, is likely to be consolidation. That is to say, getting all but one of the country's 23 opposition challengers to drop out of the race, throwing their support behind whomever they believe is the single candidate most likely to win in the DRC's difficult electoral environment. That's likely to either be Moise Katumbi, the 2018 electoral runner-up Martin Fayulu, or a gynecologist named Denis Mukwege, who earned the Nobel Peace Prize for his work treating women who were sexually assaulted by militias in the DRC's eastern regions. But despite some progress made at a summit in Pretoria, South Africa 2 weeks ago, where 5 opposition parties chose to throw their support behind Katumbi, his 2 main competitors still haven't. Now, with less than 3 weeks remaining, it seems highly unlikely that either Fayulu or Mukwege will drop out, all but guaranteeing a fractious election where Tshisekedi will waltz back into office. And we can't emphasize enough just how rare it is that the DRC has a peaceful election at all. So rare, in fact, that the 2018 election that brought Felix Tshisekedi to power has been the only peaceful transfer of power in the Congo's history. Over 6 decades of independence, and the DRC has done this peacefully exactly 1 time. Now, with that in mind, we also wouldn't blame anyone watching this for coming to the logical conclusion that, as bad as it may be that Tshisekedi would win what is basically a fraudulent election, that doesn't that at least ensure that the Congo has another peaceful election cycle and, well, that it stays relatively stable. And to that question, we say, well, fair enough. But it's also not that simple, for two reasons. The risk of a military coup, and a surge in violence in the eastern areas of the Congo that only seems to be getting worse. First, there's the threat of a military coup inside the DRC. Felix Tshisekedi has not been shy about asserting his authority over the military, and he's done it largely by elevating young officers from both the country's elite Republican Guard and the rest of the armed forces. In October of last year, he replaced the head of the Congolese military with the former commander of the Republican Guard and announced a broad reform package. But between items in that reform package that granted the military greater flexibility and financial autonomy, and Tshisekedi's tendency to elevate officers who are more likely to be looking for something beyond their present station, the risk of a coup may seem relatively low. Put the Congo in context, though, and experts have been quick to point out fears of contagion from a tidal wave of coups in Africa over the last couple of years. Add to that Tshisekedi's recent decision to end a stretch of military control over 2 Congolese provinces, and the serious recent uptick in violence that we're about to discuss, and the danger of a political coup begins to rise again. And then there's the violence in the DRC's eastern provinces, where an ongoing insurgency by the M23 rebel group, which we mentioned earlier, has kicked into high gear. In the last several months, some 7 million people have been displaced by the conflict, while over 1 million have been unable to secure the voting cards that would allow them to participate in the coming elections. M23 has perpetrated countless individual war crimes and crimes against humanity, a mainstay of modern Congolese conflict on all sides, including that of the government. But in the last week, M23 has made major strategic gains that suggest it may be ready for more than simply ruling over its current sphere of influence. On Friday, November the 24th, M23 seized the town of Mweso, a critical step in lining up an attack on the city of Goma. Population, 500,000 people. If Goma and its surrounding province fall in the coming weeks, as could very well be the case, then President Tshisekedi's decision to not allow voting in the areas where M23 operates will be the least of anyone's worries. In a nation that's already just barely hanging on, the loss of a whole province would almost certainly tip the balance towards greater violence. As always, whatever happens in the Congo will have wide-reaching implications for the rest of the world. The Congo's reserves of copper, zinc, rare earth minerals, and most of all cobalt have made it into a very important partner for a number of big global players, not because the nation offers much to a China or a Russia or a US, but because a stable Congo means stable access to Congolese mines. In recent years, that's drawn more weapons, more foreigners, and more money into the Congo's low-grade conflicts. But if the DRC continues cycling itself toward implosion, then international involvement in the region could broaden very suddenly and very soon. M23 is just one of over 120 rebellions and militias in the DRC. Uganda, Rwanda, and China all maintain military influence in various directions, and if the Congo's tenuous balance really does collapse, then there's no telling what new regime may emerge in the aftermath. As the situation develops in the Congo, we'll be sure to provide regular updates, as we do for each of the topics that we've covered today, and the conflict's still raging, as well as all the conflicts still raging around the world. We'll see you next week. So, here it is. The video we never wanted to produce, but one that we couldn't put off making any longer. This summer began with cautious optimism for Ukraine. Optimism that newly supplied Western weapons would allow Kiev's forces to punch through Russian defensive lines. The Moscow's own failed 2023 offensive had so depleted its soldiers that the Ukrainians would be able to make significant gains in the south. Maybe not enough to completely KO the Russian bear, but at least enough to leave Kiev in a good place for 2024. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Instead, after 5 months of intense, brutal combat, Ukraine's forces have barely advanced. The Sea of Azov and Crimea are still dozens of kilometers away. Russia's defenses are holding. The counter-offensive, it seems, has failed. The question now is what comes next. With Russia stepping up industrial production, there are worries that Ukraine's last chance at a knockout blow is slipping through its fingers. That all the future holds now is grinding attritional warfare that could continue for a very long time. In today's analysis, we're taking stock of the counteroffensive's unfulfilled hopes and asking where Kyiv can possibly take things from here. If you have even the most passing interest in world events, you've probably seen the recent headlines. The Telegraph: Ukraine's counteroffensive is a disaster, says former Zelensky advisor. New York Times: Ukraine's top commander says war has hit a stalemate. The Washington Post: as war frustrations rise, stalemate tests Zelensky. Dripping out since August, such bleak assessments have recently become a flood. One capped by a November the 1st essay in The Economist by Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's armed forces, Valery Zaluzhny, which he declared, "There will most likely be no deep and beautiful breakthrough." This is in stark contrast to the nervous optimism that characterized Ukraine coverage at the start of the summer. Newly armed with Western main battle tanks and fresh off NATO training courses, Ukraine's chances of success seemed high. There was dizzying talk of liberating Crimea, of exhausted Russian lines suffering a total collapse. At the peak of the hype, it sometimes felt like Kyiv's backers were painting the armed forces of Ukraine, or AFU, as a kind of collective Saitama, one that would destroy Moscow's army with a single devastating punch. It was only after several months of grinding warfare that reality finally overtook expectations. Starting in June, the AFU began twin drive south toward the vital transport hubs of Melitopol and Berdansk, while a separate offensive in the east aimed to liberate recently conquered Bakhmut. In his essay for The Economist, Commander Zaluzhny notes how he expected the southern forces to advance up to 30 kilometers a day once they breached Russian defensive lines. In his words, "If you look at NATO's textbooks and at the maths, which we did, 4 months should have been enough time for us to have reached Crimea. It's a distance of about 200 kilometers. Instead, it's estimated that at their deepest point of penetration, the AFU advanced a mere 17 kilometers towards Melitopol. The Center for Strategic and International Studies crunched the numbers. At the height of Ukrainian advances towards the village of Robotyne, the AFU was moving at a mere 90 meters per day. Per the CSIS, the advance was slow even when compared with historical offensives in which the attacker did not draw major benefit from surprise or from air superiority. By way of comparison, the Kherson offensive in the fall of 2022 saw the AFU advance at an average of 590 meters per day. Historically, the rate of advance towards Melitopol is comparable to the Battle of the Somme. Now, that's not to say there weren't any successes, as at Robotyne, Ukrainian forces pierced Russia's first fortified lines of defense. In the Berdansk direction, several small towns were freed from Moscow's control. Near Bakhmut, the key positions of Klishchivka and Andriivka were liberated by Kyiv's forces. In the grand scheme of things, though, these were minor successes. Back in January, the Washington Post reports Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin briefed that reaching the Sea of Azov and thus severing Russia's land bridge to Crimea was a realistic goal. AFU never got close. As a result of the counteroffensive's slow pace, Kyiv is now downsizing those goals. Writing on X, international relations expert Sam Ramani explained how, quote, Ukraine wanted Melitopol so it could disrupt Russian supply chains and make real progress in Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and outside Bakhmut. It downsized its goal to Tokmak, which has been partially successful, but battle lines are frozen. The cost of this partial success, thousands of troops killed and wounded. Now, we need to be clear that Kyiv denies the counteroffensive has failed. In their telling, things are slow to a crawl but not yet stopped. A pause, all while the AFU focuses on destroying Russian assets behind the lines with Storm Shadow and ATA CMS missiles. And who knows? Maybe that's really the case. Maybe there'll be a sudden shift in gear soon and this video will wind up looking hilariously misinformed. Honestly, we pretty much hope that's what happens. As we made clear before, we want Ukraine to win. Nothing would give us more joy than for the AFU to stage a sudden breakthrough. But we also have a job to do, one that doesn't involve spinning fantasies about how everything is going to plan, one that, unfortunately, involves asking difficult questions. Questions like, what the hell happened? Now, back on August the 3rd, we released a video asking if Ukraine's counteroffensive had failed. In it, we discussed a lot of the factors that were bogging Kyiv's progress down, from Russian fortifications to late deliveries of Western equipment. Since that video is still in our archive, we don't want to just repeat the same points here. What we're going to do instead is highlight stuff we maybe didn't touch on back then, or issues that have only become clear in hindsight. So if we fail to spend this section talking enough about Surovikin lines or slow deliveries, please don't get mad, you can hear all of that in our previous video. For now though, let's start with looking at something Commander Zaluzhny focused on in his recent essay, electronic warfare, or EW. But now, one of the odd things about how this war has played out on social media has been the endless memes portraying Russian soldiers as bumbling incompetents who do nothing but get drunk and steal raccoons. But when you start following or listening to interviews with frontline Ukrainian soldiers, you don't hear stories about clueless Russian idiots. You hear stories of a formidable foe, one that's light years ahead of the AFU in some areas, the most important of which is probably EW. Prior to the invasion, Russia pumped gallons of oil money into its EW forces, modernizing them, building new cutting-edge equipment. Ukraine, by contrast, began the war still mostly relying on Soviet-era platforms. And while Western nations are helping Kiev's forces improve, the Russians are still able to jam their communications equipment so badly that it renders large-scale coordination between troops and artillery all but impossible. This leaves Ukraine at a huge disadvantage, especially when trying to battle through what the CSIS has called the most extensive defensive works in Europe since World War II. Among those defensive works, the key feature has been the minefields. Russia has laid minefields that can individually be up to 500 meters wide and collectively stretch back some 20 kilometers. Infamously, it was these minefields that led to the 47th Assault Brigade and 33rd Mechanized Brigade getting pummeled in early June. Trapped and targeted by artillery, the AFU was forced to abandon 25 trucks and fighting vehicles, including German Leopard 2 tanks. As Zaluzhny bluntly told The Economist, even Western supplies such as Norwegian mine-clearing tanks and rocket-powered mine-clearing devices have proved insufficient given the scale of Russian minefields. Other problems the commander highlights, you could probably guess for yourselves. The lack of air superiority, for example, which has seen Ukrainian troops left vulnerable to Russian attack helicopters. Others are perhaps less well known. General Zaluzhny noted the prevalence of modern sensors covering every inch of the battlefield, making concentrating forces nearly impossible. What CSIS calls a transparent battlefield in which forces can be found and targeted more easily than in past decades. Or in the general's words, quote, "The simple fact is that we see everything the enemy is doing and they see everything we are doing." Still, we don't want to only rely on Zaluzhny's take for this section, especially as some analysts think the failure isn't just due to technological improvements or Russian strengths, but also Ukrainian missteps. John Helen of the open source intelligence analyst Blackbird Group summed up some of this thinking on X. "I don't think anyone was stopping the Ukrainians from opting for a more limited offensive starting in mid-July. No one imposed the Zaporizhzhia counteroffensive or spreading of forces in 3 to 4 directions on the Ukrainians." And that last bit is important. Many Ukrainian analysts have been openly critical of the AFU's decision to send thousands of badly needed troops to try and retake Bakhmut, a city that has no real strategic value for either side. In Washington, meanwhile, officials have been pointing the finger at tactics deployed on the ground. After suffering crazy high casualties in the counteroffensive's first 2 weeks, the AFU backed off from its original plan of trying to breach the Russian lines in force. Instead, they opted for slower advances that relied on artillery attrition and probing attacks by small units. The result of this has been a massive drop in Ukrainian casualties and equipment losses. On the other hand, it's also ensured no big breakthrough can be made. Now, to be fair to the AFU, there's no guarantee that a massive advance in force would have met with any greater success. As analyst Michael Kaufman noted on the War on the Rocks podcast, it may have ended with similar gains to what we're seeing now, only with way more losses. After all, when Russia tried something similar in Volodar in February, they wound up losing 130 tanks and armored vehicles in 3 weeks. To this day, Volodar remains in Ukrainian hands. Speaking of Russia, now might be a good time to look at how things are going for Moscow's forces. Because you may have noticed that very little coverage of the counteroffensive has called it a victory for the Kremlin. Rather, the most used term is stalemate, a condition when neither side is capable of winning. As we're about to see, that's bad news for Moscow too. One of the strange things about covering a war that the public are invested in is the tendency for people to treat it like a zero-sum game, one in which one side's failure is the other side's victory. But war in general isn't like that. It's possible for Ukraine both to have had a deeply disappointing summer and for Moscow's forces to have also had an unsuccessful year. Remember earlier when we said that the AFU had expended thousands of troops to advance just 17 kilometers? While Moscow expended thousands more in the spring just to capture Bakhmut, a city of such limited strategic value that neither side should be fighting as ferociously as they have been for it. As we record this, the Kremlin seems to be hoping to repeat that feat in Avdiivka. Since early October, they've been hurling men and armor at the city, leading to titanic losses. The analysts at RUSI think the Russians have lost thousands of men in one operation. Elsewhere, Mike Hoffman estimated that Moscow may have lost more equipment outside Avdiivka than Ukraine lost in its entire counteroffensive. Now, that's not to say Moscow won't eventually take Avdiivka. Surrounded on three sides, the city is one of Ukraine's most vulnerable positions. But if they only do so at an overwhelming cost, then it's simply going to be a mirror image of Ukraine's counteroffensive, a minor gain offset by all the bloodshed. This is what it means for a war to be stalemated, to have reached a point where not only is neither side winning, but perhaps neither side can win. Writing on X, a Ukrainian reserve officer and intel analyst who goes by the name Tad Trigami summed up the situation by saying, "We are not winning at the moment, but I also don't see us losing. We're at a crossroads and need swift changes." Whether those swift changes are possible, though, is another matter. The deputy director of the French Foundation for Strategic Research recently told The Times that Russian and Ukrainian troops were mutually cancelling each other's air and ground capabilities. What General Zaluzhny has called technological parity. To quote, "Just like in the First World War, we have reached the level of technology that puts us into a stalemate." Now, obviously, Russian and Ukrainian tech is not perfectly aligned. The Russians have advantages in some sectors that we mentioned earlier, like EW, while the Ukrainians have things donated from the West, like ATACMS and Patriot missile systems that Moscow can only dream of. Fundamentally, though, it looks like both sides are evenly matched where it matters most. Both are able to survey the whole battlefield in real time. Both are able to remotely lay extensive minefields. Both are capable of using $400 drones to disable a $2 million tank. Both have mastered cheap loitering munitions that can kill infantry with ease. Still, current parity does not mean this will always be the case. The artillery advantage, for example, has been swinging back and forth between both armies. In the summer of 2022, it was Russia that could unleash 50,000 shells a day. This year, Ukrainian has had the edge on the southern front. Now, with North Korea delivering up to 1 million rounds to Russia as Western shell productions misses targets, it looks like the advantage will soon be Moscow's again. That's likewise true where long-range missiles are concerned. Russia has been stockpiling in order to, it seems, resume its campaign against Ukrainian infrastructure this winter. Still, the deck isn't purely stacked in Russia's favor. Tesla has recently given Kyiv steep discounts on its Powerwall batteries to keep the lights on under bombardment, and recent meetings with US tech chiefs suggest Ukraine's cyber capabilities might soon get a boost. But will any of this alter the fundamental picture? Will a glut of shells allow Russia to break the stalemate any easier than it did Ukraine? And that's a hard question to answer. Most analysts agree that a protracted war favors the Kremlin, which has more money and manpower than Kyiv. Equally, though, that's only an issue if the West ceases to supply the AFU with arms and funding. But I think we've made our point about stalemate. For now, let's turn our attention away from the present frozen moment and toward the future. When we talk about Ukraine's counteroffensive being a failure, it's important to note that we're talking about a specific action, the attempted advances south and east rather than the entire war. We mention this because there are already doubtless angry people in the comments asking why we haven't touched on two recent Ukrainian successes in the Black Sea and across the Dnipro River. In the Black Sea theater, Ukrainian forces have successfully damaged and destroyed so many Russian ships that Moscow's navy has had to retreat to more distant ports. As a result, Kyiv has been able to unilaterally open a grain shipping corridor, albeit one prone to disruption. For a country without a functional navy, that's quite a feat. Another success has been down near Kherson City, where Ukrainian forces crossed the Dnipro River to establish a bridgehead last month, one that they've since expanded. Both of these are impressive wins. In Kherson, it may even point to a potential new front in the war. Yet we need to be clear that these actions are separate from the main counteroffensive. Sure, they're connected in the sense that overall operations always are, but most analysts consider them to be different beasts. As far as the counteroffensive itself is concerned, the future likely holds a steep slowdown in the fighting, if not an outright pause. The Kyiv Independent summed up the position of AFU insiders thusly: "It's likely that Ukrainian advances, especially in the south, will remain very slow and localized for a time. Both sides' attention will shift east, to Avdiivka, and to a lesser extent, Kupiansk, as Ukrainian assault brigades rest and await the tools they need." Such resting is likely necessary. Melinda Haring of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center recently spoke to Britain's Sky News after touring the front lines and reported that Ukraine's defenders are utterly exhausted. Not just regular tired, they're exhausted. To quote, They've been fighting for more than 600 days. They haven't been replenished. They haven't really had a chance to go home. They really want a break. Others have suggested that Kiev may also be holding back to see whether the US Congress will cut off military aid rather than suffer the loss of more equipment that might not get replaced. For some observers, the end of this counteroffensive has been touted as the perfect time to open peace negotiations, to clap Ukraine on the back, say, well done, you gave it your best shot, and then try and work out a deal with Vladimir Putin. The trouble is, there's no sign Putin is willing to negotiate. At least not on terms anyone not wearing a t-shirt saying, I heart the Kremlin is going to find acceptable. Russia's preconditions remain stuff like recognition of its annexation of 4 Ukrainian oblasts Moscow mostly does not even come close to fully controlling. It also includes stuff like the demilitarization of Ukraine and other things Kiev could never agree to. Perhaps more to the point, each AFU failure seems to only convince Putin he's going to succeed in his original goal of conquering the entire country. From his perspective, why talk now when victory is within sight? So, if Ukrainian forces are likely to take a pause and negotiations are off the table, that leaves one possibility for the immediate future: Russia going back on the offensive. The only question is, are Moscow's forces even capable of such an action? Look at Avdiivka, and it's clear the Kremlin is determined to wrest the initiative away from Kiev, to stop defending and start attacking. Surrounded by Moscow's forces on 3 sides, the former Donbass coking town has seen more than 40,000 Russian troops mass outside it for a major push, despite heavy losses in recent weeks. According to the Kiev Independent, quote, all interviewed experts believe that Russia is committed to its assault on Avdiivka at least through the spring of 2024. Likewise, the 1st Tank Army and the 6th and 20th Combined Arms Armies are currently attempting to advance on Kupiansk. Outside Bakhmut, Russian forces have also launched an assault to regain positions previously seized by the AFU. So far, it seems like Putin's army is facing the same challenges Ukraine has, the near impossibility of overcoming formidable defenses when your opponent can see everything that you do. As the CSIS has dryly noted, quote, defense has the advantage in this war. This reality should not come as a major surprise. Who knows though? Maybe some of these offensives will be met with success. If Avdiivka falls, it will be a big win for Putin. Unlike Bakhmut, it wouldn't be merely symbolic either. Avdiivka is key to Ukrainian hopes of one day advancing into the Donbass. No matter how successful these localized actions are, though, they are unlikely to amount to a generalized offensive that makes large gains. Mostly because no one seriously believes Russia has the manpower to pull one off. As defense and security analyst Professor Michael Clark told Sky News, I don't think that Russians can launch any successful offensive until spring of 2025. Or as the New York Times put it, given the intensity of the fighting, military analysts generally agree that both sides will continue to struggle to generate forces capable of conducting offensive operations. It's a feeling even Russia's most hardcore supporters admit to having. Just look at the letter Igor Girkin published from his cell. A former Russian officer who conducted operations in the Donbass, Girkin was jailed by the Kremlin this year for criticizing the war effort, but not from some liberal, anti-war perspective. An extreme nationalist, Girkin belongs to a class of mill bloggers who desperately want Russia to win and criticize Putin for not being brutal enough. While that makes Girkin a despicable human being, he's also a knowledgeable critic of where the war effort is failing. According to his letter, as translated by the ISW, Russian forces will be even less capable of offensive operations than they are now by spring 2024. For this, Girkin blames Putin's unwillingness to order a full mobilization as well as the Kremlin's continued insistence on expending men and material on high-cost, low-reward operations like Bakhmut and Avdiivka. To be fair, not everyone agrees with these takes. Some analysts expect a larger-scale Russian offensive than we're seeing so far, one that could make bigger gains than anyone is anticipating. Broadly, though, there seems to be agreement that things have reached a stalemate, that while Russia may take Avdiivka and Ukraine may establish positions across the Dnipro, we're not about to see a massive breakthrough by either side. All of which neatly takes us to our final chapter today, the part where we try to figure out how this stalemate might be broken. In his Economist essay, General Zaluzhny claims his initial strategy was to cause so many casualties among Russian forces that the Kremlin would be forced to back off. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Quote, that plan was my mistake. Russia has lost at least 150,000 dead. In any other country, such casualties would have stopped the war, but not in Russia, where life is cheap. Now we can debate Zaluzhny's figures, statistical analysis by independent Russian outlets Meduza and Media Zona in July, but the number of dead closer to 47,000. But his overall point is sound. Moscow has lost more men in 90 months of fighting in Ukraine than the USSR did during the entire 10-year Soviet-Afghan war. Any hope of mass casualties leading to a revolution is just wishful thinking. This fact also means Kiev can't continue to rely on an attrition strategy. While they've suffered significantly fewer casualties than the Russians, Ukraine has a population slightly under a third of Russia's. In a grueling, long-lasting slugfest, the Kremlin has a clear advantage. So what's the FU to do? Well, according to Zaluzhny, that's lean into new technologies hard. In his essay, the general highlights not only areas where Ukraine needs to play catch-up like EW, but also ways of using tech to bring the fight to Moscow. This includes heavy investment in drones. So many drones that they can be sent out in massive waves that overwhelm Russia's air defenses. That's going to be a hard task. Moscow is pumping insane amounts into mass-producing cheap drones. You could see the efforts of this in the headline of a recent Reuters piece speaking to Ukrainian operators. Some Ukraine drone pilots fear early advantage over Russia now lost. Nonetheless, there are signs Kiev is serious about upping its drone game. State-owned arms manufacturer Ukroboronprom recently announced it had begun mass-producing long-range kamikaze drones capable of striking Moscow. Mine clearance tech is something else Zaluzhny wants to promote, and he's got some pretty wild plans. Just listen to the stuff he's asking for. We need radar-like sensors that use invisible pulses of light to detect mines. We can use jet engines from decommissioned aircraft, water cannons, or cluster munitions to breach mine barriers without digging into the ground. New types of tunnel excavators, such as a robot which uses plasma torches to bore tunnels, can also help. On the other hand, there are many who think relying on advanced tech may be a distraction from Kiev's real needs. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges recently told the Washington Post that the key is long-range strike capacity. In other words, giving Ukraine more cruise missiles that can hit sensitive sites like airfields, logistics hubs, and command posts. Right now, the AFU is armed with Storm Shadow, Scalp, and ATACMS long-range missiles. With these, they've destroyed scores of Russian aircraft and blown up ships in dock. Crucially, though, the number they have is limited. The exact figure is unknown, but everybody agrees that it's small. Hodges' argument is that enough of these missiles could severely disrupt Russian logistics in Crimea, through which Moscow's forces in the southern theater are supplied. That could make some positions in southern Ukraine untenable. Jack Watling at RUSI likewise supports facilitating the targeting of Russian logistics, especially with winter setting in. As he told the New York Times, if targeted strikes can degrade their Russian logistics, then the limited training and fieldcraft of Russian forces can maximize climactic injuries. Climactic injuries there being a polite way of talking about stuff like frostbite and hypothermia. One last technique Kiev can use is wider mobilization. As we mentioned earlier, Russia dwarfs Ukraine in terms of population. But as Zaluzhny points out, so far, quote, Russia has failed to capitalize on its hefty manpower advantage because Vladimir Putin is worried that a general mobilization might spark a political crisis. That means Kiev might be capable of getting more people onto the front lines than Moscow by a combination of clamping down on draft dodging, expanding the categories of those fit to serve, and making joining up more attractive. After all, for ordinary Russians, this war is something to be ignored or avoided, or at best, seen on TV. For ordinary Ukrainians, it's a fight for their very survival. Ultimately, though, what decides Ukraine's fate might not be decisions made in Kiev or by AFU leadership, but decisions made in capitals thousands of kilometers away. Right now, it's trendy to talk of war fatigue setting in across Europe and America, of voters who don't want to see more money being sent to Kiev, of politicians who think they can cut a dirty deal with Putin and end the violence. And that's unfortunate because it plays into the beliefs the old man in the Kremlin has always held about the West. That we're fickle, that we're easily distracted, that we're so weak and busy organizing pride parades that we'll roll over and give up the moment a real tough guy shows up. If the collective West stops backing Ukraine now, then all we'll be doing is confirming this worldview. To Putin, yeah, but also to every other wannabe autocrat out there, to every playground bully who failed to grow up and realize that there's more to life than dominating others. Because while Ukraine's counteroffensive may have failed, there's one sure way to guarantee it doesn't translate into wider failure. And that's to do what Kiev sympathetic analysts have been calling for since 2022, to create a long-term plan, one that utilizes the full industrial and economic power not just of America but of Europe too, one that doesn't just commit to manufacturing more weapons, but delivers them on time and in quantities the Ukrainians can use. If our democracies all stand together, then there's no way Moscow can win. Against our combined economies and might, the Russian grizzly looks more like a mangy Care Bear. The choice, then, to end this war is ours. It remains to be seen whether our leaders have the courage to do so. It's one of the smallest, poorest countries in Europe, a Connecticut-sized slice of rugged mountains, untouched forests, and deep gorges that's home to a mere 620,000 people. At only 13,812 square kilometers, Montenegro is the sort of place the word diminutive was coined for. As German magazine Berlin Political Journal once memorably put it, it's a country with fewer people than Frankfurt and a gross domestic product on par with the Bavarian town of Bamberg. Yet tiny Montenegro today is something neither Frankfurt, nor Bamberg, nor anywhere else for that matter can claim. Since 2022, it's been home to one of the most expensive stretches of road in the entire world. Running from the capital of Podgorica to the village of Marashevo, the A1 highway is an engineering marvel. Dotted with 20 bridges and 16 tunnels, it sweeps drivers effortlessly through the nation's stunning landscape. But this scenic drive has come with a heck of a price tag. Financed with a massive loan from China, Montenegro's road has left the country $1 billion in debt, and for a while at least, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Today we're exploring how one Chinese-built road nearly sank a nation's finances, yet still, somehow, remains unfinished.
We're on the road to nowhere.
So, when the first stretch of the Bar-to-Bellary highway opened in 2021, 2 years behind schedule, almost anyone could agree on a couple of things. The first is that the road was spectacular. An imposing line sliced cleanly across the Montenegrin landscape, a landscape famous for being anything but flat. Covered with low mountains and dotted with deep gorges, this tiny nation crams in nearly as much spectacular scenery as far bigger Switzerland. Building a gleaming, direct road across its rumpled countryside was a miracle of engineering. The second thing everyone could agree on was that this miraculous road had not come cheap. With a GDP of 5.86 billion American dollars, Montenegro has long been one of the poorest countries in Europe. While their small population means people are richer per capita than bigger economies like Moldova or Albania, it's still not the sort of place that can afford to waste money on giant vanity projects, which may be why the new highway was so controversial. Costing $1 billion, the road was easily the most expensive building project in Montenegrin history, the equivalent of taking 1,600 euros out of the pocket of every man, woman and child in the country. Yet this eye-watering price tag was hardly unexpected. With such an unforgiving landscape, the builders have been forced to construct less a regular highway and more a spectacular collection of soaring bridges and tunnels bored through thick rock. Only 40% of it was made up of what we might call regular road. Still, despite the expense, President Milo Đukanović and his supporters were bullish on the advantages that it would bring.
Before we continue with today's video, let me share something with you that is quite close to my heart that life can throw you curveballs, and for many, one of them is hair loss. Many just like me. But fear not, because today's video is proudly sponsored by Keeps, a game changer in hair care. Keeps is an online subscription service and is revolutionizing male pattern baldness management. Say goodbye to awkward doctor visits and empty promises from over-the-counter products. With Keeps, you receive expert care and personalized, clinically proven treatments from the comfort of your own home. It's all about convenience. Keeps connects you with licensed medical providers to create a personalized plan, delivering it right to your door. You can choose a delivery schedule that suits you, whether it's every 3, 6, or 12 months. And the best part is it's about half the cost of traditional pharmacy prices. And the results are impressive. It's too late for me. My hair was long gone before Keeps was around. But you don't have to be like me. Keeps offers FDA-approved hair loss treatments proven to be up to 90% effective. They even offer hair-thickening shampoo, conditioner, and styling pomade. Most Keeps customers start noticing improvements within just 6 months. So here's the deal. Hair loss stops with Keeps. If you're ready to regain control of your hair journey, visit keeps.com/megaprojects for a special offer. That's keeps.com/megaprojects. Now back to today's video. Intended to eventually connect to the port city of Bar with the Serbian capital Belgrade, the Montenegrin part of the highway was supposed to turn the Balkan nation into an important transport hub. Even better, the highway's route across the north would equalize the nation's economy, spreading some of the riches of the coastal south to the impoverished and mountainous north, maybe even connecting some of the millions of tourists who visit the country's beaches each year to explore the interior. For an example of this, we only have to look at the village of Matashevo. A mere 41 kilometers north of the capital as the crow flies, Matashevo had long been semi-cut off from the seat of power. Any locals wanting to travel to the capital had been forced to take a 180-kilometer detour along winding roads notorious for their fatalities. Now with the new highway open, they could do the same drive in under 25 minutes. There was only one problem with this way of looking at things. Rather than carry on through Matashevo and towards Serbia, the road finishes at the edge of the village. That $1 billion hadn't been used to forge the 163-kilometer highway from Bar to Serbia's border that everyone had been dreaming of. Oh, no. Instead, it had been used to build a little over a quarter of the proposed route, a 41-kilometer stretch of engineering genius that now ended at a village with a population of less than 100. Fewer than 100 people, most of whom couldn't even afford the highway toll of €3.50. For the cost of a fifth of their entire GDP, Montenegro's leaders had created a road to nowhere. Today, 2 years after that grand opening, the A1 highway remains unfinished, still unconnected to the port at Bar, still many kilometers short of Serbia's border. In fact, there are many who wonder if the remaining 122 kilometers will ever even be constructed. With a new president in power and a new government being formed, it could be that it will forever remain unfinished. But even if that's the case, then the road's effects on Montenegro are going to continue for a long time, because as we are about to see, the Montenegrins didn't just up and build this spectacular folly themselves. Instead, they turned to one of the most powerful nations on Earth to deliver their transport dreams: China. Now, one of the nice things about doing a video about a highway is that the metaphors basically write themselves. For example, we can now open this chapter with a little stylistic flourish by intoning the long winding road to Montenegro's failed highway began way back in 2005. Now, for those of you who aren't up on their Balkans politics, that start date is significant
because Montenegro at this stage wasn't even a separate country. Instead, it was part of the state union of Serbia and Montenegro, effectively the last crumbling remnant of a Yugoslavia that had already lost much of its territory in a succession of wars. The brainchild of long-serving Prime Minister Milo Đukanović, the idea of connecting the port of Bar to Serbia's capital Belgrade could be seen as a way of keeping the two nations together, of forging a stronger common identity. But that take would have been spectacularly wrong. Just a year after dreaming up their A1 highway, Đukanović led Montenegro to independence, the last former republic of Yugoslavia to head for the exit. Not that Đukanović had planned to let pesky things like new international borders get in the way of his infrastructure plans. As early as 2007, the new nation was asking French engineering company Louis Berger to conduct a feasibility study on the highway. The British company was likewise invited to carry out studies, while American engineering giant Bechtel signaled its interest to the government in Puerto Rico. Sadly, Đukanović, though, they all came back with the same and rather depressing conclusion. Building a grand highway across Montenegro's craggy landscapes was just likely to be impossible. Not literally impossible, of course, but in the sense of impossible for a nation with a small economy that doesn't want to bankrupt itself. The French company said the road would simply never see enough traffic to justify its existence. The Brits said the terrain would make the costs unfeasibly high. The Americans offered to instead do a cheaper upgrade of existing roads. But Đukanović's ruling party was not to be deterred. By 2009, they contracted a Croatian company to do the work. Unfortunately, the company wound up getting its tender cancelled just as the whole of Europe was plunging into the Eurozone crisis. If Montenegro ever wanted to see its highway built, it looked like it would need to rely on help from outside the West, from somewhere posting extraordinary annual growth, even as growth in Europe fell to anemic levels. Somewhere, perhaps, like China. In 2013, Xi Jinping launched the Belt and Road Initiative, a plan to export Chinese influence by investing in massive infrastructure projects across the globe. To which Montenegro was like, "You're funding massive infrastructure projects, huh? Well, we got a massive infrastructure for you, Xi." Within a year, the plan had been forged and contracts had been inked. Montenegro would take out a loan from the Export-Import Bank of China, then use it to hire the China Road and Bridge Corporation to come to their nation and do what the Americans, the British, and the French had failed to do. From China's perspective, the deal was an easy win. Not only would Beijing get a soft power boost and show off its engineering skills, it would also get a toehold in the Western Balkans, a region that had the twin benefits of being both outside the EU and thus able to pursue China-friendly policies Brussels would balk at, but also expected to join in the near future. Indeed, NPR has speculated that Beijing's hope was to establish a sphere of influence right on the EU's doorstep. From Montenegro's perspective, though, the upsides were less clear-cut. Sure, Đukanović would get his road, but at a hefty price. And we don't just mean the cost of the loan. The contract signed with Beijing granted China the right to seize land and property in Montenegro in the event of a default, while also giving Chinese courts the final say in any disagreements. Signing up to these clauses was such a bad look that the government classified them as state secrets to stop journalists from seeing them. Regardless of any downsides, though, work began in May 2015. It would only be after 6 long years and a wildly ballooning cost that the A1 highway was at last opened. Now, to be fair to the China Road and Bridge Corporation, it's not their fault Montenegro's highway got so absurdly expensive. Back when the plans were first drawn up, the government, somewhat unbelievably, left a vital turnpike off. Realizing this mistake and rectifying it added a huge chunk to the budget. Perhaps a bigger mistake, though, was the form the loan came in. Despite not being in the EU, Montenegro, like its neighbor Kosovo, uses the euro. But when the loan was taken out, it was denominated in US dollars. As the New York Times wrote, this made Montenegro vulnerable to the vagaries of foreign exchange markets. Since Montenegro hadn't hedged against currency swings, the result was a wild ride on the currency markets, one that partially led to the road's inflated price tag. Then there was just good old-fashioned local corruption. While the majority of workers on the road were from China, the contract stipulated that around 30% of the workforce had to be local. If that sounds fine, just be aware that the process of choosing those local subcontractors was absolutely not fine. France 24 reports that over a third of all Montenegrins hired to work on the highway had links with Đukanović's ruling party. There were no public tenders and almost no oversight or transparency. This may be why there was such an outcry when a British feasibility study hidden by the government was released after it lost power. The Scott Wilson Group has said that the entire road should cost $570 million. a little over half the eventual price tag. Yet corruption, currency swings, and forgotten turnpikes aren't the only reasons the A1 highway brought Montenegro to the edge of bankruptcy. There were the terms of the loan as well. With interest set at 2% per year, debts to China today take up over a third of Montenegro's annual state budget. Overall, public debt climbed to over 90% of the country's GDP. As a result, Reuters reports that the government was forced to hike taxes, slash benefits, and freeze public sector wages, in effect, undergoing a round of self-imposed austerity. Nor could anyone argue the trade-off was an increase in economic activity. When most governments undertake vast public works projects, the idea is to stimulate the economy and generate growth, all while creating employment opportunities for lots of people. But as Prime Minister Drita Nabazovic has complained, in the A1 Highways case, the loan was used to pay a Chinese company to bring over Chinese workers who then took all of their earnings back to China. Sure, Montenegro got to keep the road. Aside from that, though, all they accrued was debt. And what absolutely crazy levels of debt we're talking about here. In 2018, the Center for Global Development placed Montenegro alongside nations such as Djibouti, Laos, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan on a list of 8 highly vulnerable countries due to their debt. By 2021, things had gotten so bad that Montenegro was forced to beg the EU for help. In the end, a group of European and American banks managed to restructure the debt and organize enough relief measures that the nation's budget didn't collapse. And we've not even had a chance to touch on the environmental impact of the A1. The way the S.i.R River Basin was used as a dumping ground for construction materials, altering the course of this UNESCO-protected waterway. Remarkably, though, all these negative side effects seem to have made little difference to regular Montenegrins. While the highway project has been controversial for years, there's been little pushback against the country financing it. Recent polls show China is more popular among locals than Europe or America. And that all brings us to an interesting question. What happens next? What do you as a nation do when you've just blown $1 billion on an unfinished stretch of road that's plunged you catastrophically into debt? The answer? Well, apparently you hired China to build yet more highways. Now, back in 2021, Montenegro's then government estimated it would require around 25,000 vehicles a day to raise enough money from the tolls to pay for the highway. At the time, Reuters noted that the busiest days on the busiest sections were clocking only 6,000, barely a quarter of the required amount. When Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty visited in early 2023, they encountered almost no other vehicles. For a road designed to raise money from tolls, this represents a major problem. With figures like that, it's now thought the government won't even make enough revenue to cover the annual maintenance costs of the highway, thought to be around 77 million euros. Nonetheless, that doesn't seem to have dampened the optimism in Montenegro. If anything, the Montenegrin government today seems positively excited about the future. In June of 2023, for example, they exited the deal struck with European and American banks to reduce their debt interests from 2% to 0.88%. The reason given was a strengthening of the dollar against the euro, but there's no guarantee things won't swing the other way again. Perhaps more surprisingly is that they've signed up to yet more construction deals with China. Announced on March the 29th, 2023, the Budva to Tibet highway is a completely different beast to the A1. Running along the coast between 2 tourist towns, it'll cover just 16 kilometers and is projected to cost a comparatively small 53 million euros. Given the sheer number of visitors Budva and Tibet both accommodate each summer, it'll almost certainly see heavy usage. Still, it's sort of breathtaking to watch the government in the capital take this step, especially since 2023 is the first year since independence when Milo Đukanović is neither president nor head of the governing party. But while he may be out of power for the first time in a long time, Đukanovic's infrastructure dream clearly hasn't died. On the contrary, it may soon gain a whole new lease of life. In July of 2023, Balkan Insight reported that the outgoing government had confirmed new talks with the China Road and Bridge Corporation to build the remaining 2 sections of the A1, stretching to Bar on the coast and Marjare on the Serbian border. With cost estimates running at least another $1 billion, it seems certain the country will have to take out another loan. Although the China Road and Bridge Corporation has apparently suggested alternatives, one would be a private-public partnership model, or PPP, in which another company would finish building the road, then gain the exclusive right to operate it for 30 years to recoup their investment. It's a model that Montenegro's EU partners are keen to discourage. Talking to Reuters, an official from the European Investment Bank, or EIB, claimed that we told them that their PPP model was not bankable, that they would be taking on risks they don't know how to manage. In particular, the fear is that Montenegro will find itself driven deeper into debt and perhaps back to the brink of bankruptcy again. Yet the government seems determined to push ahead, to turn this 41-kilometer road to nowhere into the gleaming, nation-straddling highway Djukanovic first dreamed of back in 2005. Whether this is a gamble that will pay off, or whether this is just an extreme real-life example of sunk costs fallacy, is something that we're going to have to wait and find out. So we've reached the end of today's video, even if the story behind it all is still very much ongoing. It's a story that doubtless many of you will take as just another crazy narrative from Eastern Europe, another weird tale about a megalomaniac leader with a mad vision and the lengths he went to make it happen. But today's story is perhaps something else too. It's a cautionary tale, a reminder of what can happen when you rely on a distant, autocratic state for your infrastructure. In an era when some point to China and declare that they still build things there, it's worth remembering that it's not always so straightforward. That importing Chinese construction practices to the West won't necessarily get you anything more than a very expensive disappointment. Montenegro may have bet big on Beijing to help with its goals. In the end, though, that bet seems to have left them as broke, as indebted as the most foolhardy of gamblers. Just a few short years ago, the word Sweden brought to mind positive stereotypes, stuff like flat-pack furniture, ABBA, and enlightened social democracy. From afar, the country seemed a quiet paradise, the sort of place where crime was low and people really might keep their doors unlocked at night. Of course, the reality was always a bit more complicated than that. Biker gangs and far-right thugs were active, and the police were so laid back they once failed to solve the assassination of their own prime minister. By and large, though, Sweden was seen as calm and safe. But note the key word in that sentence, was. Because today the word Sweden brings to mind not positive connotations, but relentlessly grim ones. Stuff like firearm homicides, grenade attacks, and staggering levels of gang violence. Stuff like 13-year-old killers and houses destroyed in bomb blasts. Stuff that, in 2023, is threatening to tear this once placid nation apart. With gang warfare so out of control that the military has been called in, it now feels like a good time to ask, how did this happen? How did the land of IKEA and meatballs become Europe's gun murder capital? And more importantly, can things ever go back to how they were before? Now, the first thing to know when talking about gun and gang violence in Sweden is that it's still far below American levels. If you're watching this from a typical US big city, just know that you are way more likely to get shot dead within a few miles of home than you are visiting Stockholm or Gothenburg. That said, by European standards, Sweden's firearm crime rate is crazy high. Across 2022, this Nordic country of 10.4 million recorded 391 shootings, resulting in over 60 deaths. Per capita, that ranks Sweden as the joint worst EU nation for firearms murders, alongside Croatia. But it's only when you start to compare Sweden and its cities to peer nations that it becomes clear just how bad things really are. In the same year that over 60 people died in Sweden from gunshot wounds, the combined total for Norway, Finland, and Denmark was just 10. In the capital of Stockholm, the per capita gun murder rate is almost 30 times higher than that of London. As The Economist wrote, summing up the findings in a 2018 study, a man aged 15 to 29 in Sweden is 10 times more likely to get shot than in Germany. Again, if you're watching this while sat in a large US city or in certain nations in Latin America, you might now be thinking along the lines of 60 gun murders in 1 year. Please. The difference is that gun homicides are relatively rare across the whole EU and used to be almost unthinkable in Sweden. In 2003, the nation had one of the world's lowest gun murder rates. As recently as 2012, it could be listed as one of the planet's 10 safest countries. It's now dropped to nearly 30th place. Just before we continue with today's video, I do want to share something awesome with you. Look, the holiday season is around the corner, and if you're like me, you're on the hunt for a perfect gift, well, look no further than today's fantastic sponsor, Ridge. So what is Ridge, you ask? Well, it's not just a wallet, although it is a wallet, it's also a game changer. I swapped out my bulky old leather wallet that I had since I was an 18-year-old for a Ridge wallet a couple of years ago, and I haven't looked back. It can hold up to 12 cards, although I just have a couple of bank cards and my ID in there, but you know, if I ever expand that out, you really can. You can fit stuff in there. They're easy to slide out just like that. It's perfect. Plus, RFID blocking, so you don't have to worry about digital pickpockets. Plus, they've also got the Ridge key case, which puts your keys in this thing. So it's like a Swiss Army knife of keys, rather than like a jangly thing. This doesn't jangle, it's super neat. And yeah, it's perfect. If you get these two things together, you can also get 30% off, which is nice. And speaking of awesome deals, they have their new Hyper Lime collection, which is a Ridge wallet, but it's in this very bright color. It's got this great texture on it. They also have their new powder-coated ceramic collection, which is awesome. This one's got a really nice feel to it, although I'm not sure if lavender is quite my color. They've got other colors though, so don't worry. They've got 30 plus colors and styles, including leather, which I rather like. Plus, you can personalize it with text or a design, and guess what? AirTag attachments for these, so you will never lose anything again. Over 3 million customers, 80,000 5-star reviews, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty. What's not to love? So head to ridge.com/wargraphics for up to 30% off through December 20th. Plus, using my link, ridge.com/wargraphics, you can enter your email or mobile phone number, and you can get a free chance to win a Ridge bundle worth $4,000, no purchase necessary. Thanks to Ridge for sponsoring today's video, and now back to it. According to a survey done by Sweden's National Council for Crime Prevention, while shooting deaths in their nation have been spiking, across most of the rest of Europe, they've been falling. Clearly, modern-day Sweden is an outlier, both on the European continent and within the context of its own post-war history. The obvious question then is why? Why does Sweden in 2023 feel like a real-life Scandinavian remake of Escape from New York? One answer is that it's a nation currently awash with guns. Thanks to 3,218 kilometers of coastline that's utterly empty and unguarded for vast stretches, smuggling weapons into Sweden is easy. According to police estimates, Stockholm alone contains over 3,000 illegal guns. As Vice News notes, that's around 3 times the number thought to be in London, a city with around 10 times the population. The majority of these guns come from the Balkans, where weapons left over from the 1990s conflicts are still readily available. Although they're being brought to Sweden for use by criminals from former Yugoslavia, at least not exclusively. Rather, these imported guns are being sold to a dizzying array of gangs. The exact number of gang members in Sweden is hard to determine, and estimates vary wildly. Police Chief Anders Thornberg has publicly estimated about 13,000, while the government has claimed it's more in the region of 30,000. One reason it's hard to be sure is that many of the gangs are so small, even their members probably wouldn't consider themselves part of an organized crime group. Speaking of Vice, crime reporter Kim Malmgren explained, most of them wouldn't recognize themselves as an organization, but more as a group of friends who grew up together. But while it's hard to classify the exact number of gangs in Sweden, their effect on society can be seen all too easily. Back in September, a single 12-hour period saw a teenage rapper slaughtered outside a football pitch as children were playing, a grown man shot dead, and a young woman killed in Uppsala when her house was destroyed by a bomb erroneously left at the wrong address. All told, September was the worst month for homicide in Sweden in 4 years, with 2023 already on track to exceed 2022 in the number of shootings and bombings. It was against this dark background that Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson made a rare televised address, an address in which he told the nervous public that, quote, Sweden has never before seen anything like this. No other country in Europe is seeing anything like this. An address in which he also pledged to call in the army to help stop the bloodshed. Whether it will work is another matter. With police chiefs briefing that this is Sweden's worst security crisis since the Second World War, it seems naive to think that it could be quickly solved. Rather, the current situation is a result of decades of accidents and missteps that have finally added up to a national catastrophe. If you ever need a real-life example of the law of unintended consequences, look no further than what happened in Sweden in 2020. That year, as most of the world was trapped indoors by the pandemic, European police were quietly at work breaking the codes of EncroChat, a communications network favored by organized crime. The result was a wave of arrests across the continent. Thousands of gangsters who talked freely on the surface about smuggling drugs or ordering a hit were thrown behind bars. In Sweden alone, 400 criminals went down, including the heads of multiple gangs. At the time, it felt like a massive win for law enforcement, a killer blow that had chopped the head off countless crime families. It's only in retrospect that breaking EncroChat's codes seems like a dangerous mistake. Speaking to The Independent, Swedish journalist Darman Sully, who described how, quote, the arrests led to chaos, where very young gang members are now fighting for dominance of the lucrative drugs market. One of the key words in that sentence is young. With the old generation of crime bosses gone, Sweden seems to have become a playground for children acting out their gangster fantasies. The only difference being that these games have deadly consequences. A 2021 Swedish police report into young gang members found a low threshold for lethal violence, as well as, quote, lack of respect for human life and the indifference to the risk of harm to third parties. You can see how this translates into real-world harm just by looking at some of the recent stories to come out of the country. In 2023, a 13-year-old was shot in the head execution-style in a Stockholm suburb. Back in 2020, 2 teenagers were tortured and raped in a cemetery as a form of punishment. Often, these brutal crimes aren't even committed for money or control of lucrative drugs routes. They're more linked to teenage obsessions, issues of respect, or of showing dominance. It didn't used to be like this. While Sweden has always had gangs, they tended to be structured more like traditional cartels, biker gangs, or crime empires linked to the Middle East with strict hierarchies and bosses controlling everything. This is the model you'll still find in other European countries like Germany, the Netherlands, or Belgium. To be clear, it's not a model that we want to romanticize. Belgium is going through its own crisis of gang violence linked to transnational cocaine cartels, and anyone who thinks such cartels can't be brutal has, well, obviously never watched Narcos. In the Swedish context, though, the old bosses at least tried to avoid civilian casualties, knowing that it would harm business. The young new upstarts, by contrast, have developed a habit of trying to kill family members of anyone they have beef with. This has led to multiple innocent people being shot or blown up in cases of mistaken identity, a cycle of violence fueled by having so many small gangs competing for finite resources. Police in Stockholm alone have counted 52 such organizations. Police chief and head of intelligence for the Greater Stockholm area, J.L. Polgerivius, has even gone on record saying the current crisis is more like low-intensity warfare than a crime problem, a perception undoubtedly fueled by the authorities' failure. failings. The Economist reports that only around 20% of Sweden's gang-related murders are ever solved, nor are the police often able to react in real time. Back in 2020, Gothenburg was paralyzed by a gang war so intense it saw rival organizations setting up roadblocks and ambushes to capture their enemies. Although the police intervened to dismantle the roadblocks, they didn't arrest anyone. The violence only ended when the gangs themselves agreed a truce. If that sounds unbelievable, rest assured that you've not heard the half of it. It's time for a quick dive into one of the major causes driving Sweden's gang wars, the legal roadblocks stopping the government from doing anything about it. As we just mentioned, one of the unique features of Sweden's gang problem is that many of those carrying out shootings and bombings are extremely young. Like, not even in the sense of 18-year-olds with little life experience. We mean kids between the ages of 13 and 15. Speaking to the Telegraph, Swedish police acknowledge the existence of around 1,200 so-called child soldiers. Children are also said to make up the majority of those arrested for gangland offences. This is where things start to get really problematic. In Sweden, the age of criminal responsibility is 15. Anyone who commits a crime below that age cannot be sentenced to any punishment. This contrasts with nations like England, which set the criminal responsibility age at 10. But Sweden goes even further. A recent law decreed that those under 18 should only be arrested as a last resort, while those under 21 should only be imprisoned in exceptional circumstances. The goal of these legal changes, carried out last decade, was to improve the rights of offenders and make it easier to rehabilitate young criminals. As an idea, it's definitely laudable, an attempt to remove the lifelong stigma that petty teenage crimes can carry in places like America or the UK. Sadly, that attempt at enlightened policy has now hamstrung the police dealing with vicious teenage gangs, and those remaining gangs still run by older men have been incentivized to recruit kids. As appalling as that last sentence was, there's a cold logic behind it. Consider the case of a 16-year-old hitman who walked into a Stockholm gym last year intending to kill a much older gang member only to shoot dead an innocent bystander. Under Sweden's lenient system, the teenage murderer was sentenced to less than 3 years in a youth care home. Even other Scandinavian countries disagree with this approach. When Swedish gang members, all under the age of 18, crossed into Denmark to carry out a hit, the Danish authorities locked them up for 20 years. As centre-right MP Johan Forsell pointed out to The Economist, if they'd committed the same murder in Sweden, the maximum penalty would have been 4 years in a social institution. For gangs, there are other advantages to using children. Homemade bombs inside thermos flasks look less suspicious when carried by a kid. Such kids are also easier to manipulate. Really though, it's the justice system's inability to convict young offenders that's driving the trend. As former Chief Prosecutor Lise Tam complained to The Telegraph, "We protect the integrity of criminals and ignore the victims." A statement that's hard to argue with when you realise that until very recently Swedish police weren't even allowed to tap criminals' phones. Still, the current problems aren't solely a byproduct of an extremely lenient legal system. Despite a 75% increase in budget in recent years, Sweden police forces are still comparatively underfunded and undermanned. As recently as 2020, the country could boast only 2 police officers per 1,000 residents compared to 3 in Germany. Within the EU, only Denmark, Finland, and Latvia have fewer police officers per capita. Admittedly, these figures are now slightly out of date. Sweden has been on a police hiring spree not yet visible in Eurostat data, with a goal of adding 6,000 new frontline officers by 2024. But even this increase is below where police chiefs want it to be. The chief of the Gothenburg police has asked for 10,000 more cops to be added. So yeah, it's fair to say that the entire legal apparatus in Sweden is facing challenges that have helped fuel the escalating crisis. Even so, we still haven't answered our title question. How did things get so bad? To do that, we're going to have to turn our attention to another key ingredient in the nation's combustible mix, an ingredient that many Swedes find too controversial to even talk about: a failed set of immigration policies. Now, the trouble with discussing immigration and crime is that it can effectively sweep away all nuance, reducing what is an extremely complicated topic into just another front in the never-ending culture wars. However, it's also a topic that we need to at least try and broach. According to The Economist, some 50% of Sweden's gang members were born abroad. Even those born in Sweden are highly likely to have parents who weren't. 85% of those involved with gangs have what the magazine termed an immigrant background. In most cases, that means Iraqi, Somali, Lebanese, Turkish, Syrian, or Balkan heritage. For some on the right, this is as far as the discussion needs to go, further proof that immigrants are inherently criminal. Yet, to stop here would be to ignore the fact that this is unique to Sweden. As The Telegraph, hardly a bastion of lefty wokeness, has written, Yes, the 2015 asylum wave saw Sweden import all kinds of criminality among the record numbers of people it took in. But Germany took in even more and doesn't have such problems. So what then is it about the Swedish immigration system that has led to so many young men with foreign backgrounds turning to organized crime? At least a partial answer comes from the last two prime ministers. According to Sweden's current centre-right leader, Ulf Kristersson, quote, "It is an irresponsible immigration policy and a failed integration that has brought us here." Before Liz Barr in 2022, his centre-left predecessor, Magdalena Andersson, had meanwhile declared that we now have parallel societies in Sweden. We live in the same country, but in completely different realities. It's in those two quotes that we can begin to get a sense of the true root problem, an absolute failure to ensure peoples of wildly different cultures have any means or incentive to integrate. And the issue is tied up in housing, or perhaps more accurately, housing and a lack of forward planning. For such a small nation, Sweden is stupendously diverse. While its population is roughly similar to that of the Czech Republic, the 2021 census found that fewer than 5% of Czech residents were born abroad. In Sweden, that number is more like 20%. While its population is roughly similar to that of the Czech Republic, the 2021 census found that fewer than 5% of Czech residents were born abroad, like this guy. In Sweden, that number's closer to 20%. Much of this has been fueled by Sweden's self-image as a humanitarian superpower, a place not afraid to take in those fleeing conflict or persecution. Between 2012 and 2022, the number of foreign-born residents rose by 680,000, in large part driven by refugees. Unfortunately, Sweden's welcome often doesn't extend much beyond opening the door. Swedish crime reporter Darman Sala, who himself born in Kosovo, has described how the only housing often available to migrants is in suburbs far from cities where, quote, "the schools are poor, there is high unemployment, and many do not speak Swedish." An approach, he said, makes people outsiders. A typical example of this might be Husby outside Stockholm. There, 80% of the population have immigrant backgrounds, mostly Iraqi, Somali, Syrian, and Turkish. So deprived is Husby that the government classes it as one of 22 extremely vulnerable areas. But as Salihu has said, poverty isn't the only problem or even the main one. Rather, it's a combination of factors that leave residents untethered from wider society. Harsh labor laws, for example, mean it can be near impossible for newcomers to find legal work. That's created a gap in unemployment rates between natives and non-natives that's the worst in the developed world. Nearly 15% of immigrants in Sweden are out of work, compared to 4% of the local-born population. Teenagers too have limited options. Underfunded and underperforming schools mean boys often give up on education. Local youth centres have been often taken over by gangs. Bored and lacking direction, teens can wind up joining for the sense of respect and community. None of this is to excuse the violence committed by these young men. The majority of people with immigrant backgrounds in Sweden do not join gangs. They do not murder people, despite suffering the same lack of opportunities. To not acknowledge this would do law-abiding newcomers a disservice. Still, these factors may at least explain why these communities are such fertile ground for gang recruiters. Speaking to The Independent, Darman Salihu summed up his thoughts on the issue of immigration and gang crime in the country thusly. Both the Conservatives and the Social Democrats who have governed Sweden for decades have been passive bystanders to an ever-evolving problem of segregation and lack of integration. Maybe it's not the migration, but the lack of planning for a new society that is the culprit. Whatever the truth, that a problem exists today is undoubtable. The only question is, can anybody solve it? Now, as we're working on this piece, Sweden received some unexpected good news. Gang leader Rawa Majid, known as the Kurdish Fox, was arrested crossing the border from Turkey into Iran. As a resident of Turkey, Majid had spent years directing criminal activity and murders in Sweden from abroad. To say his arrest is a relief is probably something of an understatement. A war between Majid's Foxtrot gang and another has helped fuel 2023's surge in violence. Nonetheless, it's hard to believe, given everything we've outlined in this video, that the arrest of one gang boss will bring Sweden back to stability. No, to change the nation's trajectory is going to require much deeper fixes. Thankfully, the ruling coalition already has some ideas. The only problem is, no one is sure if they're going to work. One of the basic steps the current government is taking is to try and make the criminal justice system tougher. That means stuff like increased sentences for gang crimes tied to parole conditions and doubling the minimum penalty for gun crimes. It also means the creation of new youth prisons. As we mentioned earlier, a 16-year-old murderer in Sweden will currently serve less than 4 years in a youth care home for his crime, and with the new bill, 15 to 17-year-olds who commit a serious crime will be sent to something closer to an actual prison, with the first one slated to open in 2026. While that won't solve the problem of the high age of criminal responsibility, it will at least hopefully create some deterrence. At the same time, the number of prison places for criminals over 18 will be doubled. For victims of teenage gangsters, this step will undoubtedly offer comfort. but it's not totally clear whether it's going to work to lower crime rates. Professor in criminology and department head at Stockholm University, Felipe Estrada, did a long interview with his faculty's website where he cautioned that Sweden's narcotics market is so lucrative that gangs will likely have little trouble finding new recruits to replace those imprisoned. He also expressed reservations about another tool police will be given, the power of stop and search. Stop and search is a measure whereby police can create a temporary zone inside of which anyone can be searched without the officers needing to prove they suspect them of a crime. Such powers are already used widely in England and Wales, where they're extremely controversial because of the disproportionate way that they target minorities, a practice which some argue increases friction between officers and the communities that they serve. Still, these powers can also lead to the discovery of weapons or serious drugs, thereby hopefully discouraging criminals from carrying either. The final major new tool Sweden is considering is something known locally as Sluta skjut, which translates as stop shooting. However, American audiences are more likely to know it by the name Group Violence Intervention. An American idea pioneered in inner-city neighborhoods in places like Chicago and Boston, GVI subjects known gang members to mandatory call-ins. At these sessions, they are confronted by victims of gang crime and then offered pathways out. If they don't take the exit ramp, they're warned that the police will crack down on them remorselessly. In neighborhoods in Boston and Chicago, GVI led to drops in youth homicide of up to between 37 and 63%. Nor is it an idea completely alien to Swedish culture. Things got so bad in the city of Malmö that a pilot program was launched in 2018 and later integrated into regular police work. The results seem to speak for themselves. In 2018, Malmö suffered 12 fatal shootings. By 2020, it was reduced to just 3. Although it spiked back up to 5 in 2022, that was still fewer than in 2018 or 2019. According to Radio Sweden, under the program, quote, the number of shootings and explosions in Malmö has gone down by 40 to 60%. However, there was one major caveat. According to the National Council for Crime Prevention, it's not certain GVI was solely responsible for this dip in crime. It could be that other factors were at play. Still, these new programs and police powers, a mixture of progressive and conservative approaches, may be the best chance Sweden has at reducing its stratospheric gang crime rate. We can only pray that they work out. At the end of this video then, it's hopefully clear that Sweden is an extremely complex place, a place where good intentions and a culture of tolerance have accidentally given rise to a spate of bombings and shootings that leave people feeling unsafe even in their own homes. To be clear, we're not saying the country is some sort of crime-ridden hellhole. The overall crime rate remains about the European average. The US government's Sweden Travel Advisory notice doesn't even mention gang crime, instead focusing on the threat of terrorism inspired by a recent spate of Quran burnings. If you fly to Stockholm tomorrow, your experience will almost certainly be calm and enjoyable. Nonetheless, within the context of its own post-war history, the fact remains that Sweden is experiencing a level of gang violence is never seen before, a criminal wave that has left ordinary citizens feeling helpless. Whether the nation can find its way back to order and stability is something that we'll just have to wait and find out. Just before we get into the video today, I do want to talk about the perfect blend of style and functionality with today's fantastic sponsor, Ridge. You see, at Ridge, they build gear that is designed to last for life, and their latest creation is no exception. This is the Ridge beveled ring set. It's perfect for anyone who wants a ring that can keep up with their busy lifestyle. So what makes these rings stand out from the crowd? Well, first off, they come in a variety of premium materials, from carbon fiber to 24 karat golds. Plus, they've got an outer beveled edge, so you've got on-hand comfort, and they've got this inner convex shape, so you've got a pinch-free, comfortable fit. It just fits lovely. And that's not all. They've also launched silicone rings that are available in multiple colors, like matte, olive, royal black. I'm trying to get my royal black one out of here right now. Alpine Grey, Gunmetal, and Base Camp Orange. Just like the metal rings, it also comes with a silicone band and a travel case. It's all about versatility. And Ridge offers lost and resizing protection. Whether you lose your ring or shed a few pounds or maybe gain a few pounds, you could exchange your ring for the same style in a different size not once but twice. Plus, Ridge uses the same premium materials and designs from their signature wallet. So if you've got a Ridge wallet, why not complete the look with a matching Ridge ring? So if you want to upgrade your star game and add that finishing touch to your look, head on over to Ridge using the link below or go to ridge.com/shadows and get a fantastic 10% discount with the promo code SHADOWS. Big thank you to Ridge for sponsoring. And now, today's video. So, how do you quickly inform someone that lethal, invisible beams of energy are nearby and could fry every cell in their body, and unbeknownst to them, have already handed them a death sentence? This is the radioactive symbol, or more precisely, it's the symbol posted on various devices, containers, and substances warning of ionizing radiation, which is extremely harmful to the human body. The symbol is also placed at the perimeter of nuclear power plants, former bomb test sites, and areas that have experienced a catastrophic nuclear meltdown where radiation levels are dangerously high, even when standing at a distance of several hundred feet, or perhaps even a couple of miles. The radioactive symbol was first devised in 1946 in the US, and it slowly became adopted as the standard international hazard symbol for ionizing radiation between 1963 and 1974, officially being designated with the International Standards Organization number 361. Its trefoil shape is supposed to represent 3 blasts of radiation coming off of an atom. If we hadn't seen this symbol a billion times in movies, TV shows, and comic books, I'm not sure how many of us would have been able to figure out that these geometric shapes represented radiation from an atom, or immediately realize the extreme danger it posed in time to save our lives, or at the very least spare ourselves permanent injury and some agonizing weeks in hospital. Similarly, popular knowledge of the radioactive symbol is not equally distributed around the world. A survey conducted in India, Brazil, and Kenya in 2004 found that only 6% of respondents understood its meaning and the danger that it signified. As such, rods made of highly radioactive material have engravings on them that are even more blunt, the most recognizable on the internet being a rod of cobalt-60, only an inch thick, that could fit into the palm of your hand. The engraving reads, "Danger, radiation, drop and run." If you held one of these fully irradiated rods for 5 minutes, eventually your hand would swell up like a balloon, large strips of skin would probably turn necrotic and fall off, and the massive amount of radiation that hit the rest of your body would give you a 50-50 chance of dying in the next 2 months. If you held onto a fully irradiated rod of cobalt-60 for 10 minutes, you'd soon vomit, soil yourself with a heavy bout of diarrhea, have multiple seizures, fall into a coma within the hour, and be dead in 2 days. Therefore, drop and run is something of an understatement. You should drop it and run for your goddamn life until you are the better part of a mile away, or at least until there are some very heavy walls between you and the object. However, to be frank, it'd be wise to keep running all the way to the emergency room. Given that the world's largest supplier of cobalt-60 rods is Canada, and that the international language of science is English, even this sinister warning might be missed by people who can't read English engravings and aren't terribly familiar with the concept of radioactivity. There are numerous cases from the developing world where people unwittingly dismantled nuclear devices and died horrible deaths. As such, in 2007, the International Atomic Energy Agency unveiled a supplementary radiation warning, ISO symbol 21482. It is meant to be pasted on nuclear devices in addition to the classic radioactive symbol. If a person ignores the trefoil symbol on the outside of this device and begins to dismantle it, once they lift a panel or remove an outer casing, they will be confronted by a much more insistent blood red triangle with the classic radiation symbol at the top. But this time, the radiation symbol is emitting sinister lines of nuclear energy down towards a skull and crossbones representing high toxicity and death, and next to it, there's a man running for his life. As such, ISO 21482 is the international symbol of stop whatever the hell you're doing and get out of there, and if you're lucky, you haven't already signed your own death warrant. Due to the immense danger posed by radiation to human beings and the catastrophes that inevitably follow when radioactive materials are unleashed upon the public, everything in our power must be done to keep unsuspecting people away from them. And this brings us to the tragic event which convinced international authorities the run for your damn life symbol was desperately needed around the world. And that's the Samut Prakan radiation accident. And just before we get into that horror show, I do want to give a plug for this book, The Shortest History of the Universe, written by the author of today's episode, David Baker. I've read this book. It's a fantastic book. As you can probably tell from the title, it's The Shortest History of the Universe, and it is amazing what it condenses into just such a short read, from the Big Bang to us existing today, and then a pretty wild look into what the future of humanity and the universe might be. It's an excellent read. I'd highly recommend it. There is a link below, and let's get into the horror show, shall we? Samut Prakan is a province included in the Bangkok metropolitan area of the Southeast Asian Kingdom of Thailand. It is a heavily urbanized region with well over 1 million people living on top of each other. And it was in this crowded area that in February of the year 2000, a source of tremendous radioactivity was left in a junkyard, sparking a state of emergency and endangering the local populace. The seeds of the disaster were sown several decades earlier in 1969, when the German technology conglomerate Siemens exported a radiotherapy machine to a hospital in Bangkok. The machine used targeted radiation to induce cell death and shrink malignant tumors that would otherwise continue to grow rapidly, impeding a patient's bodily functions and ultimately killing them. The machine in question was powered by a rod of cobalt-60, which had been produced in Canada. Cobalt-60 is a radiation source that is not found in nature. It must be artificially made. Plain old naturally occurring cobalt is usually extracted as a byproduct of nickel and copper mining, and when extracted from the ore, it can be smelted into a bluish-grey metal. Historically, cobalt was used to infuse a splash of blue in everything from ancient Roman jewelry to Chinese Ming vases. In the modern age, cobalt is instead frequently shipped to heavy water nuclear plants like those in Canada, where it is bombarded with neutrons in order to fill the nucleus of a cobalt atom with more of them, going from 27 neutrons to 33. This process of neutron enrichment takes the relatively stable blue metal and transforms it into a highly unstable radioactive one called an isotope. A neutron-laden isotope decays by emitting tremendous amounts of energy into the surrounding environment as it tries to settle into a more stable form again. This fierce blast of energy is called ionizing radiation. That's the deadly kind of radiation. It's strong enough to strip electrons from the shell surrounding an atom. Sort of like taking a sharp pick or a knife or a piece of steel wool and scraping the enamel off your teeth. As such, in living cells, ionizing radiation can have a hugely unhealthy and destabilizing effect on the body's complex and fragile patchwork of interwoven parts. It can create horrific swollen burns and skin necrosis, aka dead flesh that's still attached to your body. It can also destroy parts of your DNA, the very fiber of your being, creating grotesque mutations and vastly increasing the risk of cancer. It can also destroy the marrow of your bones, which stops the production of white blood cells necessary to fight off viruses and hostile bacteria, meaning that the smallest of infections can kill you. It also destroys your gastric, vascular, neurological systems, causing intense nausea, vomiting, bloody diarrhea, unbearable abdominal pain, fever, the shutting down of vital organs, disorientation, seizures, and ultimately death. Once blasted by a significant dose of ionizing radiation, there is often a period of initial nausea, followed by a latency period of several days where you show few symptoms. Meanwhile, the cells of your body will quietly contort and curdle until the whole fragile system breaks down and you suddenly become tremendously ill. Without medical treatment, you will almost certainly die, and if you got a heavy dose, it doesn't matter if you got medical treatment. You're gonna die anyway. In small targeted doses, via radiotherapy machines, ionizing radiation can do just enough damage to living cells that it slowly shrinks cancerous tumors. But if its full power is unleashed upon the world, it is a horrific thing to behold. No different than the fallout experienced by the people at Hiroshima and the people at Nagasaki. And these devices are in almost every hospital around the globe. As such, the rod of cobalt-60 used in the Bangkok radiotherapy machine was housed inside a thick container made out of lead, a metal that is capable of stopping ionizing radiation dead in its tracks. The lead container was surrounded by stainless steel. Because the rod of cobalt-60 was only an inch thick and 1.5 inches long, the lead and steel container was also quite small, about 17 inches long and 8 inches wide. But due to all the heavy metals involved, the whole thing weighed an astonishingly hefty 230 pounds. Over time, a rod in a radiotherapy machine will lose its strength. As a rod of cobalt-60 emits an immense blast of radiation, it gradually decays into a stable form of nickel, chemically changing into a completely different element. It takes 5.2714 years for exactly half of the cobalt atoms to decay, otherwise known as a half-life. As all the cobalt-60 atoms are slowly used up, the radioactivity of a rod of cobalt becomes less fierce. Thereupon, the rod will need to be replaced. But things didn't work out that way in Bangkok. Now, in the case of the rod of cobalt-60 powering the radiotherapy machine in Bangkok, it was used from 1969 until 1981, 12 years, long after it should have been replaced with a new rod. What this meant for cancer patients at the Bangkok hospital was that they had to spend unreasonably long amounts of time being blasted by an increasingly weak machine in order to shrink their tumors. A new cobalt-60 rod was installed in the machine in 1981. Thereafter, the pattern repeated itself. The rod was in use for a further 13 years until 1994. Thereupon, the Bangkok hospital replaced the entire radiotherapy machine with a new one manufactured by Nordion, a company based in Canada. It was here that a problem arose. Where do you put the old machine? Nordion refused to take it because they had not manufactured it. Siemens, the German company that did manufacture it in 1969, also refused to take it because they had long since stopped working with cobalt-60 and no longer produced the machines. So, instead, the Bangkok hospital sold the old machine to the Thai electric company Kharman Sukhasorn, or KSE. As a matter of procedure, the hospital and KSE had to report the transfer of the radioactive device to the Thai nuclear regulator, the Office of Atoms for Peace. But they didn't. That was illegal. The radiotherapy machine was transferred to a KSE warehouse where it was placed in a storage unit that eventually got filled up with 3 other radiotherapy machines when KSE was only licensed to house one of them. In 1999, KSE terminated their lease of the storage warehouse. Thereupon, KSE moved 3 of the radiotherapy machines to a parking lot that they owned in southeast Bangkok. Needless to say, that was also illegal. The radiotherapy machine was stored underneath a simple overhead shelter to protect them from the elements. Otherwise, they were sitting in the open air. Public access was blocked off from the parking lot by only a chain-link fence. However, neighbored children had long since cut holes in that fence in order to play football in the wide open spaces there. Now, sometime in late 1999 or early 2000, the Bangkok hospital radiotherapy machine was stolen from the parking lot by a person or persons unknown. On January 4th, 2000, the container housing the rod of cobalt-60 was sold to 2 scrap metal collectors. It is possible these 2 stole the device on their own, but we'll never know. Due to strict defamation laws in Thailand, these men shall remain nameless, as shall all the other players in today's story. They took the container home and left it outside 100 meters or 330 feet from their house, intending to dismantle it and sell the metal at a later date. The cobalt-60 was at this point 19 years old. The majority of it had already decayed. The original strength of the rod in 1981 was approximately 197 trillion becquerels, a measurement unit for radioactivity named after the man who discovered the phenomenon. By the year 2000, the cobalt-60's radiation had declined to 15.7 trillion becquerels, a loss of 92% of its potency. But don't be under any illusions here. 15.7 trillion becquerels is roughly as radioactive as the contaminated water that leaked out of the Fukushima plant in the aftermath of the disaster. It's more than enough to kill you if you get close to it. The only silver lining in this situation is that a brand new rod of cobalt-60 would have killed exponentially more people in the area. Now, on February the 1st, the 2 scrap collectors were joined by 2 other men to try and bust the container open. One was a 23-year-old brother-in-law of one of the collectors, the other was a 19-year-old neighborhood lad just looking to help out. He was the same age as the rod of carbon-60. For the next hour, they all tried to bust it open, and one of the scrap collectors took a hammer and a chisel to the device. The scrap collector managed to crack a welded seam between the stainless steel exterior and the thick lead container. Toxic, oily liquid came seeping out. This was a buildup of decades of moisture inside the casing that had turned radioactive. Because the scrap collector did the majority of the work, he suffered most of the exposure to it, but the other men were exposed too. At the time, the container of cobalt-60 remains largely unpenetrated, so it was not as bad as it could have been. At this point, the other scrap metal collector declared that they weren't getting anywhere and proposed to take the device to a junkyard in Samut Prakan, about 30 minutes drive away. There, the junkyard staff could dismantle the device on site and the scrap collectors could sell the metal to them. This device was loaded onto a motorcycle-driven cart. The impatient scrap collector drove while the 19-year-old youth sat in the cart with his leg dangling over the now cracked and leaking radiotherapy device. The chisel man and the brother-in-law remained at the house and avoided being exposed any further. But the worst was yet to come. Arriving at the junkyard, the scrap collector approached a member of staff and asked him to cut open the steel and lead casing containing the cobalt-60 with an oxyacetylene welding torch. It burned as hot as 3,500 degrees Celsius or 6,000 Fahrenheit. Another junkyard worker observed the process from just a few feet away. The cutting released a foul-smelling yellow smoke into the air. Part of the lead casing, now cut in half, fell and hit the ground. Unbeknownst to the men, the 1.5-inch long, 1-inch thick rod of cobalt-60 also fell out and rolled into a nearby pile of scrap. With the rod unleashed, all 4 men in the junkyard were now getting blasted with a potentially fatal dose of radiation. The junkyard worker picked up the 2 pieces of lead casing and weighed them in his hands. His hands immediately began to itch. After putting the pieces down, the junkyard staff member continued to work, trying to separate the stainless steel from the lead, but had already become alarmed by the yellow smoke. The owner of the junkyard, a 45-year-old woman, approached the men and told the scrap collector to take the radiotherapy device home and separate the rest of the lead and the steel there. The 2 pieces of lead that had fallen to the ground were laid to one side. Meanwhile, the rod of cobalt-60 was left in a pile of scrap in the open air, blasting out radiation into the surrounding neighborhood. It was only 11 feet, or 3.35 meters, from the junkyard owner's office. Not long after the scrap collector left, the 2 junkyard employees got severe headaches and began to vomit. On the drive home, the scrap collector also came down with a splitting headache and began to feel nauseous, but he didn't vomit. His 19-year-old assistant also began to feel ill and felt an itching sensation on his leg where he had draped it over the radiotherapy device on the drive over. Back at the house, the scrap collector and the 19-year-old boy managed to overcome their feelings of illness, and they separated the stainless steel from the rest of the lead. Because the cobalt-60 was back at the yard, they didn't suffer further exposure in doing so. The scrap collector brought the stainless steel and the lead back to the junkyard for sale the next day on February the 2nd. Meanwhile, the junkyard owner and staff continued to feel the brunt of the radiation from the cobalt-60 sat right there in the yard. The 2 junkyard employees took some time off to celebrate Chinese New Year, during which they lost weight and had no appetite. They returned to work on February the 7th and continued to be exposed to radiation. The junkyard owner and her husband, who lived across the street and both worked in the office only a few feet away from the cobalt-60, also continued to be dosed over the next several days, as did the junkyard owner's 33-year-old maid, who worked part-time in the yard, and the owner's 75-year-old mother, who regularly visited her daughter at work. On February the 12th, the junkyard owner grew alarmed at how sick her 2 employees were getting. They were suffering chronic diarrhea, which they could only halt by medication. The owner summoned the scrap collector and told him to take away the lead casing and sell it somewhere else, suspecting that it was the lead that was somehow making her staff sick. She also asked a different scrap collector to throw away the 2 smaller pieces that had hit the ground. The man threw them down a nearby public drain pipe. Meanwhile, the rod of cobalt-60 remained in the scrap pile in the yard. That same day, on February the 12th, the scrap collector who had gone to the junkyard became distressed at the swollen burns on his hands and had them checked out at a private clinic. No diagnosis was reached. Over the next few days, the burn continued to swell and darken, and the scrap collector began vomiting and losing his hair. On February the 15th, he went to the outpatient clinic at S.i.R Hospital, where the doctors took some blood. The scrap collector returned on the 16th with the results and was told that his white blood cell count was alarmingly low, and he was immediately admitted to hospital. Also on the 16th, one of the junkyard staff went to S.i.R Hospital with a fever, rapid weight loss, diarrhea, burned hands, and loss of hair. He was examined and immediately admitted as well. The following day, the 17th, the junkyard owner grew distressed at how sick her other employee was getting. He was losing weight and his hair was falling out. The owner drove her second employee to the hospital and he too was admitted. Meanwhile, the owner noticed that a stray dog that frequently wandered into the junkyard was lying there dead. Later, on the 17th, the owner and her husband drove to Bangkok General Hospital. The owner had been feeling weak and noticed her hair had been falling out. Her husband, meanwhile, was also feeling weak, in addition to suffering severe abdominal pain and chronic nosebleeds. The doctors took blood and found their white blood cell count was dangerously low. A bone marrow biopsy was also taken from both of them. The husband was admitted due to his uncontrollable nosebleeds, while the junkyard owner was not admitted but remained as an outpatient at Bangkok Hospital. So, on the morning of February the 18th, at Samarkand Hospital, the condition of the scrap collector and the 2 junkyard employees continued to deteriorate. The doctors drew a connection between the symptoms of the 3 patients and concluded that they'd suffered acute radiation poisoning. At 11:10 a.m., they called the Office of Atoms for Peace, who dispatched 2 investigators to Samarkand. They arrived at 12:30 p.m., concurred with the diagnosis, and summoned the junkyard owner from her husband's bedside at Bangkok General to Samarkand for questioning. From there, the investigators went to the public drain pipe to fish out the 2 small pieces of lead. They were no longer emitting any radioactivity. At 7 p.m., the investigators were driving in the direction of the junkyard, still several blocks away, and noticed that radiation levels were spiking to 8 microsieverts per hour, about 20 times normal levels. The investigators continued driving, and when they arrived at the junkyard, the radiation levels in their car spiked to 125 times higher, to 1 millisievert, the same level as fenced-off high radiation areas at a nuclear power plant. The investigators concluded that intense gamma rays were blasting out of the junkyard and called for assistance. The emergency response team arrived and began assessing radiation levels in the area in order to locate the source. The beauty salon on one side of the junkyard and the grocery store on the other side, shielded by walls and fences, were both being blasted with 200 microsieverts of radiation per hour, equivalent to cosmic rays in unshielded interplanetary space. Meanwhile, the buildings across the street from the junkyard were being pelted with unobstructed gamma rays. The radiation was 2 to 4 times higher than the equivalent of a perpetual CT scan running 24 hours a day. The main gate to the junkyard was even worse, hit by 10 millisieverts per hour, or the equivalent of a dose of radiation typically inflicted on a city when a nuclear plant blows up. The junkyard office, being only a few feet from the rod of cobalt-50, was being hit by 100 millisieverts per hour, or roughly 2,000 times higher than the radiation experienced by a nuclear reactor technician in that same space of time. The biggest dose of radiation was coming from a scrap pile at the front of the yard, 10 full sieverts per hour, almost as bad as what emergency workers experienced at ground zero at Chernobyl, and far beyond the levels of exposure that would result in a 50-50 chance of death in the next 2 months. In fact, 10 full sieverts would typically result in a 99 to 100% mortality rate, even with medical intervention. As such, the emergency response team couldn't get near the pile of scrap in order to locate the source of the radiation. The street was closed to traffic, and the immediate area, 10 meters from the entrance to the junkyard, was cordoned off, but the evacuation of the wider area was deemed unnecessary. There were 1,872 people living within 100 meters or 330 feet of the junkyard, and they were allowed to stay put. Emergency workers continued to narrow down the location of the source of the radiation throughout the night until 4 a.m. on February the 19th, when operations were suspended as they formulated a plan to remove the source from the scrap pile. Meanwhile, the junkyard owner's maid was admitted to hospital with nausea, vomiting, and headache. The condition of the 2 junkyard workers continued to worsen. Their white cell count dropped to near 0. They had radiation burns all over their arms, chests, and faces. They had fever, nosebleeds that required nasal packing to staunch the flow, and their lips and tongues had become painfully swollen. Back at the junkyard, at 4 p.m., the source removal plan was put into action. A mechanical excavator tore down the fence at the front of the yard. A bulldozer was rigged up with spotlights and a lead shield that was 6.5 feet tall and 2 inches thick to allow emergency workers to hide behind it in an effort to get closer to the scrap pile. The workers did not have hazmat suits, but wore cloth gloves and face masks, which were practically useless. Some of the workers also insisted on wearing lead aprons, which are appropriate for a dentist during an x-ray, but they offered next to no protection from the immense amount of radiation being blasted out by the cobalt-60. In fact, the aprons slowed the workers' movements, increasing the risk of exposure. Yet the officials in charge of the emergency response team allowed the workers to wear the lead aprons as a sort of security blanket to allay their fears and keep them calm. Large pieces of scrap were taken away from the pile with a mechanical grasping tool. Smaller pieces of scrap were removed by an improvised 16-foot bamboo pole with an electromagnet tied to the end. One by one, pieces of scrap were removed, dropped into an old bathtub with a radiation scanner in it, and assessed as to whether the scrap was the source. Next to the bathtub was a 3.3-inch thick lead container into which the source would be dropped once it was found. With the larger pieces of overhanging scrap removed from the pile, the workers could still not figure out which piece of material was emitting the radiation. After nightfall, they decided to bring in fluorescent screens to figure out which piece of material was glowing like a Christmas tree. However, even with the searchlights turned off, the moon was so bright that it made it difficult to read the screen. Finally, at 9 p.m., there was enough cloud cover to figure out the source of the radiation, and it was a small object, just 1.5 inches long. Some more scrap was cleared, and after some difficulty in grasping the object without getting a fatal dose of radiation, at 12:20 a.m. on February the 20th, the workers finally managed to pick up the cobalt-60 with the bamboo rods and the electromagnet at the end. It was dropped into the lead container and then sealed. The container was then shipped off for safe handling and storage. Despite shoddy and makeshift equipment, the emergency response team managed to pull it off without getting a heavy dose of radiation. At the uppermost, 6 of the volunteers received the equivalent of a full-body CT scan, while the remaining 46 emergency workers received considerably less. As ramshackle as the effort may seem, the lead shield and the grappling tools were a success. A few hours later, on February the 20th, authorities located the second scrap collector, the chisel man who had initially cracked the welded seam, and took him to Samarkand Hospital. His white blood cell count was low, and his hands were swollen bright reds and looked as if they were half-melted candles. The 19-year-old lad who had draped his leg over the radiotherapy machine on the way to the junkyard was also located. Predictably, the young man had a severe radiation burn down the back of his right leg, stretching from the thigh to the calf. The skin was falling off and slowly becoming necrotic, risking a grisly infection. There was a second burn, 10 inches in diameter, on his right knee. He also had suffered radiation burns to some of his fingers, and as with the others, he was running low on white blood cells. The junkyard owner was admitted to hospital on the 20th, was accordingly treated for low white blood cells, and later treated for fever and a rectal bleed. She also suffered vascular deterioration and damage to her lungs, but thankfully, with regular blood transfusions and antibiotics, she did not require invasive surgery or a respirator. By the end of March, she'd made a full recovery. The junkyard owner's mother was admitted to hospital on February the 22nd. She'd been suffering nausea, fever, and a low white blood cell count. The brother-in-law of one of the scrap collectors wasn't located until March the 3rd. He had only been present during the hammer and chisel stage. Nevertheless, he had sustained radiation burns to his right hand, and the nails on his middle finger and pinky had fallen off. The two scrap collectors, the brother-in-law, the 19-year-old, the junkyard owner, her maid, and her mother, spent about a month in hospital and eventually made full recoveries. The others weren't so lucky. The two junkyard workers, who had received the full brunt of the Cobalt-60 when they'd cut open the lead container and worked in the yard for a further week with the Cobalt-60 right there, slowly killed them. The junkyard worker, who had actually cut open the container, could not recover his white blood cell count. Open sores began appearing in his mouth and on his tongue, and large segments of his skin began falling off. He got severe diarrhea again on the 2nd of March, and by March the 6th he could no longer eat food and had to be fed through a tube. On the 15th, his lungs began to shut down and he was hooked up to a respirator. On the 17th, he fell into a coma. It was the low white blood cell count and infection that got him in the end. And on March the 18th, he died of sepsis. The other junkyard worker suffered intense fever. His hair almost completely fell out and open sores began appearing in his mouth and on the sides of his head. By March the 17th, he was no longer able to eat or breathe. He began bleeding in his gastrointestinal tract. On March the 9th, he went into septic shock, suffered a seizure, his heart stopped, defibrillation didn't work, and he died that evening. Finally, the junkyard owner's husband developed hives over his back from a fungal infection, fell into a dangerously high fever, and his white cell count could not be improved. He was put on a respirator on March 22nd as liquid began to fill his lungs, and on the morning of March 24th, his heart gave out from the stress of his many symptoms. All told, the regular junkyard staff were the worst hit by the radiation due to the fact that they were exposed to the open-air Cobalt-60 whenever they were on site between February the 1st and the 17th. It's estimated that the two junkyard workers, the junkyard owner and her husband, were hit with approximately 6 to 8 grays, which is the measurement unit for the amount of radiation that has been absorbed by the body. The impact on the maid and mother was less severe because they were only there part-time. Bear in mind that 5 grays gives you a 50-50 chance of dying in the next 2 months. So the fact that the junkyard owner survived at all when the other 3 men died is something of a miracle. It's likely due to the fact that she didn't work outside her office as often as her 2 employees and her husband. Not that the nuclear reactor levels of radiation in her office were by any means safe. Meanwhile, the 2 scrap collectors, the brother-in-law and the 19-year-old, were hit by 1 to 3 grays. By 1 to 3 grays, with medical intervention, there's a 5 to 30% chance you'll die in the next 2 months. Most of their symptoms were burns, where they'd handled the radiotherapy device in their attempts to open and transport it. Despite low white blood cell counts, they all made full recoveries. As for the 1,872 people who lived within 100 meters or 330 feet of the junkyard, they had received a range of doses equivalent to being blasted by cosmic rays in outer space, to getting multiple CT scans, to a bad sunburn, all of which would increase their risks of cancer in later life. 862 of them were checked out by doctors, 782 of them had their blood taken, 907 of them received government advice. The other half of them got nothing. 5 pregnant women lived within 50 meters or 165 feet. One of them decided to have an abortion, feeling that the radiation might cause the child to be born with mutations. KSE, the electricity company who had initially stored the radiotherapy device in a parking lot along with 2 other machines, was initially fined just $450. In 2003, the Office of Atoms for Peace was sued in a class action lawsuit for failing to keep track of the whereabouts of a nuclear device after its removal from the KSE warehouse. The dozen plaintiffs won $155,000 in compensation. That's the average salary of about 4 people in Thailand. In 2007, the quite frankly bigger culprit, KSE, was sued in a civil suit and had to pay a further $19,000 to the victims of the disaster. That was all the compensation anyone received. Nor can it be said that this was the last incident of nuclear materials being unleashed on the Thai public as a result of industrial negligence and lack of regulatory oversight. The most positive thing to come out of the incident was the introduction of hazard symbol number 21482. After much institutional humming and hawing, a full 7 years later, it was released. But with any luck, it shall encourage anyone who finds themselves in a similar situation to the scrap collectors and the junkyard workers to drop what they're doing and run. Run for their goddamn lives. In the shadows of the digital age, where every app and innovation seems like a beacon of progress, lies a more sinister truth. Masayoshi Son, the force behind SoftBank, holds the strings to a vast web of tech companies. But with such power comes the potential for manipulation and control on a truly global scale. Today, the darker side of one of the world's most powerful tech investors, revealing the risks and repercussions of letting one man shape our digital destiny. And as we dive deeper today, you're going to be left wondering whether Masa Son is really the crazy genius he was made out to be, or if maybe he's just simply crazy. Masayoshi Son was born on August 11th, 1957, and from a young age, he was full of unbridled ambition. By the age of 5, he had already vowed to become Japan's wealthiest businessman, and at the age of 18, he created a plan for his next 50 years of entrepreneurship, starting with creating his own company in his 20s and ending with passing things on to the next generation when he was in his 60s. To accomplish this all would be no small feat, as he did not come from a wealthy family whose fortune he could leverage to get started. Son's family was Ainichi Koreans, ethnic Koreans that live in Japan. His grandfather came to Japan during the Japanese colonial period, and he illegally built a house on property owned by the Japanese railroads along with other Koreans. His father raised pigs and chickens as livestock, and they could at best be described as poor. However, Son's father recognized that he had to do what it took to get him and his family further in life. He started an illegal sake business, and this illicit enterprise made him enough money to be the first person in town to buy a car. With his newfound wealth, which roughly equated to lower middle class, Son's father moved the family to where his kids could attend a better school. It seems almost certain that Son inherited that ambition from his father, though he took it much further. Son was intent on becoming wealthy, and he was captivated by a book written by Den Fujita, the founder and president of McDonald's Japan. Fujita wrote several books about business, but it was his first book, published in 1972, that caught Son's attention. That book was entitled The Jewish Way of Doing Business. Son idolized Fujita and wanted to learn from him, so he began calling Fujita's office. Every day, his secretaries would answer the phone and say that Fujita was too busy to talk, but Son refused to give up. After calling about 60 times, he realized that the long-distance phone charges were starting to add up, and it would be cheaper for him to just fly to McDonald's Japan's headquarters in Tokyo and speak to Fujita in person. When the 15-year-old boy showed up at Fujita's office, he was again told by the secretaries that Fujita was too busy to speak with him. But Fujita heard Son talking to his secretary, and he was so impressed at the boy's initiative that he agreed to give Son a 15-minute meeting then and there. This changed Son's life. He asked Fujita what advice he would give to himself if he was a teenager, and Fujita's answer was simple: go to the United States to study and invest in computers. The almost 50-year-old Fujita was certain that computers were the future, so if he was a young man, that would be the best place to focus his efforts. Son took this advice to heart, and at the age of 16, he moved to San Francisco to attend high school. This transition didn't last long, however. American high school was fine, but it was going to take too long. Son's life plan involved owning a business by the time he was 20, so he couldn't waste years of his life in high school. Instead, he talked to the administration at Serramonte High School, where he was enrolled, and asked to take the exams that would be necessary to graduate and gain admission to college. Although he wasn't the most academically gifted, he was still able to pass the exams. After only 3 weeks in American high school, Son graduated and enrolled at the University of California, Berkeley. At UC Berkeley, he majored in economics while also studying computer science. He also realized that he was going to need a way to start making money, so he began asking friends and classmates if they knew of any jobs that were available. Of course, Son wasn't going to set up some minimum wage work that paid $2.65 an hour. He was looking for a job that paid $10,000 a week and required him to work no more than 5 minutes each day. These specifications undoubtedly elicited laughter from anybody he told them to, but if such a job didn't exist, then Son was going to create one himself. Every day, he set an alarm for 5 minutes and spent that time trying to come up with inventions. He would jot down hundreds of invention ideas in a notebook, looking for ideas that he could patent. With the help of some of his professors, Son was able to flesh out an idea for a pocket-sized electronic translator. He patented the invention, and the patent was sold to the electronics company Sharp for $1.7 million. But Son wanted more. He started another business importing arcade machines like Space Invaders to set up on college campuses and in bars. Arcade games had been popular in Japan for a few years, but they were just starting to take off in America with the popularity of Space Invaders. Son would order these machines on credit, paying to have them shipped by air rather than commercial freight. While this was much more expensive, it meant he could set up the machines and make the money back he spent before he actually had to pay for them. This business would end up netting Sun another $1.5 million. So, after graduating college in 1980 with a degree in economics, Sun returned to Japan. Still focused on computers, in 1981 at the age of 24 he founded SoftBank. He chose the name because his company, a software distributor, was envisioned as being a bank of software. The following year, they expanded into publishing by releasing magazines OPC and OMZ, focused on NEC and Sharp computers respectively. Business was great, with SoftBank increasing its net worth into the billions, but as always, Sun wanted more. In 1987, in an interview with Bloomberg, Sun said that his father told him as a child that he was the #1 smartest kid in Japan and that he was going to be a big shot. He went on to say, "I lose sleep thinking, why am I not #1 yet?" SoftBank went public in 1994 with a valuation of $3 billion, and this influx of capital gave Sun the ability to make some investments. Computers had already made Sun a fortune, but he was focused on where they were going next. That was the internet, and that was where Sun really was going to make a name for himself. He invested $100 million into Yahoo, founding Yahoo Japan, and that stake rose to $800 million. But that's nothing compared to his best deal, what many refer to as the greatest investment in the history of business. Sun is a highly energetic man and a bit eccentric. He's drawn to people like himself, and he became drawn to Jack Ma, the founder of Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba. When Sun met with Ma, Alibaba wasn't looking for investors. They only had 3 or 4 employees and no business plan, but Sun wanted in. He could tell from Ma's charisma, charm, and most importantly, the sparkle in his eyes, that this was a man Sun needed to do business with. In 1999, he purchased a $20 million stake in what was then a fledgling company. SoftBank's share of Alibaba would grow in value to be worth over $100 billion. By this point, SoftBank had completely abandoned its roots as a software distributor and was now a holding company focused entirely on investing. And thanks to his shrewd investments in tech startups, Sun had finally done it. He was #1, the richest man in the world, narrowly beating out Bill Gates. For 3 days, he was. Anyway. When the dot-com bubble burst, Sun personally lost $70 billion, the largest amount any person had lost at that time. While the dot-com bubble bursting severely hurt SoftBank as well, the company had diversified its investments across a myriad of different companies. Many companies went bankrupt and dissolved overnight, but the companies that survived the market crash, like Alibaba, tended to grow to unimaginable heights. Sun was down, but he was by no means out, and he was still tens of billions of dollars richer than before he had begun investing into the bubble. This became one of the fundamental drivers in how Sun perceived business. He had made some bad investments, the most high profile of which at the time were his purchase of Kingston Technology. A lot of companies he invested in failed, but it didn't matter. If you spread your money around to enough companies, eventually something would give incredible returns. Even if 70% of companies that SoftBank invested in failed and 25% maintained reasonable numbers, a single investment like Alibaba, and to a lesser extent Yahoo, would more than make up for all of the failed investments. And in the early 2000s, Sun knew what he wanted his next investment to be. He had capitalized on computers and now the internet, so what was going to be his next big thing? According to Sun, it was going to be mobile phones that were more like computers than phones, something like the BlackBerry personal digital assistants, but better. He called up Steve Jobs to pitch the idea, but Jobs told him that Apple was already in the process of developing a product like that, what became the original iPhone back in 2007. Hearing the news, Sun wanted to obtain exclusive rights to distribute the iPhone in Japan once it was released, a proposal that Jobs laughed at. Not because he didn't take Sun seriously as a businessman, but because it seemed impossible. Apple hadn't even publicly announced that they were developing the iPhone yet, and even though SoftBank had some investments in telecommunications, they didn't have a robust network that would actually be able to support the iPhone. There was no way that Apple could hand over that contract to SoftBank yet. But to Sun, this was a simple problem with a simple solution. Vodafone Japan was rapidly losing market share, and their British parent company was happy to sell off their Japanese branch of operations to SoftBank in 2006 for $15 billion. The company was renamed SoftBank Mobile, and once Apple announced the iPhone in 2007, SoftBank was able to secure the exclusive rights to distribute and service iPhones in Japan until 2011. According to Jobs, he decided to give Sun the contract essentially on the basis of, well, he asked first, didn't he? So far, it probably sounds like Masa Sun is the most brilliant investor of the past 100 years. His life of investments is literally the advice people would give to themselves if they had a time machine. Sure, there were a few failures along the way, but he hit almost every major investment, like Yahoo, Alibaba, and Apple, at the perfect time to do so. But there is one name that's missing from that list that time travelers would have invested in, and that's Google. Sun did miss the boat on that one, but it wasn't for lack of trying. As a general rule, Sun is incapable of holding onto cash. Everything he and SoftBank make gets reinvested. So when he approached Jeff Bezos about investing in Google early on, he didn't have the cash flow to make a deal happen. That's something that Sun vowed would never happen again. So in 2017, he announced the idea to create what he called SoftBank's Vision Fund. It was going to be a $100 billion investment fund, 4 times larger than any technology-focused investment fund that had ever existed. The Vision Fund seemed to come out of nowhere. It was announced in 2017, and by 2018, SoftBank had raised all $100 billion that it was seeking for its fund, with much of it already having been invested. The company did contribute $28 billion to the fund themselves, with another $12 billion being raised from smaller investors, like Apple. One of the 2 large investments, totaling $15 billion, came from Mubadala Investment Company, based out of Abu Dhabi. But the largest investment, and the one that would go on to become a great source of controversy, came from Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. Sun flew to Saudi Arabia, where he met with Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman shortly before he became Crown Prince. According to Sun, he convinced MBS to invest $45 billion over the course of a 45-minute meeting, or $1 billion per minute if you'd like to break it down that way. While the use of Saudi money has been controversial, the main source of the Vision Fund's controversies has actually been Sun himself. Years of making the right moves made people believe that Sun was some sort of crazy investment genius, but his use of the Vision Fund has led people to believe he might actually just be an insane gambling addict, and one that would use strong-arm tactics to get what he wanted. If a company was seeking $100 million in investments, he would want them to take $500 million instead. Sun felt that if they didn't have a plan for what they would do with that larger sum of money, then they didn't deserve the smaller one either. Sun's strategy for these startup companies he invested in was also always to go bigger and bigger. Whatever they planned to do, he would ask them if they could go 10 times bigger. Then, if they believed they could, he would want them to go 10 times bigger than that. Sun wasn't concerned with whether or not these businesses would be profitable, he just wanted them to expand and dominate the market. The idea was that because they would be backed by so much capital, it didn't matter if they were hemorrhaging money. They'd be able to outlast all of the competition by operating at a loss until they dominated the market. There would be plenty of time to figure out how to actually make these businesses profitable after they had used Sun's investment to create a de facto monopoly. But not only was Sun being ambitious in this regard, he was also ruthless. If a company tried to turn his offer down, he would threaten to invest 4 times as much money in one of their competitors. Even if they did take his money, sometimes he would still invest in a competitor just to hedge his bets. After all, Sun believed it didn't matter how many investments failed, as long as a small percentage of them paid off big. Unfortunately for Sun, his new investments weren't paying off nearly as well as his earlier ones had. One of the first and most high-profile investments by SoftBank's Vision Fund was a $4.4 billion investment in WeWork. Much like Sun's investment into Alibaba, this decision was made primarily because of WeWork CEO and co-founder Adam Neumann. Again, Sun found himself drawn in by the personality of the man at the top rather than the actual business model, and it took a devastating turn. WeWork was once valued at $47 billion, but in November of 2023, the company declared bankruptcy and their stock fell to about $1 per share. This is by no means the only failure of the Vision Funds, which has called into question Sun's credibility as a shrewd investor. When the Vision Fund was created, it was seemingly an impossible feat. The idea was created, announced, and fully funded within a year. Within another 2 years, or $100 billion had been invested into tech companies, many of which were startups. Because of this, SoftBank announced Vision Fund 2, which was going to be another $108 billion investment fund, this time focusing entirely on AI technology. Sun had correctly predicted what the hot new technological space was going to be multiple times, and he believed that AI was the next answer. There's a good chance that he was correct about that as well. But in 2019, when Vision Fund 2 was announced, investors weren't excited. The companies that SoftBank's original Vision Fund invested in were mostly performing poorly. People were losing faith in SoftBank and in Sun, and the only money for the second Vision Fund was the $30 billion that SoftBank put into it themselves. While this was a failure on top of a failure, it allowed them to try to masquerade it all as a success. The total value of the funds was being reported as a combined sum, so the number was inflated by the tens of billions of additional dollars that SoftBank had dumped into the second fund. When it was announced that in 2021 the funds were worth a combined $154 billion, that made it sound like their investments had increased by 50% in just a couple of years. But that wasn't the case at all. And it was only their investment in South Korea's Coupang that was saving them from disaster. Not only were most of the companies the Sun invested in doomed to failure from the start, but those that weren't doomed happened to be particularly susceptible to the COVID pandemic. In particular, nearly a quarter of the Vision Fund had been invested in rideshare apps, all of which suffered disastrous losses when the world went into lockdown. The Vision Fund posted losses in the tens of billions, destroying investor confidence. Despite Sun's self-proclaimed ability to see the future, for years he had been the one trying to shape the future of technology. By utilizing his investment capital, he has the ability to choose which companies will thrive and which will fail. Or at least, that's the goal. He can't force a company to succeed, but he can force its competitors to all fail by allowing the company of his choice to survive extended periods of financial loss while driving the competition out of business. Now, it's impossible to know for sure what the future will hold, but it's quite possible that Masa Son is going to represent an even more dangerous and disruptive force in tech company investments moving forward. Not only has the Vision Fund been marked by repeated failure, but Sun's entire ability to pick investments has been called into question. He made it big by betting on the twinkle in Jack Ma's eye, but not all charismatic individuals can run a successful business. Sun was similarly drawn into WeWork by Adam Neumann, which was a colossal failure. He was similarly drawn in by FTX's Sam Bankman-Fried and the company's promise of easy and fast money, the sort of thing that a lifelong venture capitalist would know is definitely real. More recently, they invested in the failed app IRL, who allegedly sought investor capital by reporting a user base that was 95% fake accounts. While IRL's alleged fraud has not yet been proven in court, the last two examples suggest that Sun's attraction towards charismatic individuals rather than sound business plans may make him especially susceptible to con men. SoftBank has had to take drastic measures to restore customer confidence and to increase their capital. One such drastic measure was a massive buyout of both stocks and call options on the New York Stock Exchange, totaling nearly $10 billion. But because the options are tied to higher amounts of shares, the $4 billion investment in options had the same effect that a $50 billion investment into stocks would have given. This happened at the same time that the Nasdaq and S&P 500 shot to record highs and prompted an SEC investigation. While there was speculation that this may have been an illegal pump and dump scheme to make SoftBank some quick cash, no conclusive evidence could be found, and neither Sun nor SoftBank were accused of any wrongdoing. Another much more shocking way that Sun and SoftBank chose to increase their cash flow was selling off their stake in Alibaba, the original investment that made them the company they are today. The Vision Fund has also stopped making investments for the past couple of quarters in an attempt to restore confidence and prevent losses from future investments. While the company as a whole seems to be trying to course correct, Sun doesn't seem thrilled with the current plans. In 2022, he began quietly buying back shares of the company, increasing his personal stake to 34%. Japanese law grants him additional rights as a decision maker by owning more than a third of the company, but as always, that's not enough for Sun. There's speculation that he's edging towards a buyout and taking the company private. Masa Son was once the wealthiest man in the world, albeit briefly, before losing $70 billion, the largest loss of any individual until Elon Musk. He was seen as a prophet of investment, with a clairvoyant sense of what direction the technological world was going to head in. Now, his reputation has been all but destroyed by a string of poor decisions lasting over a decade, and his decision-making has become seemingly more erratic. But if Sun is able to buy back enough shares to take a controlling interest over SoftBank, the company he founded, it would give him unilateral control over all of their investment capital. A seemingly desperate man, unafraid of gambling tens of billions, could exert a massive amount of influence and control over the future of technology. And if Sun is once again losing sleep at night while asking himself, why am I still not number one, there's no telling what he might attempt in order to regain his former glory. Just before we dive into the video today, I do want to tell you about a fantastic sponsor, and that is AG1, which has become an absolute game changer for my daily routine. Look, life is busy, but this little gem is something I've incorporated into my wellness routine. It makes everything easier. It's AG1. First of all, the taste. Now, you might be a little bit skeptical looking at it because it's very green, but it tastes delicious. It's kind of like pineapple, little hint of vanilla. Easy. It's refreshing. It's not like chugging down a glass of, well, this very green looking thing. It tastes delicious. Plus, making it super easy. You just take a scoop out of here, you put it in the bottle, you shake it up, and you're good to go. AG1 covers all the bases from essential vitamins and minerals to probiotics, antioxidants, you name it, they cover it. Plus, because AG1 is all about giving back, here's something special for you guys. If you head to drinkag1.com/shadows, you'll get a year's supply of immune supporting vitamin D. That's right there, comes in a bottle, plus 5 of these travel packs so you can stay healthy on the go. You can't put a price tag on your health. Big shout out to AG1 for sponsoring today's video, supporting my wellness journey, hopefully supporting yours as well. Support the show. Click the link below, try it out, and let me know what you think. And now, today's video. This is a story of Emmanuel Nwide, a man who pulled off the 3rd largest banking fraud in history without hacking a single computer. His weapon? Audacious confidence. His target? A Brazilian bank in a gullible world. Nwide sold a phantom airport in a scheme so bold it defied belief, convincing the bank to part with a staggering $242 million. So today we're going to dive into the tale of deception, the art of the con, and the man who almost got away with it all. Now, not a lot is known about Nwide's early life, not even where or when he was born. It's believed that he was born somewhere between 1950 and 1955 in or near Lagos, Nigeria. He's also believed to have been born into poverty, something that even at an early age he was desperate to escape. Despite apparently coming from nothing and having little to no formal education, Nwide was a brilliant and ambitious young man. Intent on making himself a fortune, he entered the world of banking. He may have started at the bottom, but it was a quick rise to the top. Between his intellectual gifts, relentless work ethic, and natural charm, Nwide was able to make a name for himself and demonstrate his value to the Union Bank of Nigeria. When Nwide was only in his 30s or very early 40s, he was named as the bank's director. For many people, this would be a dream come true. Nwide was now the director of the 14th largest bank in Africa, a position that would have included a considerable salary and benefits. And for someone with such an exemplary reputation, there was always the opportunity to seek out jobs at even larger financial institutions if he was looking to make more money. By any metric, this should have been an incredible success story. But Nwide wanted more. He wanted the sort of money that can buy power and influence, and he wanted it now. So he hatched a plan. It's a plan you're all too familiar with, as it's become synonymous with Nigeria in the Western world, an advanced fee scam. In modern times, it's commonly known as either the Nigerian Prince scam or the 419 scam, with 419 being the Nigerian criminal code for fraud. These scams promise the victim a share of a massive payout, but they have to make a comparatively small upfront payment that will allegedly be used to obtain the bigger payout. While we think of these today as generally being email scams that target the desperate or the elderly, they've existed for at least hundreds of years. But no financial institution was going to fall for such a crude ploy, so Nwide was going to need something much more sophisticated than your average typical advance fee scam. And because the year was 1995, it was fax machines rather than email that was the gold standard for business communications. Since a typical advance fee scam would never work, Nwide had to instead disguise his scam as a legitimate business proposal. The timing could not have been better for this either. In 1991, Abuja had been named the new capital of Nigeria, replacing Lagos. The population of Abuja had been increasing by around 10% every year for the past 2 decades, and by 1995 it had grown to over 500,000 people with no signs of that growth slowing down. It only made sense that a capital city with a large and ever-growing population would need an international airport, so he was going to seek investors that would like to finance it. Thanks to his job as director of the Union Bank, Nwide had access to a lot of personal information about some very important people in Nigeria. This would allow him and his accomplices to better impersonate officials later on, though not every identity they used was stolen. Some of them were completely fabricated, like the name that appeared on the very first fax sent by Nwide to solicit the attention of other banks. This fax contained a letter printed on official letterhead from the Nigerian Ministry of Aviation. It outlined their plans to build a new airport in Abuja and was signed by Tourista William. Though William was allegedly part of the financial planning and budgeting department of the ministry, it was a completely fictitious person. And while the letter looked official enough, none of the banks that were contacted showed any interest at first. It seemed like the plan was going to be a non-starter, until they received a reply from Nelson Sakaguchi, the director at Brazil's Banco Nordeste. Banco Nordeste had been looking for new investment opportunities, and this seemed like the perfect chance. Airports generated lots of revenue, so getting a major stake in an international airport in Nigeria's new capital could be a huge boon for the company. Noide called Sakaguchi while pretending to be Paul Ogwuma, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Though Ogwuma had only been governor for a few years, he had made huge strides in restoring faith in Nigeria's financial institutions and was well known and respected in the world of international finance. Of course, he was only known by name. In the pre-internet days, it was essentially impossible to verify what Ogwuma actually looked like. Noide convinced Sakaguchi to meet with him to discuss the proposal for the airport in more detail, but he insisted that the deal needed to be kept strictly confidential. He wanted to meet somewhere in neither Nigeria nor Brazil, so he agreed to Sakaguchi's offer to meet in London. Noide already had Sakaguchi on the hook, and once they were in London, it was time to reel him in. When Sakaguchi arrived at the airport, he was picked up by an expensive limousine and taken to his suite at a 5-star hotel, all paid for by the Central Bank of Nigeria, as far as he knew. Once there, he met with Noide, who presented himself as Paul Ogwuma, complete with a fancy business card. He was also accompanied by his accomplices, Emmanuel Ofulu, Naziribe Okolo, Obum Osakwe, Christian Ikukuchwu Anajemba, and his wife, Amaka Anajemba. Anajemba played the role of the deputy governor of the bank, with his wife standing in as the deputy governor's wife. The other conspirators impersonated other high-level officials, such as senior representatives from the Ministry of Aviation. Since this was meant to be a business meeting, Noide was prepared with an incredibly elaborate proposal, including complete plans for the airport's construction and fake documentation to support the entire project. It looked like a well-thought-out business plan, and Noide had already done a lot to build up his credibility by providing Sakaguchi with the luxurious suite. Everything seemed like the real deal, but there was one caveat. The reason that the plans were being kept confidential was that construction wasn't scheduled to begin for another 4 or 5 years. Sakaguchi was thoroughly convinced that this was a sound investment, and he agreed that Banco Nordeste would transfer the money as soon as they were ready to break ground. Now, this obviously wasn't going to work as no real airport was being built, so Noide explained that they needed money to start flowing immediately. They weren't going to need all $191 million up front, but they needed to start hiring companies and acquiring tools and building materials, so they were going to need a stream of cash. It was clear this made Sakaguchi a bit nervous, something that Noide immediately picked up on. Noide told him that if he had any concerns, that it was fine, as they had other investors lined up to talk to anyway. This wasn't the case, but given what a lucrative deal was being offered, Sakaguchi wouldn't have found it difficult to believe. But there was another problem. As Director of Foreign Investment, Sakaguchi could never authorize such a large investment on his own anyway. He was only allowed to make investments up to $6 million each. Again, Noide told him that this was fine and that they could just seek the funding from other investors. However, he also added that if Sakaguchi could work out the $6 million limit with Banco Nordeste on his own, he would personally receive a $10 million commission from the airport's profits. Now, this offer was too good to pass up, especially because Sakaguchi seemingly had nothing to lose. Banks will sometimes make riskier investments than any of the people involved would ever personally make because they're using other people's money. This became such a problem that the United States actually has numerous regulations in place to limit risky investments by financial institutions. Sakaguchi's hesitance likely would have prevented him from personally falling for a Noide scam, but since he was gambling with other people's money, the potential payout was too much to resist. Besides, it really looked like a legitimate proposal with an exceptional amount of detail and analysis. By the time Sakaguchi left London, he had already handed over a check for $35,000 to Noide. All that was left now was to see how much they could take him and Banco Nordeste for. With Sakaguchi now firmly in their pocket, Noide and his gang were able to siphon large amounts of money from Banco Nordeste through Sakaguchi. From 1995 through 1998, numerous payouts were made from Sakaguchi to Noide, totaling $191 million in cash. Adding in all of the unpaid interest on that investment, the total fraud amounted to $242 million. And while Sakaguchi may have at least initially believed that this was a legitimate business deal, his actions seemed to indicate that he recognized what he was doing was a bad idea. Payments were made to different accounts at different banks, many in the Cayman Islands, to conceal where the money was coming from and going to. In Nigeria alone, 17 different banks were used to obfuscate the trail of the money. Money also passed through the United States, the United Kingdom, Hong Kong, and Switzerland, among others. Even worse, the banks being used seem more than willing to allow the illegal transactions to take place. Lloyds and Citibank are often cited as having been particularly negligent in their handling of the transactions. They reportedly violated countless rules regarding the opening of accounts and transfers of large sums of money in order to keep these wealthy customers happy. As time went on, Sakaguchi became more and more concerned about the situation. When he handed over the first check for $35,000, he was expecting an immediate return. This was the case with every payment he had sent on behalf of Banco Noreste. Every time he sent Nuide a few $1 million, he seemed to believe that this time he would finally start to receive a return on his investment. As the months turned into years and the total kept climbing, he began to fall victim not to Nuide's scam, but to the sunk cost fallacy. He had already invested so much of the bank's money in this business venture that he couldn't stop until he saw it to completion. Beginning to fear what seems like an inevitably disastrous outcome from all of this, Sakaguchi decided to employ the services of Maria Rodriguez, a Macumba priestess. For only $10 million of Banco Noreste's money transferred from the Cayman Islands to Rodriguez, she purchased 120,000 white doves. The birds were released as part of a ritual to free Sakaguchi from his problems. When this didn't work, Rodriguez was paid another $10 million to perform a similar ceremony using black doves. Again, didn't work, and Sakaguchi's worries continued to mount. This cannot be real. But for Nuide and his gang, things couldn't have been better. They were Go doves, be free! Free me of my worries! They were receiving millions of dollars which they invested by purchasing real estate around the world as well as stakes in businesses. They were very talented at this and their investments rose in value far faster than they could have predicted. It seemed like nothing could go wrong for Nuide until an unrelated business deal blew the lid off the entire scam. In 1997, Spain's Santander was looking to buy Banco Noreste for $500 million. As part of the deal, they of course would need to look at Noreste's financial statements. Jamie Lopez of Banco Noreste was in charge of compiling all of the pertinent information, but he was becoming increasingly frustrated with this task. It appeared that nearly $200 million, about a third of the bank's capital, was located overseas in the Cayman Islands. The only person who would have known the details of these transactions was Sakaguchi, but whenever he was asked to provide the information, he kept delaying and making excuses. Following a meeting with the bank's board in which Sakaguchi again attempted to stall, Lopez grabbed him in the hallway by the collar and demanded that he hand over the past 3 years of financial transactions immediately. It was the first time anyone had ever seen Sakaguchi not in control of a situation, and he weakly replied, "You know, I've always had gambling in my blood." It was hardly the sort of statement you'd want to hear from someone in charge of bank investments, but Lopez finally was able to uncover the truth of what had been happening. A massive investigation was launched involving all the banks used in these transactions, and it was discovered that the money had been funneled to Nigeria. However, the Nigerian banks didn't want to cooperate with the investigation on account of the bribes that they had been paid by Nuide. They eventually gave in to pressure from Western banks, and they gave up the names of the account holders. Nuide and his gang had been discovered, but there was still a problem. Nigeria had a major lack of laws at this time regarding financial fraud. Sakaguchi, who had at least begun as an unwitting victim, was arrested, while Nuide and his accomplices were free. To further complicate matters, because all of the money had been invested in things like real estate, it seemed that it would be impossible for Banco Noreste to recover their money. It wasn't until 2002 that Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo and the Nigerian Parliament created the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, or EFCC. In 2003, investigations opened into Nuide and his accomplices, and in 2004, Nuide and 4 of his co-conspirators were arrested. The other had died previously in a car crash. The gang was charged with 86 counts of fraudulently seeking advance fees, to which they all pled not guilty. They were charged in Abuja, where Nuide began trying to bribe jurors and court officers. The case was eventually moved to Lagos, where the new judge warned Nuide about trying to bribe court staff. Not heeding the warning, Nuide went to Nuhu Rabada, head of the EFCC, and offered him a bribe of $75,000 in cash. The bribe was turned down, and Nuide's trial continued as planned. While again entering a plea of not guilty in Lagos, things changed once Sakaguchi was brought in to testify. After hearing the testimony, Nuide changed his plea to guilty in the hopes of receiving a more lenient sentence. It arguably worked, as Nuide was sentenced to 5 terms of 5 years each in prison to run concurrently rather than consecutively. His assets were confiscated so Noroeste could recoup their losses, and he was ordered to pay a fine of $10 million to the EFCC. But thanks to a few more bribes, Nuide would serve less than 2 years of his 5-year sentence before being released. Once he was out of prison, Nuide filed a lawsuit against the government for seizing his assets. According to his complaint, many of the assets that were seized had been acquired before his illegal activity, and as such there was no right to confiscate them. It didn't hurt that his real estate investments had paid off either. An assets recovery lawyer tasked with handling Nuide's London property stated, "The houses had increased in value so much that we were able to cover a good deal more than we had first anticipated." And that was only one city in which Nuide had purchased property. There was plenty to pay back, Banco Noroeste, and still have a lot left over. Whether that factored into the court's decision or not can't be stated with any certainty, but the Nigerian courts allowed Nuide to reclaim a large portion of his assets. Sources vary, but to date, he has reclaimed at least $50 million and possibly as much as $150 million in assets that were originally seized following his conviction. There seems to have been very little fallout for Nuide following his incredible scam. He has remained a wealthy and influential figure in Nigeria since being released from prison. And in 2016, he was also arrested for murder. The town of Ukpo was attacked by 200 people due to a land dispute with the neighboring Abagana community. During this attack, 4 police officers were shot and a security guard was killed. It was believed that Nuide was the ringleader behind the attack, and he was arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, and terrorism, among other charges. He was released on bail, and the charges appear to have been dropped. A few years later, he was elected the President General of Ugbene Town Union, serving in that position until early 2023. Though more charges were filed in 2021 for forgery of property documents related to his original scam from the 90s, there have not been any major developments in that case, and it appears though it may have been dropped. For the man who was found guilty of orchestrating the 3rd largest bank fraud in history, there have been virtually no consequences. But for Sakaguchi, things haven't ended nearly as well. He was charged in Switzerland with money laundering and was sentenced to 30 months in jail, of which he served almost 2 years. After being released from prison, he returned to Brazil, where he sold many of his assets to pay off his debts as well as to pay for college for his children. Sakaguchi struggled to find work following his incarceration. He even bought a truck and tried growing and selling produce, but community backlash against him caused this modest endeavor to fail as well. Then in 2009, he found himself in court again, this time in Brazil. Sakaguchi was again charged with money laundering and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. There's no information about what happened to him following the completion of that sentence, but it's all a harsh reminder of how much these scams can ruin a person's life.
Alright, we're checking out the only game where finding the car with the best handling will enable me to lose my grip on my sanity. It's GTA. We want to find out which vehicle in GTA has the best handling, and so it's time for a brand new challenge. While normally we're usually driving like a bunch of psychopaths, today it's time to find out which vehicle is best at avoiding Grandma who's trying to cross the street in her jazzy powered scooter. Everything from turning to top speed to how well I can fly through the windshield of a car is going to be tested. The car that does the best in the event will get a point, and the car with the most points at the end will be the winner. These are the cars I've been given to use, but as always, only one can get picked for the dodgeball team. Let's do this. Which car performs better on a slow corner track? I'll tell you, I never thought I would see the day when I get into a car and all of the cars around me are real, legitimate vehicles. Compete. Yeah. I love that the only context for this challenge is beat the train. So it took me a while to figure out exactly how this works. The train comes on by, there's a poor guy sitting on top of like a box over there. He gets murdered, and then the barrier comes down, and now you can begin the challenge. And so the idea here, I assume, is that you must go throughout these long, wavy turns here and try and use the train as a visual aid on whether or not you have any chance of completing the obstacle. Now, in general, anything that is circular in nature is almost assuredly a slowdown stick. I knew it! And that will probably end up murdering me. Now, the thing I don't know yet, well, we're right about neck and neck with the train. And what is this? Oh, it's like a different surface. Okay, so basically what's happened here is now at the very apex of the corners, we have these different surfaces that are going to try and pull the back end of the car out. Did the entire board just get rearranged? I think part of the board just fell off. Yeah, this is the floor here. The floor moved. Okay. So what I was gonna say is, if you've never messed with the surfaces, which we have, those yellow surfaces are much worse on the tires than the normal roadway. If you try and put any kind of acceleration on when you're going around them, you're gonna end up throwing the back of the car out and probably giving yourself whiplash and then dying. Also, I've been told that eventually I'm going to have to fly through the windshield. I don't know if this is a particular test to see how far the human body flies when it goes through a windshield. I have no idea how that correlates at all with performance, but considering the channel, I guess it makes sense. Doing pretty good so far. Now, corner around the different, corner around the different surfaces. Still pretty good. I don't know, maybe we can make this. The only problem is that the guy is very, he's much closer to the end than you think. Yeah, so he gets murdered, the floor goes away, and this car is not gonna be able to beat this challenge. That was as good a run as I can get in this. This has a lot of big numbers on it. Family. All right, Vin Diesel, let's see if you make me Vin depressed. Wait for it. Wait for it. And now. Oh wow, I probably could have released much sooner than I did. I didn't realize, oh my God, we're just gonna be drifting this entire course. Well, I mean, it's slow cornering, but it never said how I had to take the corners. So I guess if I just drift my way around all of the corners, it still counts as long as I get to the end. The problem is I can't hit any of the slowdown circles, or there's no way I'm gonna have any chance at this. I will say, oh, I hate myself right now. I was gonna say, it doesn't feel that bad once you get used to the drifting, but it is slow because of the drifting. I'm losing a ton of speed every time I drift. I go down to like 25 miles an hour. Ow, I just got hit by a different part of the platform. Okay, that car didn't even have a chance at all. We're gonna try this, and this feels good. Oh yeah. Oh, give me some more fire out the back. I love it, yes. I'm gonna be cooking my sadness like a kosher hot dog on the fires of Hades pouring out of this vehicle. Also, oh man. All right, I just have to get used to the handling. I do love the paint job on this car too. It's like kind of like an off-brand spearmint or something, like Sadmint. Also, the handling isn't bad. The pickup is not the best, but you can keep like a good 70-mile-an-hour top speed going around most of these corners. Look at that, going to around 69, of course. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly why Alex put this car in here in the first place. How well does it do on the different surfaces? Not bad. Oh yeah. Oh, this might get there. This might get there. Hold on. Oh yeah, come on, baby. Wow. Man, I have to do this. I have to shave like another 5 seconds off this run. I can actually land on this. There's just nowhere for me to go after I get here. All right, we're using the electric car. The electric car was made for this because the acceleration off the line is nuts. And the handling is okay. It's not perfect or anything, but just I can make up for it by the sheer amount of speed this thing picks up. Remember how the other car was getting like 69 around the corners? Look at this thing. This thing gets like 75, 85. That's what I'm talking about. Plus, I've done this quite a few times so far. So I'm getting, oh God, I'm getting pretty good at not hitting any of the slowdown circles. They're kind of like, whoa! Bird just landed on one of the slowdown circles, like a small landing pad. The problem is I don't want to get a bunch of poultry caught up inside the wheel well. It's not really going to help my time. Hey! Oh, man, I was right there. One thing Alex did say is that the timings on these, they're down to the half second. So the car that gets the time is the only car, he said, that will get the time. Just so that when you find the car that gets the point, you don't have to think that there could have been another car that could have done it. So everything is very precise in this, about as precise as a bunch of maniacs can make it, to be fair. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point just a volcano erupts out of the ground and ends up murdering me once I finally complete one of the challenges or something like that. Okay, this is probably my best run. We're gonna roll it. Is this the car? The answer is no. I'm ready to get ripped. Well, some part of me is gonna get ripped. I just don't know if it's, I can already tell this car's not gonna make it. Just from the speed I get going around the corners, if I can't do it at like 86, 87 miles an hour, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it at like high 70s, low 60s. I'm gonna try. Doing good so far. Again, this is like a perfect run. This is as good as I can get, while also now and again touching the corners a little bit to curb boost when possible. Problem is I don't get much time at all, because you almost lose more speed just trying to bank into the corner than you save by getting the extra miles per hour. So this is good. I have pulled far away from the main part of the train, and I'm still like 5 seconds behind. Looking at all the different cars, I can tell you now, just from testing what I've found so far, and the exactness of how close you have to be to go. Oh my God, I almost got backhanded by that wall. It's gonna be an open wheel car. The only question is, I got a 50-50 chance. 50% chance it's this car, 50% chance it's the other open wheel car. Look at how insane this is. This is the difference right now. We are taking these corners at 90 miles an hour. Look at this, 91, 92. Look at how far we are ahead of the train. Now these, I do have to slow down a little bit by just not touching the acceleration the whole way through. There we go. Come out of it, accelerate. No big deal. Ooh, almost lost the back end. That's why you don't want to accelerate too early through those. And now we found the right car, and it is not close. Look at that. 1 point for the pink lemonade open wheel car. So you can see 22.5 seconds. That's how precise things are getting. Which car performs better on a fast corner track? So I'm gonna go ahead and say the electric car, but we're gonna try a few others. Maybe if the family car has to turn less, it'll do better. One problem is now I'll basically just be non-stop drifting the whole time. Well, you know what? The corners aren't that bad. These are very languid. What's with the barriers on the sides? Oh, is that so I don't curb boost on the inside of the corners? I assume. I have no idea what that would be for. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna try a car we haven't tried yet. This car is plated in sadness. So you can't just hug the inside the whole time. So we are gonna have to kind of go to the middle of the track on these ones. But if you stay closest to the side as you can, you're gonna get the best time for sure. 90 miles an hour going around the turns, 100 miles an hour going around the turn, did not get there. Now, just because I need to know, I can already tell he put a failsafe in. I was curious if he made it so I can't cheat this. I was gonna just jump to the next challenge, but there's a massive space. Ow! Oh, it's not, the water isn't even deep enough to save me. All right, Compete. You had performed admirably last time. Not perfect, but admirably. Let's see how well it does. 100. How well does it hold the 100 around the corners? It does really good around these corners. Like, really good. I lose a little bit of the back end. I can feel it coming out every once in a while. 103. 104. Wow. Oh, my God. Okay, so I don't know when this came up, but when I came around that corner, I had already seen it was there. So this isn't going to be it either. I wanted to try this one more time with, like, the best run I could get, and I saw it pop up when I came around that corner. All right, Sadman, you're up. Sadman. 70, 85, 90, 100. This feels actually very similar to the, well, maybe it loses more speed on those turns. I was gonna say it feels kind of similar to our last vehicle, but I think it's actually slower. All right, barrier's not up, not up, not up, and it's up. I gotta try it just to see if I can get this done in this shot. Welcome to the most painful 22.5 seconds of my life. That's not true. I shouldn't say that. I'm absolutely certain that Alex is going to find additional ways to make me experience even more pain. 105, 107. Okay, here we go, here we go. 110. Oh, yeah. Our open wheel car is just gonna dominate every single event? Probably. What? Okay, so your strawberry lemonade card over here could not do it. I'm doing this one more time just to make sure that wasn't some kind of fluke. Man, I can't do it, but I think I bled in the exact same spot. 2 blood spatters right next to one another. That is amazing. I know you're like, are you going 3 for 3? I wanted to come to the outside to see if that changed anything. No, it just made me bleed in a different area. All right, this was my guess. My guess was the winner was gonna be the electric car. Let's try it. When the slushy flavored open wheel car could not beat this, I started to get really concerned because that car does these turns really good. Oh my God, I don't think that this can get it. This is slower, straight up. I think I'm gonna lose right about now. Yeah, okay, just one last try. I'm trying to skate as close to the tubes as humanly possible, just to see if I can shave off like another second. No. All right, violet green Sprunk Mobile. The other open wheel car is definitely the more agile of the two. Maybe this can get us more speed. I really don't know. It feels good, as it would around all the corners, but it doesn't feel as fast. I don't know if this is gonna get us there either. Let's see. Yeah, we're a little bit behind because we're probably about 5 miles an hour slower than the other open wheel. I've been trying something with this, like the lowest amount of input I can do for these turns. I can get this thing up to 115. Oh my God, no! Okay, if I can run this absolutely perfectly, I think this is the car. He wasn't kidding when he said you have to be perfect. 22.5. Let's do it. So we're gonna come right off a curb boost. 101, 102, right off another curb boost. Basically, we're gonna hug this corner right here, as much as humanly possible. I think we're gonna get it. I think we're gonna get it. 118. This is it. Yeah! Wow. Oh my God. And it makes the jump, and somehow I didn't go flying to my death. So that means we got a 2-way tie between Strawberry Banana and Violet Sprunk. Okay, so now, this is interesting. He's got all the names of the cars on top of the cars. We don't normally have that, so that's weird. But either way, that brings us to which car has the highest top speed. Okay, so this is a challenge where maybe the open wheel cars are not going to have the easy advantage, because we have to find out what the numbers are on the bottom for the highest numbers. We're gonna do this without curb boosting. I kind of want to see which one. Of course, there's a windmill at the end. Don't know why that would be there. 120. Oh, we're just frozen at 120. 120. Oh, I see it. Once you get to the end, you have to pick the right option. Screw you, Alex! That's an option. So what happens if you just like pick something? Oh, it brings you back to the beginning. Okay. Electric car feels like it would do really good here. Okay. 115, 120, 19. Oh. Huh. So it's just frozen at 119. All right. Wouldn't have expected that. So wait, that wall came up like just barely in the open wheel car. Does this mean I'm just going to like smash into the wall really hard? Oh, no, I made it. Well, we know it's not the Virtue, so I guess I can get back to the beginning really easy. All right, you shiny piece of fecal material. Generally, this car does everything okay, but it doesn't do anything fantastically. You can see the speed, like its ability to gain speed is much slower than any of the other cars that we've tested, but maybe the top speed is higher. So 118, 19, 20. Okay, it is the new number. Oh, wow, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah. 20. Wow, I got double tapped. Well, it's the winner so far. Family car, 122 is the most I was able to get. I'm gonna go flying now. Graffiti mobile, 120. Can you get above 125? 124. And 124. It is! Stick to the landing on the roof. Oh, Sadmit is running it. Sadmit is running it. 124, 125, 126, 127. Ow! Wow, and it made it through. That's kind of amazing. So now this is in first place so far. Actually, you know what? Let's try it. Maybe the Krieger's the one. It was. Okay, so checkpoint, and the Krieger does have the highest top speed. So now that's a point for the Krieger. All right, so that means now we have a three-way tie. Which car is faster around a hairpin track? Hold on, don't ask why. 48.5. This is so unbelievably specific. Is this just like constant 90-degree angle turns? Oh yeah. Oh, it 100% is. And if I had to guess, the only cars that are gonna have any chance of doing this in that amount of time is gonna be an open wheel car, maybe the electric car, but then we're not really gonna have a winner. We'd have like a four-way tie. So it's probably gonna end up being one of the electric cars. I don't think that the Krieger can do this at all. Oh God. And of course, there's slowdown circles on every single corner. Okay, there's the end. Wow, look at how much space and time I still had left to come even like as close as possible. I wanted to try the electric car just to see maybe it was capable of getting a point and putting this thing into like gigantic levels of overtime. And this is a good run, but, and I've done this twice now, that's about as close as I can get. All right. One of you two open wheels is gonna be the one. We're gonna try and use the faster one first. Now, the only problem that I can foresee is the smaller one, the PR4 or whatever it's called, is just straight up more, it's just more nimble around corners. This isn't so much how hard can you strangle someone to death. This is more how much of your hand can you fit around their neck. Let's just put it that way. That's some good symbolism, I think, when it comes to this track. And now you get a little bit of a straightaway. This is where this car would pick up some extra speed, but is this gonna do even as well as, God, the electric car? Oh, hold on. Hold on. No. I've given this another couple of shots just to make sure that I can't like perfectly curb boost when I'm able to and shave like another half second off of this run. No, all that did was cost me more time. I can't be sure, but I think we're gonna get a winner, and it's gonna be the slushy mobile, the old Pibwasser to, well, all right, maybe this run ain't gonna be it. I mean, I can keep running through this just to see. I will say it does take these turns incredibly well. Like it comes out of the turn and regains its speed very quickly. So I get to enter the tip of the turn at about 75 miles an hour every single time. You notice it doesn't even get to 100 though on that straightaway. The other faster open wheel did hit 100, but this is a game of half seconds now. And whether or not this has the half second needed, oh my God, the wall's not up yet. The wall's not up yet, oh my God! We have a winner, the wall just came up! This thing wins by a mile! Well, I tested handling and performance, and the answer is always more sugar, apparently. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of GTA. Until next time, stay foxy and much love.
Hello, fellow engineers, and welcome back to Mindustry, Right. And last time we took over these two hexagons on our planet. This time I'm going to try and take down the frozen forest. So we're landing down on this new base. Now, before we can take off, this is our core. We need like a load of resources. You can see there are some resources coming in, but since there are no more threats on this planet, you can see top left sector is cleared. We probably don't need our defenses here anymore. So if we just demolish all of these, like literally all these defenses we don't need anymore. So it means all these resources where we were getting copper out for our ammo, we can now take our conveyor in an opposite direction. Then all of these resources, they are funneling through back to our core, which means finally we have enough resources to launch to the next area, the frozen, whatever it's called, the frozen forest. You can see I did attempt this one like a few weeks ago and got absolutely annihilated, but still we're back now. So let's get our resources in, and then we need to work out, oh yeah, I think this is why I struggled on this one, because there isn't an area where you get attacked from. So I think what I wanted to do, I wanted to block off sort of every area. So let's block down there. Let's block up here as well. And then I think we've only got one entrance, which is this one. So if I put my drills on here, we can then get our defensive turrets down, the duos. And then with a little bit of routing or routing, then we should be fairly defensive there. There's a load of coal I was extracting up there. I don't know if I can actually get that back very easily. Oh wait, no, I lied. This is where we get attacked from. Okay, well, actually, that is fine. So if I just get my walls in, I want to block them going down this way. Definitely. And I've since found out, since my first video, apparently enemies, they don't like walls. And basically they decide which way they're going to go based on how many walls there are. So if I just really block this off like that, you can see this one is really blocked off as well. Then I got my turrets here. So hopefully we should see this guy. He tries to go straight ahead because that's the weakest place in terms of wall. Oh my goodness. He ripped straight through my turrets. Oh no. Oh wow. I was really not prepared for this. All right, okay. He got destroyed, but yeah, definitely did some damage there. Okay, wow. So I really need to step it up. That was pretty brutal if I'm gonna tell the truth. So there, and the trouble is we've got no copper. I gotta link this up. So quickly get some drills down. You can see you can see all my last work that got absolutely annihilated. But right, they are down. We then need to send as much resource away and up here as we can so that we get ammo. All right, routers in. Oh no, they're going that direction. Don't go that direction. Oh, he's ripping through my walls. Okay, it's down. Okay. Oh well, thankfully that's the only enemy. But yeah, I think this is why I need like just layer upon layer of large walls. I just really don't want to encourage them to go this direction. I want them to try and fight through here where all my turrets are. Tell you what, let's add some more duos down. All right, nice. Okay, I think we're good. That's getting quite a lot of resource. I could actually just add a little bit more like that. That's good. But essentially I just need to defend through the 15 waves. And then if I manage that, then I'm not very confident, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, if I manage that, then we should actually be good to actually progress on this level. But yeah, basically I've just shoved loads of routers down, which sort of split the conveyor. I've shoved loads of turrets down. They're all filling up. That's good. I need to keep an eye on my air defense. Where can I get some lead from? I'm not sure. Oh, we're under attack. All right, there's two of them this time. They just ripped through everything. Thankfully, defenses actually did well this time. Still, we did lose a little wall. And that's good. Oh, actually, wasn't there like a repairing thing? Or have I not unlocked that? Oh, this is what I need as well. The ground factory. This produces units that will help defend me. Yes. So if I shove this, I don't know, there. You see, we are building that. Boosh. And this says power use. It needs 72 power units a second. Now in power down here, I have some solar panels. 6 per second. Okay, not ideal. What about the combustion generator? Okay, that makes 60. So 2 of them, or 1 of them and 2 solar panels, and we're laughing. So let's plonk that there. Shove a couple of solar panels down. Maybe I'll put 3 just in case. All right, and then I've just got to find some coal. Okay, so here's some I mined earlier. So let's take this over this way up to here. Then I'm going to need a bridge to get under there. Or actually, let's not build bridges for the sake of it, Matt. Let's think efficiently here. We can just move our conveyors a bit so it's easy to get past. But right, okay, that's in. That should start producing power, right? Once it gets coal. Oh my goodness, we're on attack. Boosh. Okay, we saved the day. We saved the day again. I think I did lose a turret there. Let's shove turret back in, little walls back in. Right, and then we're good. Meanwhile, down here, the coal is making a move. Tell you what, there's extra coal dotted about. So if I just slightly change these conveyors to do like that, I can shove a miner in that gap, one up the top. I can even shove some down here, so that's all good. Oh no, except look, I'm out of copper. I'm out of copper. So the copper up here and all the other resources up here, they are what come to my core over here. So because I've completely neglected, I've got to manually do some mining like that. Okay, now I should be able to get some of these on the go. Then if I get conveyors down like that, we should then be producing copper. Nice. That means I can go repair what we've got up here. Right, quick, we are under attack again. Oh, good. The turrets did defend. We lost a couple of turrets there, but I can rebuild them pretty quickly. Get the walls back in and look up the top. Copper is going up, so that is good. What are we on? Wave 6. Yeah, I've got to be careful. Could really use my ground troops. Oh, that still isn't making ground troops. It says items 0. I mean, it actually says input output and they're locked. Does that mean I can't use it? Does it mean I need these resources? Maybe. Oh, actually, do I need to unlock that? The dagger? So I need 406 silicon. Top left, I got 4,500. Yes, research that. So the dagger is unlocked. But in order to build one, I need 10 silicon and 10 lead. Got it. There's also, a crawler. I need coal to unlock that. We currently don't have any coal on us. Okay, so for now, I just need to work out how to get silicon up to this thing, right? So silicon smelter is this. It requires coal and sand to create silicon. Right, okay, so router here. So we've got the coal coming out. That can go into the silicon smelter, which, can you see it's in range of this thing? So it means it's got power. That's good. We then just need some sand. Now, sand's quite easy to get because I can literally just grab a miner. I was going to say shove it anywhere. Oh, can I not actually get sand on this planet because it's frozen? Oh, no. How am I meant to make silicon here? I guess I just can't make troops here, right? All right, anyway, oh my goodness, we are under attack. We are under attack. They've just taken me down. Quick, respawn, get back up there. All right, die. Ow, ow, he's shooting me. I've got no defenses down here. I'm losing everything. I shot him in the back of the head. Okay, I just exploded all that stuff. It's all on fire. Oh, what a no. Oh, it's because it's cold. It's because the coal's on fire. Oh no. Right, well anyway, we need to rebuild our defenses. Right, then, bloomin', he destroyed all my stuff. That's very frustrating. I mean, I can repair everything actually. Oh man, there's so many enemies. There are so many enemies. They've ripped straight through my wall. That's not good. I'm shooting that one in the back of the head though. Die. Okay, it's down. Man, we really need more defenses. We're only on wave 9 of 15. So turrets everywhere. Right, then repair the walls. Oh, this is a disaster. Right, then I think I just need more turrets, like, back here. So if I just shove, like, routers, whatever, and shove turrets everywhere, then even if they do get through, they're going to have to go through just, like, so many turrets. So, yeah, routers everywhere. And by the way, I did mock Americans, my fellow Americans. I say fellow, you're not fellow, because I'm British. But I did mock Americans last time for calling it routers and not routers. And then the comments, to be fair, quite correctly, reminded me of all the words that you spell like O-U-T-E-R. I mean, fair play. I'm British people are weird, but at the same time, we did invent it, so maybe you should listen to me. Anyway, defenses completely torn apart there. I don't have any copper. Where's all the copper? It's all been used up. But I gotta get the walls in. Gotta get the routers in as well. Right, we are not making enough copper for me to be able to do this. All right, let's make some copper manually. Right, we've got 30 seconds. Let's quickly get back up there. I've got 69 copper. We should be fine, right? Quick, build. But oh no, we've used it all up. Oh, we don't have any walls. We are in serious trouble now. Wave 10 of 15. We got so far to go. How am I so bad at this? Right, I gotta help shoot here. Stop repairing. How do I get off it? Stop repairing. Okay, now I'm shooting. No, stop repairing, you knob. I need to shoot and I can't. How do I tell it to get off? Oh, okay, we defended, but look. Complete hole. I've got 2 minutes to repair. Okay, let's get down here. Let's just do some manual mining. Right, and then with those there, I'm going to have to take some copper out of these and take it over this way. So that's some copper coming in. I'm probably going to need copper from down here as well. I mean, for now, I'm just going to mine it manually. How long do I have left? A minute. Oh, a minute is not long enough. All right, anyway, at least we have some copper now. Head back up here. Start repairing. So just repair all of that come on. No, we're out of copper again. We're out of copper again. Right, mine down here. Mine down here. Oh, this is a disaster. This is taking so long. I need to get some mines down here. I want to like reverse all these, but I feel like I'm going to need these turrets for when they do actually burst through. And I feel like they're probably going to burst through this round. At least we do have loads of turrets back here just in case. But right, we're under attack. I don't know how to shoot because I'm just stuck repairing. But wait, oh, that was the wave? How did we beat that wave? What the hell happened there? Somehow we beat the wave. Okay, so we got another 2 minutes. Let's head down here. Let's shove a load of miners down. Boosh, boosh, boosh. Okay, then we take... Oh, I don't have any... I'm out of copper again. How does this keep happening? Right, delete that. I don't need that many. I don't need that many. Right, take conveyor belts this way. Up here, up here. Right, I'm going to have to lose some of these turrets. Let's lose the bottom ones. So delete those, delete those. Right, oh, I'm going to need a bridge under there. Right, but then we're good to take these down here to that point, and then I think they're going into our base. Okay, so now we can go and repair. How long have they got? 24 seconds. That is not long enough. Right, repair, repair, repair. Quick, focus on the turrets, focus on the turrets. Right, now the walls, now the walls. Okay, I think we've somehow pulled that out of our bums. Not gonna lie, we've got 3 seconds remaining, and now we're about to be under attack, and I'm not repairing, so I can actually shoot. Okay, what is attacking? Oh, it's just 2. There's only 2 of them. They don't stand a chance. But, oh, they killed me. Knobheads. Right, I spawn back here though. I can just quickly fly up. And then look, we're actually making copper, so I can do repairs easy. So repair all that stuff. Oh, decent. Okay, we're good. We're actually good. I'll tell you what I might do. 1 step ahead. Keep adding routers. Keep adding turrets either side. And then should the enemy pass through, they'll have to come this way. And surely with that many turrets, that many routers, they're not going to survive. This thing was an absolute disaster. No silicon on this planet because there's no sand. I mean, to be fair, the air defenses as well, there doesn't seem to be anything attacking from the air. So I could potentially lose these in favor of more turrets. Shall I? I think I will. I think I will. So router, turrets. There we go. They're getting filled with ammo. In fact, I think I can conveyor over that way. Yeah, and that one's going to get some ammo as well because I wasn't getting any. Right, and then surely we're actually good. Look, copper, we've actually got a decent amount now. Right, the enemy are here. There's only 2 of them. Why have the waves got so weak and pathetic? Now I've like maxed out on turrets. The game's just like, yeah, I'm not throwing big enemies at you, Matt. You obviously have no idea what you're doing. We're going to go nice on you. Okay, so penultimate wave. Perhaps I can think about trying to get some of this tech tree on the go. So what have we got to unlock next? Oh, this one with coal. Yeah, that'll be quite good actually. So there is a load of coal down here. Do I remove my defenses? I think I will. I think I'll actually be fine if I just send this all the way back to my core. So parallel conveyors like that. Decent. Okay, so now we're getting coal. Oh, look, and now it's snowing. Yay. But yeah, the coal should fulfill that. What does this one need? Oh, an air factory. Yeah, let's unlock that. Air factory. And then silicon for flare. I've got silicon. Let's unlock that. The mono requires more silicon and some lead. Automatically mines copper and lead, depositing it into the core. Yes, I want automatic miners. That sounds incredible. Trouble is, again, build cost. It needs silicon, and I don't have any silicon on me. Meanwhile, oh, what's that? Core foundation. Core of the base, well armored, stores more resources than a shard. Oh, unfortunately, I don't have the silicone to do that. I'm going to have to go back to a silicon planet after this, I think. But, oh, look, a new turret, the Scorch. That's basically a flamethrower. So the ammo is coal and or ore, pyrite. We know how to make pyrite because we use this mixer. It requires coal, lead, and sand. No, annoyingly, we don't have sand. So yeah, I think I can probably get away with just coal on here then. So what if I shove some of these turrets? So if I shove those there and then put routers there and there, then we've got flamethrowers. Although look, the sector's captured. I don't know why the waves got so easy at the end. The game really tricked me. But we've now captured this place. It's very heavily snowing. But yeah, presumably, is this place like safe forever now? So like the last one, I can get rid of all my defenses and then just full on factory it up. I would imagine so. So I think for now, let's just focus on getting some more miners down. So boosh, boosh, boosh. 2 up there. Oh no, I've surrounded that middle one. Can't have that one. I can do that layout instead though, because then I can just conveyor around it like this. And then all that copper goes onto the conveyor, and then that goes back to our core. Right, so I think I'm just trying to get enough resource that I can either go take like these these next door ones, which they don't seem to show like any resource that they've had. Is that because I don't know what resource they have till I actually land down? Yeah, I think so. But I have unlocked over this way the craters. So I think what I want to do, I want to sort of like plan in my head, if I go to a new place, what I'm going to do in terms of defense, because I quite like the idea of getting these factories down. Could be a complete disaster. But yeah, air factory. I need, okay, if I can get silicon, for a silicon smelter, I need coal and sand. Okay, let's try it. Let's go to the craters. Let's see what happens. So we launch. You can see there are all the resources I need to launch out of here. So let's launch away from this planet and see what this new one has for us. Please have coal. Please have sand. Okay, I think we're actually good. I think this has sand, right? If I grab a drill. Oh, no, I can't. No. Wait, what is that? That's scrap. Okay, scrap isn't really useful. Oh, is it actually not sand? Oh, there's sand up here. Okay, that is sand. That is definitely sand. Better find out where I get attacked from. All right, we get attacked from up there. Okay, got it. So first off, mechanical drill on the sand. There's coal over this way. I'm gonna need more coal as well, aren't I? Also, I'm gonna need copper. Let's let's get the copper on the go. I feel like this is already a disaster. I've already messed up so badly. Right, get copper into there. Get more of these drills down. Okay, that's getting us copper at least. So that'll be good. The trouble is, oh, we're so close to like being in trouble already. So if we get attacked from up here, let's shove walls up this way. So wall. All right, quick. Come on, get the walls in. Okay, the walls are in. Then down this way, I'm just gonna do this like real quick. Just shove drills in. Surround them in turrets. Right, and that should be okay for there. I'll probably do the same down here because there's more copper there. So drills in, turrets in. Right, and then the wave is attacking us. So oh my goodness, do you see the speed of that thing? It was flying. Right, anyway, while that's going on, I can see we're slacking on the old copper front already. So maybe I shove more drills in. Considering I really wanted the robots, we're not very close to getting the robots. Right, anyway, this goes down to there. So that is a lot more copper. Yeah, there you go. That is all moving. Okay, that's good. We should actually have some copper in a bit. All right, thankfully the waves are still very, very easy. So that's good. I need to try and build my thing. So what do I need? I need combustion generator, but I need coal to fuel that. So let's shove that there. Shove a load of miners on these. Conveyor belt down to this. Okay, so then that's making power. I can then shove the silicon smelter there. Wait, does that require power? Yeah, it does. All right, I tell you what then, I need a power node. We shove a power node there. We'll also add our solar panels in as well. I've got a few of them because that's extra power. There you go, they're all connected. All right, so then I can do silicon smelter there, which takes the coal from these. Tell you what, let's shove another drill there as well. And then the sand from these. So they all go in like that, and then out comes silicon. Yes, okay, so now we get the air factory down like that, and then we say make monos. Oh, monos need lead as well. Hang on, let me go find some lead. All right, where's lead? Is that lead? Okay, that is lead. Perfect. So lead, come up here, please. Yeah, that goes up into the factory. Nice. Right, and then this is creating, yes, my little minions. And remember, they'll help me mine as well. Perfect. Right, in the meantime, let's head up here. How's our base looking? Oh, base looking fine. Oh, have I actually done something good? We may actually be like semi-decent at this game, maybe. Potentially. Oh, what happened here? Oh, no. Does that mean there's air? Oh, yeah, it doesn't mean there's air. Oh, it does. It does. Ah, look, there's the air thing. Right, there's no... Oh, no. Okay, I need air defenses. Can I shoot that? No, I can't. Oh, what a knobhead. He stole my copper. Look, he's got my copper. Oh, wait. No, is that copper? Oh, that's my mono. I thought he was attacking us, but he wasn't. Right, essentially, I'm an idiot because I remembered why I built those was to put conveyors like that because they're in the middle. But yeah, I was just trying to attack my own little bot. Look, there's another bot. Okay, decent. So while they're doing that, I'm going to get some air defenses in because I am a little bit scared that we may get ruined like air defensively. It's not something I've really worked on because last time there wasn't anything attacking us in the air. I think I just sort of forgot about it this time, but they should defend those. Maybe worth taking some of this lead around the outside, proper M&M style. So if I shove a router there, I want to call it a router. Is that bad? But yeah, if we bring that up to like here-ish. Oh no, hang on. That's going too close to that. Can I delete this? Oh, it's a 3er. I don't really want to delete, but I don't want to get coal on my thing. But yeah, the scatter gun with lead ammo does like the most damage and stuff. I could have put scrap in it, but that reduces the fire rate. But yeah, we'll shove both of those there. That's a bit of air defense should we need it. Oh, there's also some lead up here. Okay, all right, so we'll just do a little row like that. We can then shove some drills down like that, and then just conveyor up to each of them. All right, then we've got some air defense, and we took a bit of a beating there. Let's grab some more duos. What I might do, we got some coal up this way. Let's have a go with my new scorch cannons. If I shove a couple of those down and then put a miner in the middle, I'm gonna do some right up here as well. But yeah, let's see how these work. Oh, flamethrower. Oh yes. Oh yes, that's good. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Quite a lot of enemies that wave. We did really well though. I'm loving these. Oh, with the scorch, I need graphite to build them. Okay, let's have a look. Can we make graphite again? What do we need to make it? Coal goes in, graphite comes out. Yeah, you've got some coal here. Let's shove some miners down on the coal. Send it into the press. And then that stuff comes out. So we can just send it down there, right? Guardian approaching in 10 waves. Oh no, what's a Guardian? Is that a boss? That sounds like a boss. All right, tell you what, they're not producing much coal, so I think let's shove these up here, try and get all the coal we can. That's a lot more coal coming down, and that means more graphite or whatever it's called. Yeah, graphite. In fact, I might take this as well. All right, this might seem a bit dodgy to do, but I'm going to delete all of those, and I'm actually going to take these conveyors round that way, and then I'm going to get my mechanical drills. I don't want them touching these conveyors because then they'll go on. But if I do that, that's two of those drills that are like fully efficient, because basically the more blocks of resource they're on, the more efficient they are. And check how our base is doing. Oh, it got mullered. It got mullered. We can attempt to repair all of these. But yeah, again, they take graphite. We are not making graphite very fast. But yeah, right. In the meantime, I reckon we can up our defenses a bit by shoving a couple of drills down, taking these down here, doing router there. That will split into 3. So then I can split that into 3, that into 3, that into 3. So that's evenly distributed, which means we can shove duos on every single end and it'll be nice and even. Then need to repair that. And then I'm going to go have a look and see with the graphite, why is it so slow? Oh man, there's loads of coal. It's just how fast this machine is it? Okay, well in that case, another graphite press, add a router there, then bung those back on. Oh, in the meantime, I better head up. I should probably help defend. Oh no, look, everything got mullered. Right, repair all of that. Right, back in the tech tree. Are there any other weapons I can unlock? I'm liking the weapons. Yeah, what's that one? An arc. Buys arcs of electricity at ground targets. I've just unlocked it. What do we need to actually fuel this thing? Potentially just power. It may need liquids, but sod it. Let's shove one there and there. We'll then shove some solar panels around them. Oh yeah, they do need liquid. I don't know how to get liquid yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe I do. What's that? Water completed. So I have unlocked water. Right, there's water down here. Don't say I can just shove a... No, I can't just shove a mining thing in it. Fair enough. I need to get like a drill or something. Or a pump. That's probably a better word. Right, in the meantime though, it's another level where we're not being attacked by air. So I don't need my anti-air defense. Would have been good to know before I spent all that time on it. Is that because can I only have a certain amount per machine, or is it like per map? Because if I go down here, like I've got loads. Yeah, look, there they all are, my little robots. If I shove another air factory down, will this... Oh, no, don't delete. How do I stop it deleted? Oh, balls. But yeah, will this make more monos? I've just told it to. It does say build progress, so I think that might be making more. So is that how you get around it? You just keep building those? That's awesome if so. Anyway, better get up here and repair. So yeah, oh look, they destroyed everything. They destroyed all those. Ah, they're attacking. Oh my goodness. Right, quick, repair. Oh man, that was quite brutal. That was actually quite scary. I don't even think I said anything there. I did a terrible YouTubing job. I was just silent, like, what's going on? Thankfully though, you got loads of graphite, so I've got the flamethrowers back up here. We've got all those turrets in, all of these turrets in. I'm not even scared of this Guardian. Unless it's like an air enemy, I think I'll be completely okay. Do we have 16 of these robots now? No, I only see 8. Okay, my hack did not work. Fair enough. Right. Oh, by the way, what is down here? Titanium conveyor. Oh, man. What is that? Pneumatic drill. How do I get these things? I want them. They're all derelict, though. A kiln? What does a kiln do? Oh, Guardian approaching in 2 waves. I should probably... Oh, my goodness. Oh, they are ripping through. They are actually ripping through. Oh, wow. Okay, we really need to defend this. So I can repair all this stuff. That's fine. Thing is, I feel like we're not actually doing enough damage anymore. They're probably not getting enough resource anymore. So what I might do, because I know this is going to get destroyed, I might prepare down here. Let's get a few mechanical drills on this, convey them over this way, and then router them onto a load of scorches. All right, oh boy, oh boy. They just ripped through everything. All right, help shoot him, help shoot him. Oh no, they killed me, they killed me. Right, quick, get back to the action. Head up. Did our turrets do it? Okay, I think our turrets did it. We're okay. Oh wow, I've just got to repair everything. Right, this is the Guardian. Oh wow, there's so many of those. Oh goodness. Right, can I repair those quick? Oh wow, there's the Guardian. Oh, we took it down. We did take it down. I did not help. I just got destroyed and then sent back to base. But nice. Okay, so now this place is like, it's basically our oyster. So we can start doing all the resourcing we need. Oh, and there's the drill. An improved drill capable of mining titanium. That's what we wanted. So yes, unlock that. Oh, there's the kiln as well. Smelts glass and lead into metaglass. Okay. Crushes scrap into fine sand. Is that how we get sand on like the ice levels? Potentially. Incinerator vaporizes any item or liquid it receives. Interesting. Melter melts down scrap into slag. I love a slag. So oh, look, steam generator. So that converts water into steam. How do I get water though? I need like a pump. Oh, look. Oh, new turret. Hail. Fires small shells at ground enemies over long distances. Yes, please. Let's just unlock all. Oh, this is all like, that's all logic stuff. Definitely don't want logic stuff right now. Yeah, look, we got a logic tab down here now. Dangerous. Right, so now in drills, rather than mechanical drill, we have the pneumatic drill. Does this get water? I think this does. I was about to say, so not only does it drill faster, it also drills water, but it doesn't. It actually doesn't. Still, let's just stock up on resources before we go. So we'll get a couple of those down, and then down to our core. So now from this top arm, we've got sand coming in. All right, so here's our new kiln. We can use that to turn lead and sand into metaglass. It does require power, so let's shove that there. Get a power node in, and then just go mental with solar panels. And then I can just connect them all up like that. All right, and then I can get sand to come down into this like that. Since we don't need any of that lead, I can just nick it and bring it over this way. And then this kiln is making metaglass, which to be honest, I think I'll just shove on this conveyor and that will go down to the core. But the metaglass has allowed us to unlock the mechanical pump. Pumps and outputs liquids, does not require power. Oh, finally. Boosh. Oh, look, a conduit moves liquids forwards. So unlock that. Oh, then there's like junctions and all sorts. Okay, so basically we can now mine water. Oh, look, there's water coming out the end of it. Oh, cool. So yeah, let's shove a load of pumps on there. Yes, look at the water. Look at the puddle I'm making. I'm a monster. And yeah, these pneumatic drills, if you shove water into the back of them, can you see there's like a water bar? They increase their production rate with water. 2.56 times speed, which is incredible. But yeah, right, now we're making all the resources we can on this planet. We're going to be good to go take on another part of this world. But I think for now, I'm going to say peace, love, and mindustry, mindustry, whatever it is. Bye, guys.
I'm back! You can't get rid of me that easily. This is Mr. Breast. He's known for two things, being rich and having a lot of money. Mr. Breast saw my video where I was complaining about YouTube while crying like a man. And somehow that inspired him to offer me a job. Mr. Breast wants to make his own Squid Game with 456 contestants competing for real money. And he needs me to help him kill people by literally building this machine, a turret that automatically shoots people if they break the rules or lose. This is like advanced military technology. And I know I'm an engineering god, having built such machines as a boat with a gun on it and a hat with a gun on it. You just slap a gun on anything, it makes a good YouTube video. But I can't build a machine like that in 3 weeks. Oh, did I forget to say that it's 3 weeks? He needs it built in 3 weeks? Mr. Beast, are you out of your mind? Don't worry, he's not actually hurt. It's the power of green screen. What's that? Squid Game came out over 4 months ago? Do you want to know why my video is 4 months late? Because I recorded over 8 hours of footage. It's actually more. It's like 10 hours, maybe 12. I don't even want to look at it. I don't even, this is the start of my timeline. And if I keep walking all the way down the timeline, well, look at that, 7 hours. There is 7 hours. I recorded over 7 hours of video. Oh, look at this. I almost got arrested right here.
How we doing?
Good.
We got a call that someone from this vehicle is over here, like, pissing.
Kevin, he found some stinky
hotel treasure.
I saw some paper under here, under the microwave, and I lifted it up and I grabbed it.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. You want some free hotel
treasure?
I don't know. I don't need any of that.
I look at 7 hours and I say no, not today. But William, you can't murder people. Obviously, real murder isn't an option. We just have to fake people's deaths the same way your parents faked their love for you. So let's kill people the same way that Netflix does it, with a squib, which I happen to have here. Let me show you how it works. Inside of the box is everything you need to make it look like someone has been murdered. There's a steel air tank, an electronic solenoid valve, this